Night had fallen. Cross sat at a table, nursing a glass of wine with a faint smile on his lips. But if one looked closely, they'd see his hand trembling, sweat beating at his temples. He wasn't calm, not even close. He hadn't expected Xenophilius Lovegood to be here. And yet, there he was. Across the room, Luna was speaking to her father, smiling sweetly. She held out her hand to show him the ring. Xenophilius' eyes bulged in disbelief. Cross watched, gripping his wine glass tighter. Xenophilius' expression slowly relaxed into a tender smile as Luna spoke. Cross exhaled in relief. Then Luna said something else. The smile vanished. Xenophilius' eyes shot open. His entire face twisted into rage as he glared daggers at Cross. Wine splashed out of Cross' trembling hand as he kept smiling, hoping desperately to play it cool. His face might have looked calm, but inside, he was absolutely screaming. Luna, ever the peacemaker, held her father back, speaking in that soft, otherworldly voice of hers. But Xenophilius was having none of it. He stormed across the room toward Cross, face red with fury. Cross froze, and then came the bomb. "You knocked up my daughter?" Crack. The wine glass shattered in Cross' hand. He stammered, Why no? High blood pressure is dangerous. Really not good for the heart." Xenophilius snarled, "You are bad for my heart." Cross coughed awkwardly. "Okay, but what do you want me to do? It was an accident. A happy accident. I mean, I'm thrilled. Babies scare away nargles." Xenophilius looked ready to throttle him. "An accident? You're saying impregnating my daughter was an accident?" Cross raised his hands defensively. "Whoa, don't twist my words. I just forgot to sterilize myself the last few times." "The last few times?" Xenophilius shouted, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently. "There were multiple times?" Cross quickly corrected, Of course not. I reproduce asexually." Hermione, who had been sipping punch nearby, chimed in dryly, "Then you would be the one pregnant. And only plants and insects reproduce that way." Right, Cross coughed. "I meant spiritually, like the child is a divine blessing. Luna is still a virgin. Chosen. You know, prophecy and all that." Xenophilius glared, eyes practically glowing with fury. "This isn't some muggle religion, boy." Cross looked around. Everyone else avoided eye contact. Cowards. He'd saved half of them multiple times. He sighed and muttered, "Okay, fine. I knocked her up. So what now?" Xenophilius growled, let go of his collar, and sank into the chair beside him. Cross smoothed out his wrinkled shirt as someone in the crowd sighed in disappointment. He clicked his fingers, conjuring a small breeze that made several people spin around, startled. He snickered. Drama complete. Luna walked over and took the seat beside him, gripping his hand tightly. She was nervous too, though she tried not to show it. Cross squeezed her hand reassuringly. She smiled. Xenophilius looked between them, then sighed again. He looked years older. "They grow up so fast," he muttered. Then he turned to Cross, eyes sharp once more. "If you hurt her, I don't care if you're the last elf. I'll wipe your entire race from existence." Cross grinned. "Which of your eyes sees me treating her badly?" Xenophilius jabbed a finger at his right eye. "The one that saw you knock her up." Cross huffed. "If you don't want to be a grandpa, that's fine. I'll raise them alone and enjoy all the baby cuddles myself." "You wouldn't dare." Xenophilius gasped. "I want to see my grandkids." "Then you'd better treat me nicely, old man." Cross shot back. "We'll maybe visit if we're not busy." Xenophilius lunged forward again. "If I don't see them, I'll beat you to death." "Got it." Cross pretended to clean his ear. Did someone say something?" The two devolved into a ridiculous shouting match about grandkid visitation rights. Everyone else wisely stayed out of it. Luna giggled quietly, pressing her hand to her flat stomach with affection. There wasn't a bump yet, but in her heart, something had already begun. Later that night, Cross was absolutely smashed. His tie hung around his neck like a lazy scarf. His shirt was unbuttoned halfway. Sleeves rolled. Jacket gone. He slammed a fist on the table. "Which one of you bastards thinks they can beat the champ?" Sirius Black stumbled over, equally drunk. "I'll take you, elf boy." Cross slammed his elbow on the table. "Let's go, Mutt." They locked hands. The crowd of drunk wizards erupted in cheers. Fred and George were already collecting bets. Place your galleons. The dog or the elf? Ron leaned toward Harry, whispering, "My money's on Cross." Harry snorted. "Sirius has got those dog muscles, though." Ron blinked. "You're drunk, mate." Harry sipped more wine. And, suddenly, a glowing blue orb floated into the center of the tent. Silence. Arthur Weasley raised his hand. The band stopped playing. Everyone turned to the orb. A distorted voice echoed. "The Ministry has fallen. The Minister of Magic is dead. They are coming. They are coming." The orb vanished. Cross blinked. "Huh, that sounds ominous. Foreshadowing, maybe." Panic set in. Guests screamed, disapparated, and fled. Black shadows began pouring into the tent. Death Eaters. Cross calmly sipped from his glass. "You guys just pop out of the ground or something?" He pointed lazily. Avada Kedavra. A Death Eater dropped dead. The rest froze. People fled. The order gathered. Cross stood, rolling his neck. This party was getting boring anyway. An invisible pressure crushed down on the tent. Death Eaters choked in fear. Cross's smile turned razor sharp. "Did Voldemort send you here, Die? Because tonight, you've met the Reaper." With a flick of his hand, green threads flew from his fingertips, severing arms, legs, binding their bodies, healing them just enough to keep them alive. Screams filled the tent. He hummed softly, "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo." His finger landed on one. Boom. A head exploded. He continued like it was theater, until finally, he spared two of them. With sinister elegance, he reattached their limbs using glowing white threads. The strings danced from his fingers like a puppeteer. And then, he made them perform Romeo and Juliet. To perfection. Tears, drama, death. Applause. Even Xenophilius clapped. Moody grunted. Touching. They were Death Eaters. "Can we please relocate now?" Cross hiccuped and turned to Amelia Bones. "Hey, good thing you quit the Ministry, huh?" Luna helped him stay upright, apologizing. Cross turned to her, drunk and grinning. "Hey, beautiful, Hick, come to my room tonight?" Luna blushed. "Darling, people are watching. If they peep, I'll beat them up." Coughs. Xenophilius glared, ready to explode again. Cross pointed. "Yo, crazy dad, come here." Luna choked on a laugh. Xenophilius stormed over. Cross raised his hands, 5 glowing threads snaking from his fingers. They slipped into Xenophilius' head. "Cross, what are you doing?" Luna screamed. "Relax," he slurred. "Would I ever break your dad? Trust me. I'm a professional." "You're drunk." "Exactly. Best time to do brain surgery." Luna bit her nails, panicking. After a tense few minutes, Cross retracted the threads and declared dramatically, "How's that for a dowry?" Then collapsed backward, unconscious. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Xenophilius blinked, then smiled. "Well, that was something." Luna ran to him. "Dad, are you okay?" He smiled, brushing her hair gently. "More than okay, little moon." She froze. He hadn't called her that since her mother died. She cried. Xenophilius patted her back. "Now, maybe pick your idea up off the ground. Don't want to know him dragging him off, do we?" Luna beamed through her tears, lifted Cross into her arms, and skipped back to the house. Xenophilius followed slowly behind. The rest of the order stood in silence. Just how terrifying was this elf boy? Really? Morning sunlight crept into the room. Cross groaned softly, blinking his bleary eyes open. He was in bed, warm and entangled. Luna lay wrapped around him like a koala, snuggled into his chest with a peaceful smile. She wore one of his old hoodies, oversized on her small frame, and a pair of shorts. That was it. Cross glanced down. Just boxers. He scratched the back of his neck, grimacing. "Got drunk again, huh?" Luna stirred, nuzzling against him. Her eyes opened halfway, and she murmured sleepily, "Good morning, hubby." A yawn followed, revealing the glint of her sharp little canines. Cross leaned in and kissed her lips. Luna smiled and closed her eyes again, pulling him closer. They lay side by side, legs intertwined, arms wrapped around each other. Cross kissed her again, softly. "Good morning to you, too," he whispered. "A really good morning now," she purred, burying her face in his chest. A short while later, Cross shuffled down the stairs, yawning, hoodie hanging loose on his shoulders and slippers dragging on the floor. Luna followed, equally groggy. At the table, Moody looked up. Good. You're awake. Let's go. Cross scratched at his scruffy jaw. Go where? Sirius, halfway through a pastry, mumbled with his mouth full. Someplace hidden. Molly, these are divine. Molly beamed, setting down another plate. Cross yawned again. Why do you need me? I had plans to, well, maybe go to Hogwarts. It's my last year, you know. An owl suddenly slammed into the window, sliding to the ground with a muffled thud. No one even blinked. Moody ignored the commotion. Hogwarts doesn't sound too appealing right now. Cross raised a brow. Actually, I need to go. Plus, Voldemort's probably going to attack Hogwarts first chance he gets. You lot should just camp in Hogsmeade. Lupin frowned. That'd be strategically foolish. Cross chuckled. You're using logic on a guy who made 7 soul jars. He's not exactly brilliant. Sirius spat out his tea, laughing. The owl, still alive, handed 2 letters to Molly and flew off with a tired screech. Molly handed Cross the letters, but bit her lip, eyeing the second one. Cross opened the first. The second, enchanted, fluttered from his hand and unfolded in midair. Cross Greengrass. You little bastard, a booming voice shrieked. Get your elven ass home right now, before I drag you by your pointy ears. How dare you? Everyone froze. Sirius choked on his pastry. Luna covered her mouth to stifle laughter. The Howler turned to Luna and said sweetly, We're thrilled to have you in the family, dear. Then flipped back to Cross. If you're not back by noon, I'm coming to get you myself. Boom! The letter exploded into confetti. Cross blinked. Mouth in an O. Sirius and Lupin roared with laughter. Sirius leaned against Lupin's shoulder, gasping for air. Don't worry, Sirius wheezed. I've had my share of howlers. Yours just broke a new volume record. Cross grumbled. You damn mutt. Want me to neuter you? Sirius visibly flinched and covered himself. Cross opened the first letter, eyebrows rising as he read. Then he grinned. Well, this is interesting. Fred and George perked up. What is it? Cross smirked. McGonagall offered me a job, teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The room went quiet then. Fred, it's been nice knowing you. George, hope we're friends in next life. Ginny explained to the confused few. No dada professor lasts more than a year. Cross laughed. Some don't even make it to the job. He gave Moody a pointed look. The ex-sorer scowled. Though to be fair, Cross added, Barty Jr. was a solid teacher. All about those unforgivables. 5 stars for efficiency. The room coughed awkwardly. Luna giggled. Also, Cross said casually, head of Slytherin House. Lucky me. Everyone groaned. Luna asked, so what are you going to do? Except, obviously. Sounds fun. Cross winked. Later that day, Cross and Luna operated home. Immediately, Marcus grabbed Cross by the ear. You stupid boy. He dragged Cross off, ranting for hours. Meanwhile, Alyssa welcomed Luna warmly, bringing her to meet Daphne and Astoria. 3 hours and 3 lectures. Later, Cross finally got a word in. I said I'm happy, didn't I? And besides, if you keep yelling, I might not let you see your grandkids. Might. Marcus blew up again. Cross regretted everything. Meanwhile, Luna was basking in attention. Alyssa pampered her like a queen while Daphne and Astoria argued over godmother rights. Luna solved it by saying there would be 2. Problem solved. Excitement tripled. At dinner, Cross tried to change the topic and casually mentioned he got a job, but didn't say what. They all gave him the side eye. Luna had strange cravings, specifically chocolate frogs. Not chocolate. Not frogs. Chocolate frogs. Cross bought so many that Astoria swore the population would go extinct. You're exaggerating. Am I? Really? He patted her head with a boost of life energy. It didn't make her any smarter. Still, her maledictus curse was cured. She could now shift freely between forms, safe and healthy. Time passed quickly. Cross and Luna boarded the train to Hogwarts. Her stomach had a slight bump now. Not enough to notice unless you were looking. He avoided teleportation, just to be safe. On the train, a letter from Ragnarok arrived. Everything in the Lestrange vault now belonged to him, including the dragon. Cross didn't even remember killing Bellatrix. He replied, "Cool. Move it all to my vault." Then added, "Also, if I kill Voldemort, can I have his vault too?" Ragnock responded with a list of valuables and a sarcastic note. Tom Riddle never claimed his vault. Probably because he's too stupid. "It's yours now." Cross laughed and told Ragnock to move that too, and the dragon. Ragnock cheerfully agreed, only because it was Cross. Any other wizard would have been cursed on the spot. Cross sent Ragnock a gift and told him he could take a quarter of the gold. Ragnock had a heart attack from joy, taking 5% more for medical fees. Cross, fine. Back on the train, Cross sat with Luna, Ginny, and Neville. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt. Men in black stormed in. Death Eaters. Neville stood up bravely. "He's not here." Cross clapped. "Well done, Neville." He stood, stretched, and gave the intruders a bloodthirsty grin. "You boys know who I am." He pointed a finger. "They call me the Reaper." His arm blurred. It pierced through the first man's chest like paper. Avada Kedavra. The second dropped dead. Blood pooled. Silence followed. Cross pulled his hand back and cleaned it with a flick. Luna sighed. "You just had to, didn't you?" He turned. Students were vomiting. One screamed, "You're going to Azkaban." Cross looked genuinely confused. "What? For killing terrorists?" Ginny face-bombed. Cross added, "You know Voldemort's coming to Hogwarts, right? This is just the pre-show." He waved his hand. The corpses turned to ash. The train resumed. Cross turned to Neville. "Brave, mate. But that guy would have killed you just for blinking." Neville gave a shaky smile. At Hogwarts, Cross stepped off the train with Luna, Daphne, Ginny, Neville, and Astoria. They boarded a carriage together. Daphne teased, "Hope you have time for your job and school." "I'll manage, sis," Cross grinned. "Maybe we should worry about you instead." "Still unmarried, Should we put you up for auction?" "You little." Daphne lunged. Cross pinched her cheeks. "Neville, interested in my sister?" Neville nearly passed out. Astoria was crying with laughter. Daphne fumed, then quickly hugged Cross. "I'm not really mad." Cross hugged her back. "Good. Now, let's talk suitors." Laughter filled the carriage as it rolled toward the castle. In the great hall, Luna sat at the Ravenclaw table, repeatedly telling people married whenever they asked about the ring. The stares only intensified. Meanwhile, Cross had taken a spot at the staff table. Feet up, book in hand, titled How to Teach Dada and Not Die Doing It. His black suit was paired with sneakers. No jacket, rolled up sleeves, jewelry glinting. His face was hidden behind the book, but that didn't stop him from stealing all the attention. Even seated between Hagrid and Slughorn, Cross radiated pure, chaotic energy.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
McGonagall took the podium after the sorting ceremony as she smiled. "Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you all coming and can confirm with absolute certainty that Hogwarts will keep all of you safe." The students clapped and McGonagall smiled as she said, "I would like to welcome our new defense against the Dark Arts professor, Mr. Cross Greengrass." The entire student body all said EHHHHH. Cross lowered the book and revealed his face as his ears twitched, and he appeared next to McGonagall as he said, "May I speak?" McGonagall rolled her eyes and whispered, "I assume you would do so anyway." Cross just gave her a cheeky smile, and McGonagall stepped back. Cross stood at the podium and grinned at the students before starting. "You may call me Professor Greengrass in the future, or if you like, Lord." McGonagall choked and Cross chuckled as he said, "Just a joke. Only if you want to." Anyway, the past Dada professors have been varying in quality. I will teach you how to protect yourselves against whatever comes your way, common spells, defensive spells, unforgivable curses, the whole shebang. Cross twitched his ears and chuckled as he added, "Hopefully, I don't disappear by the end of the year, as all my predecessors seem to have done. Thank you." Before returning to his seat, the students erupted into cheering and laughter along with applause. McGonagall coughed, silencing the students as she said, "Yes, well, we can only hope." She then went on with the same speech about the forbidden forest for the first years, before finishing with, yes, Professor Greengrass is also the head of Slytherin House. That will be all. Off to bed. The Slytherin students shouted, Cross chuckled and continued reading his book as Slughorn nudged him, saying from the shelf to a professor. Cross smiled happily and said, "I was put on the shelf, Professor?" Slughorn grinned and said, "Of course, lad. My brightest student." Cross laughed happily, and Hagrid patted his shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, Cross." Cross was all smiles as he accepted the congratulations, before asking Slughorn, "Professor, may I borrow a few vials? I feel like Felix Felicis will be a good motivation for the students." Slughorn chuckled and said, "Taking a page on my book at Greengrass?" Cross scratched his stubble sheepishly, not denying it. Slughorn shook his head and gave him a bunch. Cross thanked him and turned to Hagrid as he said, "How is it going?" Hagrid's eyes lit up as he said, excitedly, "Great. I think it'll hatch at any moment now." Cross was excited and said, "Don't forget to tell me no. I want to see what they look like too. The other eggs aren't close yet." Hagrid smiled and said, "Not a problem, Cross." Cross smiled happily. McGonagall looked over and said, "Quite the speech, Mr. Greengrass." Cross snickered and asked, "Should I have not spoken, Headmistress?" Touching his nose as he spoke, McGonagall shook her head and sighed with a smile as she said, "That's your style, I suppose." Cross had an excited grin on his face as he thought of a teaching plan. Cross went to sleep in his professor's room, sneakily bringing Luna in after asking the house elves if popping affected their own fetuses. They all said no, but Cross didn't want to take a risk. If that baby died, he would probably kill himself right after. The next morning, Cross was sitting in the Dada classroom, sleeping on a chair as first-year students filed in. One of the students shouted, "Professor." Cross was startled and jumped up as he said, "I'm awake." The first years giggled and looked at Cross happily, finding this teacher funny. Truthfully, Luna was a bit excited last night after seeing him in a suit, and he didn't get to sleep very much. He was taking a well-needed nap just now. Cross yawned and said, "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am Professor Greengrass. I prefer Professor Cross, or just best professor in the world. Any questions?" All the students' hands went up at once, and Cross felt his eyes twitch as he said, "Yes, you with the freckles and missing teeth." The student said, "Professor Cross, what is with your ears?" Cross' ears twitched, and the rest of the hands went down in disappointment. Cross felt his mouth twitch this time as he said, "I'm an elf." Another kid said, "A house elf?" Cross threw chalk at him and hit him in the forehead as he said, "Which eye of yours sees a house elf?" The class giggled, and the kid rubbed his forehead with a small smile. Cross smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm an elf. Not a house elf, a real elf. Anyway, who can tell me what spell is used to protect yourself from most spells?" There was a chest next to him, and it started rumbling loudly, drawing the attention of the class. Cross slapped the chest, and a loud shout was heard, "He's a fake." "Don't listen to him." It was Cross' voice. The students were stunned and looked at Cross in doubt. Cross pretended like he didn't hear anything as he asked the question again. One student whispered, "Alohomora," and unlocked the chest. Another Cross jumped out and pointed his wand at Cross, saying, "Stupefy." Cross waved his hand and said, "Protego." A barrier formed, and Cross added, "That was also the answer. Which one of you opened the chest?" Everybody looked at a single student, a girl who looked anxious and scared. Cross smiled as he fended off himself and said, "In a situation where you're constantly being pushed back, what are your options?" The girl stuttered, "Expelliarmus." "Stupefy." Cross smiled and said, "Let's try it then, shall we?" Cross waved his hand and slapped the stupefy away as he said, "Expelliarmus." The other Cross waved the wand and blocked it as Cross shouted again, "Stupefy," but it was blocked again, and the clone continued. The girl was stumped, and Cross waved. A barrier blocked his half of the room as he said, "I'll show you another route. Take out your quills and listen carefully." The students took out their quills, and Cross started speaking. "In a battle, any advantage you can acquire could lean the battle in your favor. You must use your wits and instincts. Never focus only on your opponent. In real-life battles, anything can happen. Even the location matters. Watch closely. Cross dodged a spell and pointed forward as he said, "Cheer!" The other Cross started laughing uncontrollably, and Cross smiled as he threw a bunch of galleons and waved ducklifores. The galleons turned into ducks and quacked while pecking at the other Cross, flooding him, before Cross pointed and said, "Expelliarmus." The other Cross wand flew out of his hands and into Cross. He turned to the class and waved. Everything went back to normal, and the other Cross turned into a bunch of string, going back into the chest. The students were amazed. They had never seen such a way of fighting before. Cross smiled and said, "Can anyone tell me what just happened?" The students were stumped, but the little girl said, a bit unsure, "You made Professor Cross unable to fight back?" Cross nodded and said, "That's right. Your professor has been trapped by me, and I'm actually an evil intruder." He flicked the girl's forehead and said, "Silly girl, I am Professor Cross." Anyway, the main point was that not only can offensive spells be used for battles, but with a quick mind, all spells could be used in various ways to trick and disorient your opponent. The room changed as Cross walked on the wall to the ceiling as he said, "Sometimes strange occurrences can startle an enemy, giving you the chance to finish a fight quickly." He looked up and clicked his tongue as he said, "What are you all doing on the ceiling?" The girl was stunned and said, "But Professor, you're the one on the ceiling." Cross smiled slightly and said, "Is that so? Then why are you all upside down?" The students gasped and said, "Mate, your hair." They all looked at each other, and sure enough, they were in fact the ones on the ceiling. They looked at Cross in awe. Cross smiled and said, "As I was saying, the key to winning battles is using your brain to disorient the opponent." As he walked back down, returning the room to normal, Cross looked at the time and smiled as he said, "Next class, we will be learning about dangerous creatures. After all, I have a curriculum to follow." "You girl, what's your name?" The little girl stuttered, "C. Claire." "P. Professor." Cross nodded and said, 5 points to Ravenclaw." The bell rang, and all the little kids left the class, talking about the class excitedly. Cross grinned as he watched them go before saying to himself, "I think I have the best class. Best teacher by far for sure." He sat down in his chair and called out his beasts, while whoever wanted to come out. Carl, Blue, and Buckbeak came out. Cross smiled and said, "Turn to cute forms. I can't have the kids getting scared, you know." They all poofed and turned into plush babies. Blue looked like a blue puffball, Carl looked like a puppy with a horn, and Buckbeak looked the same but was just the size of puppy. They ran around the room, playing with each other, all being relatively young, unlike Selena and Gray. Cross completely ignored Red, only feeding him and never speaking to him. Red was lonely, sitting on his parasol tree. He really didn't care about Dumbledore anymore. He started to hate him because of this. Red sat on his tree and never left, just staring out into the distance as his hatred for Dumbledore rose by the day. Cross fell asleep at his chair once again. A while later, Cross was woken up with a loud shout. He jumped up from his chair in shock while the students laughed. Cross blinked and saw Astoria, Luna, Ginny, and the other sixth years. Cross coughed and said, "Yes, well anyway, I am your new professor. You may call me Professor Greengrass, or Professor Cross, or King. Whatever you want." The students rolled their eyes. Cross got serious and said, "Seeing as you're all sixth years, I assume you know how things go now. I don't have to explain myself." One student said, "Can you explain what we'll be learning?" Cross nodded and said, "You will be learning to fight. Fuck the dangerous creatures. I couldn't care less about them." The students chuckled, and Cross said seriously, "Enough." The class was silenced and looked at Cross bewildered. Cross walked to the front of the class and kicked open the chest. The Cross clone popped out with an equally serious expression. Cross looked at the class and said, "Your NEWTS can wait. First you need to focus on surviving this year." The students turned grim. Cross said, "That moron will attack the school eventually. You think your shitty magic can stand a chance against a Death Eater?" Cross sneered and said, "Some of you may have seen my kill a few very easily. Well, that's why I'm teaching and you're learning. Death Eaters are still very powerful wizards and witches and won't even hesitate to kill you in cold blood." Cross waved a bigger, chest appeared. He opened the top and took out a tied-up man before closing the chest. Cross threw the man on the ground and said to the class, "This is a Death Eater who decided to graciously volunteer to be my partner today." The class gulped and Cross kicked the man, sending him flying into a wall. He waved his hand, and the man flew back. Cross opened the man's mouth and poured Veritas serum in his mouth before throwing him on the ground and saying, "Tell them what you've done." The man snarled, "I've killed, raped, tortured, robbed, you name it." Cross pulled him up by the hair in front of the class as he said, "Tell them what Voldemort expects of a new Death Eater." The man replied, "Loyalty, smarts, bloodthirst, and willingness to kill. To be able to cast all 3 unforgivable curses without hesitation and a Muggle family sacrifice." Cross looked at the class and said, "This is what's coming for you. Tell them the average wizard rank in the Death Eaters." The man said 4th rank at least. The students trembled in fear. Cross shouted, "Do not be afraid. Take a good look at this man. How many people have you killed?" The man said, "Hundreds, I don't keep count." Cross shook the man by his hair and said, "The only thing standing between a Death Eater and their next victim is you. Ms. Weasley, what are the 3 unforgivable curses?" Ginny winced and answered, "Killing Curse, Imperious Curse, and Cruciatus Curse." Cross nodded and floated the man in the air as he said, "Perform the Cruciatus Curse on him." Ginny was startled and said, "Boo dash." Cross appeared in front of her and said coldly, "That man is about to torture Harry. What are you going to do? Watch from the sidelines and become more of a burden than you already are?" Ginny trembled and Cross teleported back as he shouted, "Do it." Ginny flicked her wand and said, "Crucio." The man started screaming in pain and writhing in his bindings. Cross waved his hand, and all the students were forced to watch, unable to look away. Cross said coldly, "You cannot run away from this. You must toughen up, or you will die. Normally I wouldn't care, but seeing as I'm now staff of Hogwarts, if even one of you dies, this is a big loss." "Enough, Ms. Weasley." Ginny stopped and was breathing heavy. Cross floated the man to him and said, "For the killing curse, I will demonstrate. I will explain why as well." He walked to the front of the room and continued, "You have been told that killing curses will harm you. This is not the case. You have also been told that to perform the killing curse, one must have hatred and negative emotions. This is also false." He looked at the students and added, "The killing curse is a curse just like any other. While it does require the intent to kill, that does not mean it has to be hateful. A killing curse could also be cast to protect. The surge of powerful emotions like hatred and love will activate the killing curse all the same." Cross smiled and said, "Here's the tricky part. Killing in itself will take a mental toll on the killer. For the weak-minded, it could be crippling. This is why, if are to use the killing curse, you must sufficiently prepare yourselves." He looked at the clone and said, "Do it," as he waved, and a golden barrier blocked him from the students. The clone pointed the wand and said, "Avada Kedavra." The students screamed in fear, while Cross pointed and said, "Avada Ultima." 2 different green beams collided in the middle. Cross turned to the class and said, "When faced with the killing curse, you have 2 options. One is to dodge and run as fast as you can, or produce a spell with as much power as the curse to block it. What you see me using right now is a self-created killing curse, an upgraded version of the original killing curse, if you will." He pushed his finger forward, and the dark green beam destroyed the green beam and blew up the string clone, reducing it to dust. Cross waved, and strings came out, forming a new string clone before he sent it back into the chest with his wand as he turned to the students and continued, "The Ministry forbids the use of this spell for varying reasons. I say that these curses are essential to a wizard's arsenal." Cross waved, and the golden barrier disappeared as he added, "I will say it once more, do not use the killing curse until you feel that you are ready. You will most likely develop mental trauma that will haunt you afterwards. Obliviating such a trauma is very tedious and tricky." Cross turned to the man and said, "If you vomit, you are not qualified to even think about performing the killing curse," as he pointed to the man and said without emotion, "Avada Kedavra." The man lost the light in his eyes and slumped to the ground dead. Most of the students threw up directly on the floor and became pale. Cross turned around, waving his hand and cleaning the entire classroom as if nothing happened before saying, "Next class we will be learning about normal, everyday spells and their history, as well as how to turn a simple Lumos charm into." Cross pointed his finger at a wall as he finished a deadly Lumine spear. The Lumos shined brighter and condensed before firing an extremely hot laser, piercing a hole in the wall, right through to the hallway, stunning the students completely. The bell rang and Cross smiled as he said, "Good job. I was expecting most of you to faint today." The students chuckled nervously before running out of the classroom in terror. Cross said, "G.I. Ms. Weasley, please stay for a moment." Ginny stopped, and Luna kissed Cross before smiling. "Great lesson, Professor." Cross smiled wryly and said, "Wasn't too intense?" Luna giggled and said, "Not for me. I'll see you later." Cross smiled, and she left. Astoria and Ginny were the only ones left. Cross looked at Astoria worriedly, but there was no need as Astoria jumped up and shouted, "Holy fuck, that was so awesome. You were like, wah, and then boom. And then you killed that worthless piece of trash like Zap." Whoa. Cross felt his mouth twitch, and he patted her head, saying, "Right, run along now, Miss Greengrass." Astoria happily skipped away, humming a song, as if she didn't just witness a public execution. Cross sighed and waved over to Ginny as he said, "Come here." Ginny walked over and sat down in a chair. Cross sat on the desk and crossed his arms as he said, "You okay? You seem a little out of it." Ginny nodded and Cross added, "I hope you're not shaken up about the Cruciatus curse." "I'm sorry if I pushed you." Ginny smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "It's not that. It's just, well, you're right. If I can't help him, then what use am I other than a burden?" She looked really sad. Cross patted her head and said, "Hey, cheer up. The good thing is, you're still here and you have time to improve." He smiled slightly as he said, "If you need, you can always use the room of requirement. I assume you remember where it is?" Ginny nodded and said, "Can you train me?" Cross looked awkward and said, "Extra work? I don't know." Ginny giggled and said, "Please." Cross looked to be struggling internally before finally sighing and saying, "Fine. But if you can't kill at least a dozen Death Eaters, don't even think about telling anyone you're my student. I'll be ridiculed." Ginny laughed and smiled as she said, "Then I'll see you later, Professor," before skipping away just like Astoria. Cross watched her go and sighed, muttering, "Maybe I'm getting soft." A voice was heard over the intercom, "Professor Greengrass, to the headmistress' office." Immediately, Cross let out a tired sigh and muttered again, "Betrayed by my own students." Heist before cleaning up the room and walking out, going towards the headmistress' office. Cross walked to McGonagall's office. He could have just teleported inside, but he felt that would be rude, so he walked. Cross entered the room and looked around. It looked the same as before. Cross smiled and said hello to the hat, who responded, Cross. Nice to see you again." Cross grinned and said, "Hasn't been too long, has it?" The hat chuckled and didn't say anything. McGonagall had a serious face as she said, "Mr. Greengrass, I have heard about your methods." Cross sat down and said, "What do you mean, Professor?" McGonagall said angrily, "Killing a Death Eater in front of a class of 6th years? Have you gone mad?" Cross pretended to not know as he said, "Death Eater." McGonagall continued, "The man from your trunk, the one you said you caught outside, the one you have Ginny Weasley use the Cruciatus curse on." Cross had a look of realization as he said, "Oh, no. You see, he was dead when I found him, thus wasn't alive the entire time." McGonagall felt her eyes twitch as she said, "And when he spoke?" Cross looked around the room and licked his lips as he grinned. "You see, some things dead people speak. Very strange phenomena, if I might add. Post-mortem exposition is what I call it, huh?" McGonagall leaned back and rubbed her eyes, taking off her glasses in the process, before saying, "Cross, I can't have you scarring the students." Cross gave up at the facade and said honestly, "Presser, you know as well as I do that this year will be far from peaceful. The 6th and 7th years will be fighting Voldemort's army. If they cannot handle a single death, not in their own hands, then they will not survive till the end of the year." McGonagall sighed again, and Cross continued, "I understand that perhaps my methods are a bit extreme, but this, I find, is necessary considering the crisis. He's not the headmaster anymore. His bullshit, peaceful endings will not suffice against wizards who have the intent to kill. Pardon me for being rude, but if these kids stay the way they are now, I estimate over half will die, with the first and second years being completely eradicated. McGonagall seemed to have aged by 10 years, and Cross shook his head as he said, "They need to be ready to fight and kill." McGonagall interrupted. "You're training an army." Cross retorted, "If that's what it takes, then fine, because if not, they will die. You can see this too. Voldemort might be retarded, but there's a lot more retards under him." Cross looked at McGonagall and said seriously, "You, a few teachers, the beast from the Forbidden Forest, and a few others can fight, but do you have the confidence to kill them all and protect the students at the same time?" McGonagall was silent, and Cross smiled. "Professor, let me tell you something. If something unexpected happens, I will flee." McGonagall was shocked and looked at Cross incredulously as she said, "You dash." Cross cut her off and said, "I haven't gotten married yet, and I will not leave my unborn child without a father." McGonagall choked her words back and looked at Cross with a heavy sigh, understanding what he's trying to say. Cross added, "I will not protect the students by sacrificing my own life. Not only is my life more precious, but who are they to be worthy of this king's sacrifice?" McGonagall rolled her eyes as a small smile escaped her lips, and she said, "Yes, well, Your Highness, if you could just not literally kill people in class, that would be much appreciated." Cross smiled and said with a chuckle, "I only had one Death Eater anyway," before teleporting as McGonagall threw a book at him. She smiled and looked where he just disappeared from before sighing and closing her eyes, mumbling, "I hope that they will be ready." The next day, Cross continued teaching his dad class. The younger kids got a fun demonstration with Cross clone acting like he was attacked and that the actual Cross was an imposter. The kids were scared before Cross showed them that it was in fact a clone. Then they laughed and cheered, thinking that Cross was the best teacher in the entire world. It was true. The 7th years got a full presentation on all 3 curses, and Cross went above and beyond what happened last time before telling them that they were in fact the front lines against Voldemort's moron army and that they had to keep it a secret from the other teachers. He killed another Death Eater in cold blood in front of them as he said, "They will not show mercy to you. In fact, I managed to hear that whoever kills the most students will be rewarded from Voldemort himself." That lit a fire under the students, and they started actually practicing frantically. Days passed by, during which Cross taught Ginny personally while Luna was resting. He was training her to be a real machine. His classes with the younger kids got him praise from McGonagall, while she turned a blind eye to the older students. Cross had decided to take it a step further. He gathered all the 6th years and 7th years and brought them into the room of requirement. The room expanded to fit them all, and Cross stood in front of them as he said, "Welcome to Fight Club. Now in this Fight Club, I will be thoroughly training you all in the unforgivable curses, harmful spells, defensive spells, charms, hexes, jinxes, and how to turn a common spell into a ruthless blood-seeking weapon." "Any questions?" Neville asked. "Is it true? Are you going to have to fight?" The rest of the students were curious and nervous as well. Cross smiled, but in the students' eyes it was a predatory smile, truly chilling. As Cross said, "Of course. You think that moron won't attack the school that he hates more than anything in the world?" The students were silent, and Cross grinned as he added, "I can see that you're all thinking I can't believe this. Well, truthfully, I couldn't care less what you believe or not. Hee. Leave the school and ruin your futures if you like. Hell, don't come to my lessons anymore. If you die, it actually doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form if you could believe that." Cross chuckled and said, "Actually, I won't even lose sleep over your deaths. You're not the special snowflakes your parents make you out to be, and I'm not a saint, hell. I'm not even a good person." The student's face turned ugly, but Cross shouted, "However." The students looked at Cross, a bit startled by the change in tone. Cross continued with a smile, "If you want to protect the school which gave you everything you currently have, the friends you made, the memories you share, if you want eternal glory, pride, if you want to be regarded as a hero who stepped up in a time of peril against one of the darkest wizards in history, able to tell your families for generations about how you didn't run, you didn't hide, You stepped forward and defended those took weak to fight behind you, casting your tall shadows on their small backs as heroes. Then, perhaps you should stay. The students felt their blood pumping as their fear slowly diminished. Luna was looking at Cross in a daze, biting her lips with intense love in her eyes. This was her man. Astoria was jumping up and down in excitement. Daphne had a calm smile on her face, while Ginny had an excited grin. Cross shouted, "What's it going to be? Are you going to run like a bunch of pussies? Or are you going to be heroes?" The students said heroes. Cross shouted, "I can't hear you." The students shouted heroes. Cross grinned and said good. First rule about Fight Club. Cross kicked a chest next to him. Dozens of tied-up Death Eaters fell out as Cross finished, "Don't talk about Fight Club." No kidding. He was basically training an army. If McGonagall heard, he would get fired maybe 5 minutes later. Seemed like his speech worked, though, as none of the students ratted him out and listened to his training very seriously. Cross taught them everything he knew about fighting and, more importantly, how to be ruthless. Not only with unforgivable spells, but the old ones like Lumine's Spear and a few others. It was actually very fun for him to teach these kids how to fight. Maybe he had a future in teaching? Regardless of whether he was a good teacher or not, he made them do daily exercise in the mornings. A nice run around the school grounds, while he floated in front of them on a broom with Luna, occasionally creating obstacles and throwing green spells at them. These kids were terrified from the green spells and jumped out of the way in fear for their lives. Obviously, it didn't help that Cross would shout Avada Kedavra whenever he threw a green spell. Cross was proud to say that they all dodged and not a single one of them was hit. One of the students once complained that Luna never ran, and Cross replied, "When you become pregnant, you won't have to run either." The male student turned green and kept running, while the rest were shocked but still ran as a debatably real Avada Kedavra flew over their heads. Obviously, Cross didn't actually throw killing curses at them, but they didn't have to know that, did they? They dodged for their lives in true fear of being killed by this madman. As time went on, Cross earned the title Mad Elf, with good reason. He had hit a student with one of his fake Avada Kedavra spells. It was Neville. The situation was like this. Neville collapsed to the ground on his back and didn't move anymore. The rest of the kids stopped in terror, and Cross said, evilly, "Longbottom couldn't make the cut. How many of you will survive till the end?" As he licked his lips and his fingers glowed green. The students bolted as fast as they could in pure terror and made explosive improvement. Some even used wandless and wordless magic to speed themselves up. Cross was happy at their progress. It had been a few months since he started the training. He flew over to Neville and slapped him awake before throwing him in his beast bag. Luna went inside to reassure Neville, who most likely thought he was now a ghost, as Cross chased the rest, throwing more Avada Kedavras at them. To his surprise, they were quite the nimble group after the incident with Neville. A few days later, some of the students saw Neville was back and almost fainted from fear, thinking that they saw a ghost. Cross had the funny idea to dress Neville up as a Japanese ghost, white robes and triangle headband and all. He actually had to get Neville to work with him a bit, so that the others would work harder due to fear. Neville would start spouting bullshit about how beautiful the afterlife was, and the color drained from the other students' faces as they ran for their lives, as Cross chased them. Neville joined them, working as hard as he could, while retelling his stories of the afterlife. As more students got hit and died, Cross started dressing them up too, and soon there was a ghost group walking around the school, spooking the younger students and confusing the ghosts. Cross had to go drag some students out of their beds to practice once, and he said that they would sleep forever if they missed another practice meet, in the morning or in the room of requirement. There was never another absence again. Time passed happily for Cross. The training had increased for the students in Fight Club. He got his beasts to come out and chase them, forcing them to run even faster while dodging all the spells coming their way. Carl grew to the side of a dragon, and the ground trembled as he chased the students with drool and foam escaping his lips. Cross had told all the beasts to chase them wildly, as if they were out of control, but not to kill any of them. Luna was coming along and was now 4 months pregnant. She looked as beautiful as ever before, but now there was an additional motherly charm. It really made Cross go crazy but he couldn't do anything with her, so he vented his frustrations on the students. Cross amplified his voice as he hovered in front of them and sang, "I don't know what I've been told." The students shouted back, "I don't know what I've been told." Cross continued, "But Voldy's shit is getting old." They chuckled and shouted back, "But Voldy's shit is getting old." Cross was firing green spells left, and right as he sang, "Sound off," the students returned 1, 2. Cross shouted, "Sound off." The students returned 3, 4. Cross said again, "Sound off." The students shouted 1, 2, 3, 4. Cross spoke this time, "Move your asses, or Carl Lecha. I haven't fed him for weeks. A tasty wizard is a feast for him at this point." Carl growled behind them, and his horn fired out a beam. The students dodged and started running faster. Cross waved, and a bunch of Death Eater statues appeared. The students flicked their wands and said, "Avada Kedavra." The Death Eater statues exploded, and they continued running, dodging spells left and right. Cross got a few more brooms and made 3 more clones to fire fake Avada Kedavras at them. Cross was having fun, but for the students it was basically hell. At the end of morning training, Luna smiled and said, "It's a month from now." Cross smiled and kissed her, saying, "Thank you, Looney." Luna smiled lovingly and rubbed her stomach as Cross turned to the group of students and said, "Those of you who want to be Animagi, step forward." The students were stunned and said, "You can just be an animagus?" Cross nodded and said, "If you see a dog, cat, bird, horse walking around, do you just kill it for no reason? If used correctly, Animagi can be extremely deadly with surprise attacks." The students gasped in wonder, and a few stepped forward, then a few more. Soon he had a small group of students. Cross pulled out a bunch of mandrake leaves and said, "Stick these to the top of your mouths for an entire month and recite the chants on a daily basis. Ask Astoria for the chants, and if you have any questions. Once the month ends, there will be a lightning storm, during which you will drink an animagus potion." Cross looked at the students and smirked as he added, "I will brew the potion myself. Boost the effects a little." Astoria looked at Cross and gasped after a few seconds as she said, "Why you?" Cross winked at her before dismissing the students and leaving with Luna. Cross went to breakfast and then started teaching his classes. The younger ones were really fun to teach. They had all sorts of crazy ideas that made Cross laugh. He tried to make every class as fun as he could for them, while also teaching them about dangerous creatures and how to protect themselves from them. Cross opted for a puppet approach, which basically had him making puppets of the dangerous beasts and a wizard that fought them, all exploiting their weaknesses one by one. He also gave a puppet to the student who had the best grades in the class every month. He modified the puppets so that they could be used without his strings for the students to actually use when they got them. There was a dark secret to the puppets, though. Once the student used them, the puppet would bind themselves to the student and protect them when they were in danger. A very dark bit of magic was used to achieve this effect. Basically, Cross wiped a Death Eater soul and branded them to be enslaved to whoever binds them. He obviously wiped the intelligence from the souls and stuffed them into the puppets so that they could make sounds and, when in danger, the puppet who automatically grow and protect the binded student. Just another eternal punishment for the Death Eaters. Nobody except Cross knew about this, as it would probably become a huge problem if anybody were to find out. Well, except Luna, who already knew. A single soul was ripped to make around 5 puppets, and only the 1-3 RD year students were able to get them. It was a hot commodity because the puppets were so cute and fun to play with. The younger students had little battles with them. It was truly wonderful. Another month passed. Cross-teaching evaluation by the students was as high as it could possibly go, even with a few students not liking him, but they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming amount of support he got. Basically, the students claimed that he actually made class fun, which left some of the other teachers a bit offended. Cross didn't say anything about this, but he didn't deny it either. The other classes, minus Trelawney, Slughorn, and Hagrid's, were really boring, just stuffing information into the students' throats as hard as they could, which was why Cross went with a fun and practical approach. The results spoke for themselves. The other teachers started mimicking Cross slightly, trying to make classes more engaging and fun, and the atmosphere in the castle was joyful. Currently, Cross was standing near a group of students outside in the lightning storm. He handed each of them the Animagus potion and watched over them to make sure there weren't any problems. His potion was altered slightly with a sliver of his blood. The goal was to make their animagus forms evolve slightly, becoming stronger than they were before. The students drank the potions and started changing as thunder rumbled above them. Apparently it worked. Cats turned into lions, dogs turned into wolves, birds turned into eagles. There was even a case of a student turning into a flying snake. Cross left after he confirmed everyone was okay. He told them all to get used to their new forms with Astoria, who had been an animal for quite some time now. Cross went back to his office and found a curious letter. He opened it and read the contents before smirking and disappearing from the castle entirely. Cross appeared in Diagon Alley, right next to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a goblin named Griphook. Cross lifted his right hand and said, "Luna, honey, I stepped out. I'll be back in a bit, okay?" The other four jumped in shock, while Cross heard Luna's voice. "Get me some licorice." Cross smiled to himself and said, "I buy the entire shop." Luna's sweet hum came from the ring. Cross put down his hand and turned his head, saying, "Fancy seeing you three here." Before looking at Griphook and smiling, "How's it going, Griphook? Ragnock asked me if I saw you. What happened?" Griphook bowed and said respectfully, "I was captured and tortured by Voldemort's Death Eaters, Your Highness." Cross frowned and said, "This Mr. Riddle gets stupider by the day, I reckon." Ron said, "Your Highness, you're an actual king, mate." Cross smirked and said, "You think I say that for show?" Ron nodded and Cross smacked his head. "Same moron." "Of course not." Harry said, "We need to get into Bellatrix's vault." Cross was confused and said, "Huh? What?" Harry said quickly, "I think there's a Horcrux in there." Griphook offered to help. Griphook added, "Did offer to help. You won't need me anymore, though." Cross smiled and said, "Luck you, I guess. I killed Lestrange. All her belongings are mine. Let's go. I happen to have business there as well." As he walked away, while the four were stunned, Harry chased Cross and said, "You killed Lestrange? How? When?" Hermione asked, "You own her things now? Is that how Gringotts works?" Griphook answered her, "Only for him. The rest forget about it. Whatever is in the vault goes back to the goblins or to the next of kin. Seeing as Lestrange had no kin, the goblins would become owners of everything inside." Ron clicked his tongue and said, "Bloody useful. Being a king is." Cross looked at Harry and said, "There's a lot of stuff you don't know. Like, for example, who has been leaving you helpful tips along the way since your first year? How is it that you don't remember the person or the voice, but only the words?" Harry was stumped, but Hermione shouted, "You obliviated him?" Harry looked at Cross, who smiled and said, "More than once if you can believe it." Harry felt hurt and said, "But why?" Cross looked forward and said, "This was to keep us both safe. The first time I obliviated you was when I felt you a note to be careful of who you trust, which, might I add, you failed spectacularly in." Harry said, "What does that mean?" Cross smiled. "I'm getting to it, Harry." "Jeez." He cleared his throat and continued. "The second time was in the graveyard against Voldemort. I also changed him a little here. I didn't want you to know that I pushed back Tom Riddle with ease and insulted him, making him so angry he almost died." Hee. Cross chuckled a bit to himself as he sighed. Those were fun times. Anyway, the second one was actually a double with Hermione. Hermione said, "What happened?" Cross smiled and said, "The centaurs didn't take away Umbridge, I did. I casted the Cruciatus curse on her until her mind broke and she became a bumbling moron, incapable of thought. That cunt, she should have gotten so much more. I regret not making her suffer to this day." He sighed and added, "I didn't need either of you thinking I was dangerous or crazy." He rubbed his nose slightly and said, "I consider us friends. I think torturing someone until they become mentally retarded is a friendship ender." Harry, Hermione, and Ron gulped, but Griphook nodded as he said, "This is the way a king must be, Your Highness." Cross smiled and replied, "I don't consider my actions to be unbefitting of noble status, Griphook. On the contrary, I stand by every choice I made. Given the chance, I would do the same." Griphook smiled. He had only seen Cross once before, talking with Ragnock, but he heard stories about Cross. He could safely say that the rumors in the goblins were false. He was not a kind saint, He was a ruthless king, but this was much better. The goblins didn't like saints too much. People with ruthless personalities are much better to do business with, much more honest. Cross continued walking forward as he said, "Then the last time I can remember was the astronomy tower." He glanced at Harry and asked, "Had you not seen the evidence in the prophet, would you not have come for me? I was the one who sent Dumbledore to Azkaban. I was the one who sent all the evidence to Rita Skeeter. I was the behind-the-scenes at the castle, protecting everyone from harm." Harry was silent while Ron and Hermione's eyes widened. Cross continued, "That night at the astronomy tower, I knew Draco wouldn't do it. Despite how much you hate him, he is not that type of person. His father maybe, but him? No. When Snape was about to kill Dumbledore, I stepped in. Would you like to know why, Harry?" Harry asked. "It was you who said all those things to me that night." Cross nodded, and Harry asked again, "Why? Why go so far from me?" Cross smiled and said, "Blimey, Harry, I did say we're friends, didn't I? Plus, as the key factor in Dumbledore's plans, protecting you from him would make the old schemer purple in the face with anger." "Ha!" Harry smiled slightly, and Cross said, "Anyway, the old coot's big plan was to die a hero, killed by his own staff. He also had a little plan on the side." Cross smiled coldly and said, "There's a very ancient piece of magic, Harry. A piece of magic so horrid it was destroyed completely. Every living being who knew what it was destroyed, and the magic was supposed to follow the death to hell. Alas, it managed to pop back up again." Hermione said curiously, "What magic?" Cross replied lightly, "The darkest art ever created, body snatching." They were confused, and Cross explained body snatching is just as it sounds. A wizard can detach his soul and invade another's body. Whether they lie in wait, destroy the body's soul, or devour the soul and replace it is all up to the caster. The four, including Griphook, had looks of horror on their faces. Cross smiled slightly and said, "I wonder what would happen if the boy who lived were to defeat Voldemort and take over an innocent old man's position." Hermione said, "Half the wizarding world would support him, dash." Her face completely drained of color, and Cross said, "I see Hermione understood what I meant." Harry said, "What did you mean?" Cross sighed and said, "Honestly, Harry, do those glasses make it hard to hear too? I'm saying the old coot wanted to steal your body and defeat Voldemort, so he would be even more powerful and famous than he already was." Harry paled and Cross smiled as he said, "But the old man made a fatal mistake." Ron said, "What's that, mate?" Completely into the story now. Cross sneered menacingly. "The bastard decided to touch my Luna." The three trembled. Everything Cross did was to avenge Luna. In that case, Harry was extraordinarily lucky and Dumbledore was extraordinarily unlucky. They all looked at Cross back and felt a bit of fear, but more relief and gratefulness. Hermione felt sad. Harry was grateful. Ron was wondering if that would help him stuff a girl full, while Griphook was in awe. Cross smiled, and they reached Gringotts. Cross looked up and said, "Let's go get you a Horcrux, yeah," before stepping inside, with the four following him. Cross walked into Gringotts with the group and walked to the head desk. He smiled and waved to the goblins, who bowed in respect. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were stunned, watching the goblins. Cross reached the front and spoke in gobbledygook, "Hey, Bogrod, take me to my vault, will you?" Bogrod smiled and said, "No problem." Before hopping off his desk and leading the group away, Cross followed Bogrod and said, "Has that moron been making trouble for the goblins?" "I found Griphook. He said he was captured." Bogrod said hatefully, "Yeah, a few goblins went missing. We suspect it was Tom Riddle." Griphook walked over and confirmed it was him. Bogrod frowned and said, "Ragnarok will not be happy." Cross waved and added, "Tell him to leave it to me. You will not be able to kill him. Actually, even I can't." The group was stunned, and Hermione said, "Didn't you say that you beat him a few years ago?" Cross chuckled and said, "Beating and killing are two very different things, Hermione. There's only one person in the world who can kill him. I can hit him with every killing curse in the book, and he would still survive." The goblins were silent and boarded the rail cart. The other three got on with Cross, and Harry said, "Is it me?" Cross smiled and replied, "Bingo. You're learning fast, Harry. Maybe you'll be the next Merlin. Just yet." Harry rolled his eyes, and Hermione said, "Do you know why it's Harry?" Cross was confused and said, You all don't know? Ron added, we've been hunting Horcruxes, mate. Cross finally realized and laughed as he said, did you find them all? Harry said, we've found the book, the ring, the locket so far. Hopefully there's something in Bellatrix's vault. Cross chuckled and looked at Harry as he said, where do you think the rest are? Harry scratched his neck and said, I don't know. Cross smiled and said nothing, just looking forward thinking about something. Hermione frowned and looked at Cross' thinking expression before saying, you know where one is? Harry and Ron looked at Cross, who grinned and said, I've known for a long time. Harry said quickly, where is it? We need to destroy it. Cross licked his lips and chuckled as he said, you won't be able to destroy this one, Harry. Harry was confused and the cart stopped. Cross said, ah, our destination. Let's go, shall we? As he got off the train cart and walked towards the giant cave. Harry followed along with a frown. He hated when Cross got all mysterious with him. Hermione was thinking hard, trying to figure out what he meant, while Ron was looking around the giant underground caves a bit scared of all the growls from below. They walked into the cave and were met with a giant white dragon. Ron shouted, that's a Ukrainian iron belly. Cross clicked his tongue and added, not anymore. It's about to die. He shook his head and walked forward, telling the rest to stay back. The dragon growled at Cross, who pursed his lips and slowly walked towards the dragon, releasing the pressure on it. The dragon backed up, feeling a threat, before bumping into the wall. Cross walked to the dragon and cooed as he rubbed the dragon's snout. The dragon slowly relaxed and rested on the ground in front of Cross peacefully. Cross smiled and whispered in Draconian, do you want to come with me? The dragon nodded with a hopeful look in its eyes. Cross looked behind him and pursed his lips again, thinking about it. He said, fuck it, come with me. The dragon followed him and Cross said, curl up in the middle here. It won't hurt a bit, trust me. The dragon cooed and curled up. Cross stepped back and grinned as he said, do you guys want to see something amazing? Ron was the first and threw his fist in the air as he said, yeah, mate. Go on. Cross chuckled and whistled. Blue came out his backpack and landed on his head. Cross smiled and said same as last time. Blue dripped a few tears and Cross bit his finger before setting up the runes he wrote for Selena and Gray. The rest watched as golden runes circled around the dragon before sinking into its body. The dragon lost the light in its eyes and slumped to the ground, but in the middle of its back and little white dragon flew out. The white dragon roared tenderly and landed on the ground, but there was a problem. The dragon, its wings, arms, legs, tail, they were all bones. It was a little bone dragon. Cross and Blue were shocked. Forget about the rest. They were so shocked they forgot to breathe. Cross picked him up. The dragon looked at him and nuzzled his bony head on Cross' neck. They both flashed and bonded. Cross smiled and stroked the little bone dragons. Well, Bones. He looked at the bone dragon and said, I'll call you White. Blue slapped her forehead with her wing and chirped, another victim. Cross replied, you love your name, don't lie. Blue grumbled, you're insane. Cross chuckled and Blue went back to the bag, while White took her spot on Cross' head and curled up before going to sleep. Cross turned around and smiled, cool. Hermione stuttered, why you? Cross waved and said, yes, I know. I'm amazing. We've been over this 100 times now. Anyway, Grip Hook Bogrod, you guys can have the carcass. There should be everything there. Grip Hook and Bogrod jumped in excitement and ran to the carcass, looking it over as Hermione finally said, how did you do that? You created something from nothing. That's Dash. Cross smiled, impossible. Hermione gulped, while Harry and Ron were just confused. Cross continued as he walked to the vault. You see, it's not actually something from nothing. It's more like a sacrifice. The beast forgoes its current body for another. The soul and all the energy in the body is used to create a new one. The Phoenix Tears help to create a new body while my blood makes it. So there's enough energy and a chance to evolve. Cross touched the door of the vault, and unlocking sound were heard as he added, you can understand it more simply as regressing to its origins. White mutated slightly because he carried a heavy death aura on him from the constant torture and malnutrition. Cross looked at Hermione's shining eyes and chuckled. You have to be an elf to do it, and own a phoenix. Hermione's eye dimmed, and she clicked her tongue in frustration. Cross snickered and walked into the vault as the rest followed them. Cross waved his hand and said in Elven, "Ultimate cleanse." A golden green light exploded in the room, covering everything as he said, "Damn curses." Harry said they were cursed. Cross replied, "A multiplying curse. Everything you touch will multiply infinitely. I assume Ragnarok has quite a few things from my vault now." That bastard. Although he said that, there was a smile on his face. Griphook and Bogrod came inside, and Cross said, "That should be it right there." As he pointed to a cup, Harry looked over and heard it speaking before grabbing it. Cross smiled and said, "Well, that's it. There's nothing else in here. Anybody want something?" Hermione felt her lips twitch as she took a book, while Ron took a shining gem. Cross chuckled and left the vault, saying, "Oh, right, Harry. You have a sword still." Harry nodded, and Cross said, "Just remember to give it to the goblins when you're done. I'm serious. If they come after you, even I can't stop them. Without paying a price, and I'd rather not have to make something, you know?" Harry chuckled and nodded. Cross smiled, and they left Gringotts. Cross turned to Griphook and Bogrod as he said, "Seriously, tell Ragnarok to be careful. That moron might attack Gringotts because of the Horcrux." Bogrod and Griphook nodded seriously before bowing and saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Cross smiled and said, "No problem." He turned to Ron, Harry, and Hermione and smiled as he said, "See you all later." He chuckled and added, "Sooner than you may think," before teleporting away, leaving the three confused. Cross bought an entire candy store out before returning to the castle and appearing in front of Luna with bags and bags on licorice and candy. Luna jumped up and kissed him happily as she said, "You're the best." Cross smiled softly and said, "I know. How are you feeling? Is everything okay?" Luna rubbed her stomach bump and said lovingly, "I feel great." Cross smiled warmly and kissed her lips before saying, "If you need anything, just tell me." Luna said cutely, "Can we cuddle? I miss you." Deep in her tone was a bit of pleading. Ever since Cross started teaching and training the students, they haven't been together all that much. Cross' expression softened, and he said, "Of course, Looney." Luna smiled excitedly, and Cross picked her up in a princess carry before laying her on the bed as softly as possible. He wrapped her in his arms, and she snuggled into his embrace comfortably before falling asleep. Cross rubbed her stomach with a happy yet nervous expression before slowly falling asleep himself. Another month later, Cross had given White his own habitat and inducted him into the early morning chase. The students were a lot better at running and a lot more fit too. Some of the students were a bit chubby before, but now they were as fit as a horse. Nice and strong. The Animagi students ran in their animal forms. Cross even forced the bird ones to run on their feet, only flapping their wings to dodge a spell. They even had to jump through obstacles with their legs. It was quite funny to see a bird running instead of flying, but nobody had time to laugh. White was pretty menacing already, but chasing the students, he kicked it up a notch and covered himself in black flames as he chased them. Some students had nightmares of his blood-red, flaming eyes as he chased them. Cross smiled and was happy with their progress. If even one of them was sent into the wizarding world outside of Hogwarts, they would no doubt be top figures. Cross even told them this, and they got a little complacent, but that was quickly fixed by the beasts chasing after them even faster and wilder. Another thing to note, the eggs had hatched. Little black dragons with spiked tails, 2 horns on their heads, black wings, and golden eyes chased the students playfully. It was good training for them. Cross had enchanted a shield on their eyes so they wouldn't accidentally petrify someone. Cross did the same for Hagrid's, who Hagrid named Nigel. Cross and Hagrid sent a letter with a picture to Newt and asked him if the name Horntail Basilisk Dragon was appropriate for the species, to which Newt replied that he was so excited he was about to fly over. He also said the name was perfect. Cross admitted that the name was a bit bland, but it was a perfect description of the species. He responded to Newt that things were a bit troublesome here, and that when things were better, he could come over, to which Newt replied that he understood and it wasn't an issue. Hagrid loved the little Nigel so much that he bonded with it. Nigel would usually hide in Hagrid's beard and only poke its head out to look around. Cross smiled at the little babies nibbling on the students, Their teeth hadn't set it yet, so their nibbles weren't dangerous, but they still hurt like hell. Some students even got bit in the ass, making the rest terrified at the thought that the bigger ones would actually bite them. So they ran even faster. Cross was having a great time, and then Ron, Hermione, and Harry showed up at the school. That's when all hell broke loose. Harry said, "We need to find Rowena Ravenclaw." Cross laughed and said, "Would you like me to send you to the afterlife to find her?" Hermione said, "Harry said Rowena Ravenclaw in a vision. There must be a Horcrux in the castle." Luna chimed in, "How about Rowena's diadem?" Ron sighed and said, "Here we go." Cross smiled and sipped his tea as the rest watched him. He was currently teaching a class when they barged in. The first years started whispering, "Is that Harry Potter? He knows teacher." Cross chuckled and said, "Relax you all, turn to page 67 in your books," as he got his puppets and said to Harry, "I don't know if her diadem is a Horcrux, but if you're looking for something, your best bet is the Room of Requirement. Though I should warn you, spells like Accio Horcrux or whatever don't work in there, and it's a giant mess." Before turning to the first years and controlling the puppets as he said, "Today, we'll be continuing where we left off. Grab your quills." The imp was traveling through the forest, while moving several puppets at once, creating a story with them. Luna smiled and rubbed her stomach on the side. She had a free period right now. The other three watched in awe. Ron chimed, "If our class was like this, I reckon I would have got a O+ in it." Harry nodded and said, "He's pretty good." Hermione added, "He's wonderful," after which a sad glare was sent to Luna, who spat out her tongue and flipped her off. Hermione snorted and dragged Harry and Ron away, going to search for the diadem. Apparently, they weren't the only ones. A while later, the whole school heard McGonagall's voice say, "Everyone in the Great Hall." Immediately, a few minutes later, Cross was sitting in the Great Hall as McGonagall looked nervous. Cross looked at all the students and McGonagall said, "Things are very dangerous. I've heard that Death Eaters have surrounded the perimeter." The teachers gasped and Cross stood up, walked to the podium, and stopped in front of it. He smiled at McGonagall and said, "Let me handle this," before chuckling and turning to the students. McGonagall had a bad feeling, and it turned out to be right. Cross grinned maliciously and said, "Seems we have a few snakes surrounding Hogwarts. Voldemort is here to kill you all." McGonagall slapped her forehead, completely speechless. The students started freaking out, and Cross shouted, "Quiet." The students froze and looked at him. Cross laughed and said, "Much better. Your little freak-out session is annoying. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Harry, Ron, Hermione, are they here?" Harry stepped out, and the Great Hall doors opened to reveal the Order with the Weasleys there as well. All of them. Cross chuckled and said, "Draco, come here." Draco popped into existence next to him, and Cross smiled, "Stay with me, so I don't accidentally kill your parents." Draco nodded, and Harry said, "But he's dash." Cross interrupted, "I know what he is, but he's still a student, is he not? Plus from my own house, no less. 10,000 points from Slytherin." Harry slapped his forehead, and Ron said, "Mate, they'll never come back from that." Hermione slapped him and said, "Idiot, that's not the point." Cross coughed and raised his hand as he said, "We're the little monsters I trained." The student stepped forward, and Cross laughed as he said, "Seamus, Neville, go blow up the back entrance. The rest of you, prepare yourselves. You'll be fighting on the front lines with the Order and the professors." A voice sounded at this moment, "Give me Harry Potter, and you'll all live." Cross laughed and said out loud, "Tommy boy, I'm coming for you. Hey." The students were aghast, and the voice turned venomous as he said, "You, I'll grind you bones to dust." Cross burst out laughing and said, "Just wait for me. You won't live after today, I promise." He chuckled and looked at Harry as he said, "Do you trust me?" Harry nodded, and Cross grinned as he said, "Tommy boy, I'll give you Potter. Meet me in the courtyard at the front of the school." The students were shocked, and Cross said, "The rest of you will prepare to get blood on your hands." "Barrier? What barrier? You should be afraid of you, not the other way around," before teleporting in front of Harry and grabbing him with a grin as he teleported away. The students and the Order immediately ran to the courtyard. Cross was standing there with Harry, who said, "You have a plan?" Cross nodded and said, "You have to die." Harry said, "What?" Cross smiled and said, "Remember what I told you at Gringotts? You are the final Horcrux, Harry." Harry's eyes widened and Cross touched his scar as he said, "An accident, but nonetheless, still a Horcrux. Why do you think you know Parseltongue? Or you have such a connection to Riddle?" Fortunately, he doesn't even know himself. Harry sighed and said, "Then let's die." Cross grinned and slapped his back as he said, "That's the spirit." Just as he finished, Voldemort appeared and said, "You brought him?" Cross smiled and said, "Do I look like a liar?" Voldemort said, "I suppose not." The rest of the students showed up as Voldemort flicked his wand and said, "Avada Kedavra." Hermione shouted no as Cross pushed Harry into the green beam. The green beam smashed into him and Harry fell to the ground. Voldemort was shocked that he had actually succeeded. Then he started laughing loudly and mockingly. The students started crying and Ron shouted, "Bloody good friend you are, mate." Hermione shouted, "Why did you let him kill Harry?" Cross laughed and said, "Why do I have to explain myself to you? I think you're forgetting who I am." As his pressure slammed against Ron and Hermione as he added, "I can do what I want. I don't need to explain anything to you. Maybe you should focus on the upcoming fight, unless you want to die." Voldemort laughed and said, "Of course, you'll all die as well." Cross smiled and said, "Did you think I brought him here for you to leave?" Voldemort was confused and Cross said, "All right, get up. Is the floor very nice? Do you like having people think you're dead?" Harry got up and rubbed his nose, saying, "You could have told me." Cross chuckled. "Isn't it more fun this way?" Harry chuckled, and the rest of the people there were stunned and confused. Voldemort shouted, "What?" Cross laughed and said, "You're as stupid as ever, Tom. You just killed the potion of your own soul inside Harry. What kind of wizard doesn't know when he makes a Horcrux? Moron. Though, I shouldn't be surprised. You came to your death with a big smile on your face." Harry backed off and Cross smirked as he said, "I guess I'll take the lead." He touched the ground and laughed. String whirled. The whole courtyard, the pillars and buildings around it, turned into string and Cross giggled like a madman and said, "Come on then, Tom. I'll play with you for a while," as the strings turned to spikes and shot towards him at an incredibly fast rate. Voldemort jumped back before operating away. Cross said, "Find the last Horcrux and kill it." He licked his lips and said, "I'll distract Tommy Boy," before jumping into the air, landing on a string and flying after Voldemort. The courtyard went back to normal, and Harry said, "Fuck, that was cool." The students watched Cross leave, and the first year, Claire shouted excitedly, "Professor Cross is so cool." The students cheered after that, before Luna hummed and blue, gray, white Carl, Selena, Buckbeak, and Red came out of the bag. They all grew and latched onto the buildings of Hogwarts, roaring menacingly at the incoming Death Eaters. The students that were trained by Cross were led by Ginny, who shouted, "Well, do you want to let Professor Cross down?" The rest got angry and shouted in "Oh." Ginny shouted, "Then let's slaughter these death fools." The students cheered, and some transformed into their animal forms while the rest charged towards the Death Eaters, throwing Avada Kedavra spells and catching the Death Eaters by surprise. McGonagall was completely shocked, and Sirius said, "Oh, that kid trained them well. They're even getting my blood pumping." As he transformed and joined the fight, the rest of the order followed along. The professors and the rest of the younger students were left, along with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Harry said, "Professors, keep the rest safe. We will look for the final Horcrux before leaving with the other two." McGonagall said, "Quite the responsible students we have here." She was quite joyful. The Animagus group all performed sneak attacks before continuing to fight in their human forms. They took down a group of Death Eaters, while Draco was with Astoria in his ferret form. He was on her shoulder, looking anxious. Astoria said softly, "We'll find them, Draco." Draco nodded and rubbed his head on her neck, looking sad. Astoria smiled softly and said, "I don't blame you. You fixed me. I will love you for the rest of my life." Draco wrapped around her neck and licked her cheek. Astoria giggled and continued dodging spells, looking for Draco's parents. Luna was hanging back and saving any student who was in trouble with her whale tears. She was flying around the sky on Buckbeak's back, protected with a lightning barrier. Selena shredded through Death Eaters like they were nothing, petrifying groups of the at a time. Gray was not too far away, protecting her and killing Death Eaters. White was swooping around, blasting Death Eaters with black fire breaths and swiping his sharp bone wings at them, cutting Death Eaters in two. Carl was going crazy on the ground, blowing through Death Eaters like a train, trampling and stabbing them with his legs and horn. Blue and Red were blowing ice and fire at the Death Eaters while also dropping tears on some of the students that were seriously injured. The babies weren't able to participate and were left in the nest by Selena. She put them to sleep and sealed the exit just in case. Cross was chasing after Voldemort and throwing goofy hexes at him, knowing that he can't kill him. But maybe he could make him so angry that he vomits blood and kills himself? Who knows, but Voldemort was turned into a duck, a moose, a rat, a mouse, a jellyfish, you name it. Cross cycled through animals and laughed at all the forms he found funny. Voldemort's anger was reaching a peak, and he suddenly lurched as he shouted Nagini. Cross ignored his cry and assumed the last Horcrux was killed, but that meant nothing before he still couldn't kill him. Cross turned him into a few more animals before Voldemort shouted, "Are you going to do nothing?" Cross was confused but soon heard a powerful and grating voice. "You finally realized he was stronger than you?" Voldemort was silent and a figure appeared in the air. Cross looked at the figure. It had completely black skin with 3 arms. It resembled a human, but at the same time not. Along with the 3 arms it was wearing rags had 2 long teeth coming out of its mouth, one going up and the other going down. The figure became more clear, and Cross saw it had 5 eyes. Each of them was a different color: blue, red, green, black, and white. They were solid throughout his entire eye. The creature also had 3 purple horns on its head. Cross was so disgusted he also threw up as he said, "What the fuck are you supposed to be?" The creature chuckled and said, "The killer of elves, coincidentally also the last of my kind. At least on this plane," as a powerful force came out of him, and he said, "You can call me Goggross." Cross turned solemn as he said, "Fuck. A demigod." Cross scratched his stubble and said, "I don't suppose you've had a change of heart after 100 years? Goggross chuckled and said, "Nope." Cross sighed and said, "Didn't think so." Before bolting back to the castle, Goggross chased after him, while Voldemort went searching for Harry. Cross arrived at the castle to see a bunch of students recuperating and a ton of dead bodies. Draco was with his parents and Astoria. McGonagall was taking care of the injured students, and Luna was holding a backpack with a smile, healing whoever she could. Cross landed on the ground and said, "Everyone get in the castle now." There's a big, ugly dash. He was smashed into the ground by Goggross. The students yelped, and Goggross looked over at Luna and said, "Another elf? Seems like your woman." Cross swept his leg out, hitting Goggross in the chin and sending him flying into the surrounding pillars as he spat out some blood, hopping to his feet and saying, "Ugly ass whatever you are, I'll rip out each of you eyes if you look at my wife again. Do you believe it?" Cross waved his hand and said, "Nothing to see here, kids. Just an ugly demigod. Go inside. Shoo, shoo." Everyone was swept into the air and thrown into the castle. Luna looked worried and landed softly on her feet in the castle. Harry ran out and the door slammed shut. Cross smirked and said, "Voldemort is here. Looks like a double showdown to me, he." The surroundings turned to string once more and Cross chuckled. "Let's get the party started." String spikes shot towards Goggross, who waved his hand and burned them to a crisp. Cross grinned and controlled his strings, making 3 string clones, before using his strings himself and attacking Goggross, while Harry started fighting Voldemort on the side. Goggross turned into flames and dodged the strings. Cross clicked his tongue, and the string spikes turned blue before bursting out of the ground and piercing towards Goggross in every direction. Goggross jumped into the air and dodged the strings, but Cross laughed and said, "Is it so simple?" The strings intertwined and chased after Goggross in the air, as his clone chased him as well, throwing Avada Ultimas at him. Cross hummed to himself and was kicked to the side by Goggross' fire clone. Cross jumped back and flipped in the air, pointing at the fire clone, Aquamentus Ultima. A massive blast of water obliterated the fire clone, but the clone turned into water this time and attacked Cross again. 2 more water clones appeared and attacked Cross with a bunch of dark spells. Avada Kedavra, Lumine Cannon, Aquamentus obliteration. Cross grinned as he dodged the spells and threw up a protego before taking in a deep breath and blowing out ice breath, freezing the clones before shooting strings through them. The students and professors were watching from above and were shocked. Harry's fight was relatively normal, but Cross was too strange. Cross looked up with a grin, but it was not so bright. His clones were obliterated and Goggross was barreling towards him. Cross reached into his bag and threw out thousands of galleons. He waved his hand, and all the galleons turned into a massive variety of animals, attacking Goggross. Cross licked his lips and sucked in. He pointed forward, and a smoke screen exploded in the group of animals, just as Goggross shot inside. Cross opened his mouth and breathed out black fire. His fire breath touched the smoke screen, and the smoke ignited, making a massive explosion that was immediately engulfed in black flames. Cross coughed out black smoke before jumping back as an explosion happened under his feet. Goggross shot out of the ground with a few burns. Cross quipped, "It's true. The uglier you are, the harder to kill. I don't think an Avada Ultima will kill you." Goggross scoffed and said, "You're trying to rile me up. It won't work, elf." Cross spat, "Yo mama's ugly." Goggross shouted, "Don't talk about my mother," and attacked Cross, who chuckled and dodged in the air, whipping his leg out and kicking Goggross in the stomach. Cross grabbed Goggross' horns after he kicked him and went flying before flipping in the air and slamming Goggross in the ground. The castle trembled and Cross spread out his fingers. 10 strings came out and the tips turned green as he said, "Let's test my theory, yeah? Avada Kedavra." The 10 strings shot out green beams and hit Goggross. Cross jumped back and Goggross swiped out with a giant fire sword. Cross clicked his tongue and grinned nervously. "Seems like I was right." Goggross growled and charged at him with the sword. Cross gulped with a grin and said, "Hee hee, not good." Before dodging they swipe and leaning back, he put his hands on the ground and flipped backwards, dodging another swipe. Cross dodged all of Goggross' swipes and started to sweat a bit, thinking of a way to kill this monstrosity. Good news, Harry killed Voldemort and picked up the Elder Wand. Cross grabbed Harry and threw him into the castle, grabbing the Elder Wand out of his hands and saying, "Pardon me, mate. Let me borrow this, yeah." Harry flew into the castle, and Goggross sucked in Voldemort's disappearing corpse. Goggross grew another arm, and wings exploded from his back. Cross chuckled and gulped as he said, "Oh, that's not good." Sure enough, 3 more fire swords appeared in Goggross' hands. Cross quipped, "Unfortunately, you're uglier now. I guess you got stronger." Goggross smashed the 4 swords at him, and Cross jumped away, saying, "I take that as a yes, then. Let's kick things up a notch, shall we?" Cross' body glowed orange, and he started moving faster. He pointed the Elder Wand forward and shouted, "Chronostasis." Goggross stopped for a moment before moving again. Cross chuckled nervously and said, "Huh, just a joke. What I meant was stop." A giant hourglass slammed into Goggross and stopped him. Cross let out a breath and held his hands together, throwing the Elder Wand to a clone. All 3 clones mimicked Cross and held their hands together. Cross pulled his hands apart, and a dark green ball grew in between his hands. They all shouted in unison, "Avada Obliteracy Ultima." The balls turned so dark green they were almost black before they exploded with intense beams of concentrated magic, shooting towards Goggross, who broke free from the time stop and blocked in every direction with his arms. A massive explosion occurred. Cross string clones came back and went into his body, while the Elder Wand was thrown into his storage bag. Cross backed off from the explosion and sighed as he said, "For fuck's sakes." Right after, loud, obnoxious laughter was heard. Cross rubbed his face and slapped his cheeks as he said, "Is it really so bad to die? Just do it, please, for me." Everyone above slapped their foreheads, and Luna giggled nervously, biting her nails. Goggross laughed and said, "Foolish boy, thank you for helping me take the last step." Cross cursed, fucking bastard. You slimy, disgusting cunt. You fucking used me." Cross kept spouting out curses, and Goggross choked on his monologue, while the rest above started whispering, "Professor has quite the vocabulary." McGonagall coughed and glared at the kids as she said, Do not repeat these words, understand? The students nodded and looked back at the fight. Cross stomped his foot and shouted, "You slippery cunt. Even if you're a god, you'll die today. I swear." Everything turned into strings and became black with strange black wisps coming off them. Cross spread out his arms, and a single spike engulfed him. When Cross came out, he was dressed in black string battle armor, though he didn't have a helmet. Cross said insanely, "Let's see if gods bleed today. I won't die until I know." As he pointed forward, the black string shot forward and pierced towards Goggross. Cross himself shot forward and clawed at Goggross, strings trailing from his fingers. Goggross got slashed by the strings while dodging the spikes. He started bleeding from the wounds and said, "Impossible." Cross laughed wildly and said, "What god? You're just a fucking joke." Anti-magic strings twisted together and formed a lance in his right hand while his other hand stayed the same. Cross grinned and pierced his lance towards Goggross, who dodged, but he also had to dodge the spikes coming for him from all sides. Goggross charged at Cross instead, and Cross sank into the strings, dodging as the strings collapsed on Goggross, forming a tight ball. Cross threw the lance through the ball and waved his hands. Spikes flew up and pierced the ball in every direction. Cross grabbed the air and pulled. The string ball tightened and exploded. Cross eyes flashed and a helmet appeared just before he got punched in the face and sent flying into the castle walls. Goggross came out of the explosion covered in blood. Cross blew up the wall and floated in the air on his strings as he said, "Why won't you die? Don't you know I have a class soon? I'm going to be late. For fuck's sakes. Fucking gods." He stretched his hand out, and a giant mace with a long hexagonal-shaped top appeared. The top was almost as long as the handle and had spikes coming out of it on every surface. Cross took out the Elder Wand and put it inside the mace. The mace glowed and let out a menacing aura. Cross was plated in the black armor with a three-horned helmet as he rested the mace on his shoulder and said, "You should have stayed in the gross hole you came out of. Ugh, even looking at you disgusts me. Has your mother ever heard of abortion? If I had an ugly cunt like you, I'd let you loose in the woods." Goggross trembled in rage and roared before teleporting in front of Cross, who swung the mace and smashed Goggross right in the head as he said, as the Americans say, "Home run." Goggross blasted through the air like a rocket, smashing into the bridge and making a massive hole. Cross stepped out and said, "Ah, fuck. Now I have to clean that up." McGonagall rubbed her forehead and sighed, while the younger students laughed and cheered. Luna sighed and rubbed her stomach anxiously. She was strong, but not strong enough to help him, which made her extremely upset. Cross teleported to the air and slammed his mace towards nothing, but Goggross appeared swinging a sword. The weapons clashed in the air and blew a massive shockwave in all directions. Cross and Goggross backed off before Cross shot towards Goggross and swung his mace, pushing back Goggross. Goggross growled and his four arms grabbed the air. A massive black fire sword appeared, and he swung it, sending Cross flying back into the castle walls. Goggross chased him and swung again. Cross held his mace up and blocked the sword slash. Behind him were all the students and teachers, but more importantly, Luna. Cross was panicking as Goggross kept getting stronger. What the fuck was this monster? Goggross cackled and said, "You and everyone behind you will die. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha." Cross was slowly losing, but then he heard a voice, Elven Prince. "Use me." Cross roared and pushed Goggross back before smashing him back a few feet as he stood on the castle in front of the students. The sword of Gryffindor flew out of Neville's hands and merged into Cross' mace handle. Cross roared, and the castle started changing around. The students were pushed back, and the towers started moving. Cross pulled to be pulling the world as he threw a fist forward. The castle towers flew through the air and smashed into Goggross, smashing him down into the courtyard. Cross pointed the mace at Goggross and said, "Infinite annihilation." A beam of anti-magic shot forward and slammed into Goggross' body. Goggross let out a pig butchering scream and said, "You can't key dash." Cross teleported in front of him, and his entire mace was covered in anti-magic. Magic as he smashed the mace on Goggross, repeatedly saying, "Fuck you and your trash monologue. Just die already. Die, die, die." Goggross couldn't speak and was smashed to a pulp by cross mace. His arms were destroyed, his legs were destroyed, his torso was destroyed. Only his head was left. Goggross said weakly, Cross smashed his head and shouted, "Why aren't you dead yet? Stop monologuing, I don't care." Cross was really pissed as he smashed his mace into Goggross' head over and over again until it was a bloody pulp. Cross looked at his work and nodded in satisfaction, but Goggross made a noise and Cross smashed him again in disbelief. It couldn't be that he had to listen to his monologue, right? Cross blew out black flames and burned Goggross' body, smashing the ashes for good measure afterwards. He waited around for a minute. Maybe his soul had something to say? Thankfully, Goggross was truly dead this time. Maybe he could tell his monologue in hell. Cross let out a breath and sat down on the ground, exhausted, as the castle reverted back to normal and the doors opened, letting everyone out, and they rushed to the courtyard to see the damage. Cross was hugged and pulled into 2 soft mounds by Luna. The armor and mace returned into his body, and the sword of Gryffindor fell to the ground along with the Elder Wand. Cross has a face full of chest and side. So this was what heaven is. Luna kissed his head and said, "Are you okay?" Cross was drooling with blood coming down his nose. Luna slapped him and giggled as she said, "I guess so." Cross woke up and said, "No, heaven come back," before burying his face in Luna's chest. The rest looked awkward and Luna blushed in embarrassment as she said, "There's people." Cross got up, picking up the sword and wand before saying, "What is this, a free show? I don't like audiences." "Shoo." Luna buried her embarrassed face in Cross' chest as the rest coughed. Cross threw the sword and the wand at Harry before looking at the second years, as he said, "I think you have class now." The second years froze, and McGonagall rolled her eyes as she said class is canceled for the day. Cross clicked his tongue, and the students cheered. Moody hobbled over and said, "Excellent work, Greengrass. What in Merlin's name was that creature?" Cross scratched his stubble and said, "Didn't catch his monologue. But he's dead, does it matter?" Moody looked at the ashes and said, "I suppose not." Sirius slapped Cross' shoulder as he said, "Amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Can you teach me that?" Cross chuckled and asked, "Are you an elf?" Sirius clicked his tongue and said, "I'm a dog. Does that count?" Cross snapped his fingers and said, "You know, you just missed the cut there, Sirius." Lupin burst out laughing and slapped Sirius back as he said, "Maybe. Ha! You can learn some pet magic. Ha 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 ha." Sirius growled and lunged at Lupin, starting a fight. Cross looked at Moody and said, "You should probably start cleansing the ministry. Undesirable number 1 isn't a very good look for Harry. Though with those glasses, actually keep the title." Harry coughed, and Hermione patted his back. Moody grinned and said, "Ah, yes. The ministry, I almost forgot about them." Cross smirked and said, "Someone should really fix that bridge. I don't know who broke it, but it should really be fixed." Everyone gave him a look of disdain before going to work. The Order along with the Weasleys left. Fortunately, not a single one of them died. That's some plot armo. Good luck. The professor started fixing the castle along with the students who weren't injured, while the nurse was drowned in work on all the injured kids. Luna went to help lessen the load. Some students died, but none of them had a name, strangely enough. It was like as if they weren't important enough to be mentioned. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed behind to help, and McGonagall gave them a ton of homework for missing so much school. The same with Draco. Cross was standing around, laughing at all the people working before he was dragged by Luna to help heal the students. A while later, Cross wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Harry walked over saying, "Hey." Cross replied, "Hey." Harry nodded and said, "Anyway, here's the Elder Wand," as he handed it over. Cross took it and said, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Harry shrugged and said, "I don't know, but it doesn't listen to me after you took it from my hand, so it's yours now, congrats," before walking away. Cross was stunned and shouted, "Hey, for eyes. You can't just dump a burden on me like this." Harry started speed, walking away, and Cross chased him shouting, "Potter, damn it, give me the cloak instead." Harry shouted, "No, it's mine," before running as Cross chased after him. Everything went back to normal after that. No better than normal. Hogwarts wasn't being run by a scheming body snatcher, and McGonagall did a pretty good job. She finally instilled new classes, Hogwarts would teach everything in the future, from normal magic to dueling, healing, dark magic, and everything in between. Since Cross defeated a literal god, Hogwarts popularity was on the rise, and a meteoric rise at that. Cross continued to teach and reluctantly accepted to come teach again next year, officially breaking the 1-year, one-teacher curse for the diadem position. On a happy note, Luna gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. Cross named him Zephyr, and Luna reluctantly agreed, as Cross said that he would just leave him with his grandparents if he had any other name. Luna almost killed him but held back. The other baby was also born around the same time as Zephyr. It was instead a girl. Cross named her Storm and received a swift slap from Luna, who decided to name her after her mother, Pandora. Cross agreed, since it was a personal thing for Luna, and as a loving husband, he would naturally agree to what she said. He seemed to forget he threatened her with never seeing Zephyr again if they named him Lucas. Anyway, Zephyr and Pandora were born, and Luna was working double time just feeding them. It didn't help that Cross wanted to pretend to be a baby as well. Little did he know, she almost killed him several times. Cross tried to make her laugh most of the time, since she seemed to be stressed a lot, and he tried to take care of the kids, bringing them to classes and strapping them in harnesses on his chest as they slept. The students felt it was weird to see Cross holding 2 babies while teaching, but kept their silence as the babies actually didn't make the class any different. A small sleeping charm may have been used, but Cross wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. The school year came and went. Slytherin was pushed so far down that they might not ever win House Cup again. Obviously this was false because Cross gave absurd amounts of points for every little thing. This one time, a student tripped and another student caught them. Cross awarded 5,000 points to Slytherin for bravery and being an upstanding moral citizen. McGonagall almost fired him then and there, but the students loved him too much, so she couldn't do anything. Also, Cross and Luna got married over the summer. They had the wedding at Xenophilius' house. Marcus and Xenophilius held a baby each, and Cross was dressed in a completely white tuxedo. The entire order was invited along with all of their friends and some teachers. Luna wore the most beautiful white wedding dress and walked down the aisle with her mother in ghost form, who was so happy she cried as she witnessed the wedding. She managed to hold out until the end of the wedding, and Cross smiled as he personally promised to Luna's mother that he would take care of her. Pandora was so happy, she cried again. A bit of a crier, this woman. Sure enough, she cried again when she found out their daughter was named Pandora and that they had kids. By the time she returned to the underworld, her eyes were red and puffy, but she had the brightest smile on her face. Even Cross cried a little, but immediately cursed that Pandora had infected him with her crying sickness. He wasn't down with the sickness and hoped it wouldn't be a reoccurring issue. The wedding was fantastic and fun, though some people, Hermione, got a bit too drunk and started spouting nonsense, pouring her heart out to whoever listened, eventually grabbing Draco and blasting him with her mumbo-jumbo. Cross could have sworn he saw Draco and Astoria leaving with Hermione that night, though he had no idea why. Actually, he did have an idea, but he didn't believe it. Anyway, Hermione wasn't important. Luna and Cross enjoyed their honeymoon, traveling the world looking for strange creatures, leaving Xenophilius and Marcus to take care of the kids. When they came back, Luna took the kids with her, and Cross bought a house before contacting a house elf. The cute little elf was Dobby. He explained that being a free elf was cool and all, but he missed doing things. Cross signed a contract with him after giving him clothes and saying that the rags weren't very chic. Dobby dressed up, and Cross threw a drop of his blood into Dobby's mouth, transforming him into a high house elf. Dobby was ecstatic, and his butler clothes actually fit him now. Also, he didn't look like a gremlin anymore, but a small, nice-looking young man. Cross continued to teach at Hogwarts while Luna stayed home with the kids. She wasn't lonely at all, because Cross would just teleport home after his classes were over. Luna was happy, Cross was happy, Dobby was happy. The 7th-year students at Cross taught took up a lot of the Auror spots, and Amelia returned to the ministry as the minister, while Sirius just followed her around in dog form, protecting her from the shadows. The students that didn't become Aurors got different jobs at the ministry, and they cleaned it inside out, breaking the retarded Muggle-born our inferior belief. What a joke! The biggest contender for the next minister spot was Hermione. Some of the older houses disagreed with this, but the Seventh Years, that were reborn from the blood during the Death Eater battle, gave the resistant houses their own input. Those houses soon became the biggest supporters of Muggles in the world. Cross continued to teach, soaking up all this info from the outside, but really he could not care less. He was teaching to alleviate his boredom while practicing on the side. Fun fact, he had access to the library in the ministry and learned all the spells inside. Now it was time to train his magic and body. So he did, very thoroughly. Cross pushed his body to the absolute limit every day, but felt like he could go higher, and so he continued to up his workouts and magical training, draining out his absurd amount of magical energy every night and meditate on no mana, becoming a strainer, sucking in only the purest amount of mana possible. He also made time for his loving wife and kids. Quickly, 6 years passed. Cross found himself unable to cross the barrier no matter how hard he tried. His current self could obliterate his past self with a flick of his finger. He was extremely powerful. Luna had also joined him and hit the barrier as well. She was confused and Cross shrugged, saying that they probably needed to leave this plane for a higher one to advance. Luna got worried and hoped that Cross wouldn't leave her and the kids. Cross laughed and said that she was coming with him, and she said that she wouldn't leave the kids no matter what, to which Cross explained that they were all coming once he figured out how to get there. Luna felt relieved and smiled as they shared a night together. A night that got interrupted by Pandora and Zephyr crying that they had a nightmare. Apparently, they were being chased by a giant chocolate frog. Cross picked up Pandora, who looked like a mini Luna with pitch black hair and red eyes. She was as cute as a porcelain doll. Luna picked up Zephyr, who looked like a mini Cross, minus the black markings, with pale blonde hair and pink eyes. He was also as cute as a porcelain doll. Quite the cute kids. Their ears were also long and pointy, just like their parents. Pandora stuck to Cross most of the time, and Zephyr was the opposite, sticking to Luna like dog plaster. Cross hugged Pandora, Luna, and Zephyr as he went to sleep. Luna cuddled into Cross' chest along with the two kids, and they all fell asleep as a big happy family. The next day, Cross was sitting in his classroom, smoking. He had picked it up since he was so stressed from the kid stuff. It was nice and they were harmless, since his body filtered all the bad shit out of it. He was reading a newspaper when he heard the castle speak to him, come to the room of requirement. Cross teleported to the room, and the castle said, "Take me with you. The tree has asked me to send you up." Cross said, "I can't leave my family." The castle said, "Not a problem. Come back in the summer." Cross agreed and went back to teaching. The summer rolled around, and Cross went to the castle. It shoved him out, and Cross was standing high up in the air. The entire castle, along with everything around it, started glowing and condensed into a single object before floating towards Cross. It was the entire area around Hogwarts and the castle itself on a torn-out chunk of land, but this castle looked much different. The main building had 9 layers with balconies around the building on every floor. The towers were in all 4 corners. The maze, the forest, the lake, and a mountain were on each side. It was symmetrical and beautiful. Cross looked down and saw that nothing had changed on the ground. Everything was the same, but Cross felt that it wasn't the same. The castle in front of him spoke, "I will create an inner world inside you. Only you can choose who comes in and out." A beam of golden green light fell on the castle, who added, "The tree has bless me. Only you will be able to feel me. Nobody else. I need to rest." The castle floated into his abdomen and his body shined. The last thing the castle said was, "Chamber under the castle. That's where you'll leave from." Before going silent, Cross smirked and teleported back to his home. He explained everything to Luna and brought her inside her inner world. The two were immediately assaulted by pure energy. They both felt refreshed and explored the entire space. Everything was great, except there were no books or people, not even an animal. Cross and Luna came out and discussed. Cross said that they should take the kids and leave. He didn't know where they were going, and it could be that they can't come back. Luna disagreed and said that they should at least ask if others wanted to come along. Cross was torn and retorted that they may have to live inside his inner world for life if it was too dangerous. Luna hesitated before standing firm and saying that her father must come, the others would be up to them. Her father was the last of her family, and she wanted him to come with them. Cross agreed, having no problems with that. They then went around with Zephyr and Pandora to everyone they knew, saying their goodbyes, while also asking them if they wanted to join them in going somewhere new. Cross had to explain that it could be extremely dangerous and has a potential to never come back. A lot of the excited faces died down after that. Surprisingly, there were a few who wanted to come, namely Xenophilius, Marcus, Daphne, Astoria, Alyssa, Draco, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Ron. Cross explained to them that there might not even be magic where they were going, and that it could be 100x more dangerous than here. They all agreed to come firmly. Ron said that he had no wife or girlfriend, so he would try his luck somewhere else. Cross almost slapped him, but he had to agree with him. His chances of finding a wife were much better somewhere else where no one knew him. Curiously, Hermione was still alone. Seems like Draco and Astoria brought her home that night, as was Daphne. Cross gave them a month to prepare before they left. When Cross got home, he moved all his things into his inner world. He set up his room in the castle with everything he had, all the books he could find on all sorts of magic, but he didn't even manage to fill up 10% of the bookshelves in the 5th floor library. It was the entire floor, and it seemed to have an enlargement charm or something on it. It went on for miles and was extremely high. Regardless, Cross spent a month getting all the books he could and moved the beast from the bag into his inner world. They went off to find places where they could be comfortable and set up their homes. Curiously, the lake was empty. Quickly, a month passed. Cross gathered everyone. They all had big bags of stuff along with their wands and things they thought they might need. Cross bought a whole store worth of clothes and filled his giant closet with all sorts of clothes for him, Luna, and the kids. He even bought clothes of different sizes for when the kids grew up. Cross brought them all into his inner world, and they were shocked for a moment before remembering what Cross was capable of. Then they were less excited as they went inside the castle and settled their things. It was almost exactly like Hogwarts, but it was much, much bigger. It had a gardening area and everything. The shelves were stocked with food, and everything was perfect for them to live in. Cross left Luna inside with everyone else and teleported to the Chamber of Secrets only to see a giant blue rune circle with a bunch of letters and in lines he didn't quite understand. He could feel the space element in the air. He took a deep breath and checked himself. Seeing he didn't forget anything and he had nothing but the clothes on his back with him, he stepped into the blue circle with eagerness to see a new world. The blue circle lit up and Cross felt his body getting sucked in. He let go and disappeared. The blue circle dimmed after he left, but didn't disappear. The Chamber of Secrets went back to being calm and peaceful, as if nothing happened in the first place. Cross felt like he was floating in space for a good while, until there was a fluctuation. A massive space blade flew towards him. His eyes widened, and he donned his black armor and covered his abdomen with both hands. The space blade sent him flying through space and through a crack. Cross slammed into the ground and coughed out blood as his armor receded into his body. There was a deep gash on his chest, but other than that there was nothing world with him. He simply fainted on impact and was now lying in a plane alone. A young man walked over and saw Cross. He gasped and brought him along with him to his house. An unknown amount of time later, Cross woke up in a bed covered in bandages. A girl in strange clothing was tending to his wounds and yelped in fright as Cross woke up. She stuttered, "Are you okay?" Cross groaned and sat up as he said, "Where am I?" The girl couldn't understand a word he said and immediately ran away. Cross rubbed his eyes with one hand as he got out of bed and stumbled a bit. His entire torso was covered in bandages, but he still had his shorts on. Thank God for that. Cross cracked his neck and the rest of his bones cracked. He felt much better. He waved his hand and the bed was made again. He nodded to himself, still had his magic. That was a good start. It seemed the place he came to had a different language. That was going to be an issue. The girl came back with a boy, who was wearing a red robe. Cross and the boy's eyes met in the air, and Cross grinned as he looked at the boy. The boy's eyes narrowed, and he spoke, "How are you?" Cross shook his head and waved, A piece of paper flew into his hands, and he drew a book along with someone speaking. The boy looked at the paper before saying, "Little ant, get a book on profound continent language." The girl disappeared for a few minutes before coming back. Cross took the book and read over it in 5 minutes before closing it and saying, "Much better. I assume you are the boy who saved me, or at least brought me here. Perhaps you were, but aren't anymore." Cross had a teasing smile on his face, and the boy said, "Little ant, leave. Let me speak without guests alone." The girl nodded and left, reluctantly. The boy said, "Who are you?" Cross sat down and said, "The person you saved. Strangely, though, your soul is older than your body. You don't have to worry about it, because I actually am probably the only one who can see it." He paused and said, "Though it would be very helpful to know where I am." "Oh, so silly of me. I'm Cross. Nice to meet you, Savior." The boy narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the profound continent. Where are you from?" Cross waved and said, "Not anywhere you would know, surely." "What's your name? Could you tell me about any power systems here? Is there magic? Energy? Dangers?" The boy was overloaded and only managed to say, "Yun Che," before the girl shouted, "Little Che, it's time for your wedding." Yun Che shouted, "I'll be a second." Cross got up and said, "You're getting married in those dreadful clothes?" Yun Che looked down and said, "They're not too bad." Cross shook his head and said, "Where I'm from, those are ancient, man. Come here." Cross reached his hand into a small crack beside him and pulled out a completely black suit. He snapped his fingers, and the red robe disappeared while the black suit was now on Yun Che's body. Cross threw the red robes on the bed with disgust before saying, "I'll help you for a while, boy. Considering your soul age, we're about the same age. I'll be your guardian, helper, buddy, partner, pal, friend, whatever you need." Yun Che frowned and said, "What's the catch?" Cross smiled and said, "The catch is you teach me about what you know about this world. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not from here, and I would rather not put my family in danger by walking around where there could be serious danger that even I can't handle. Deal." He stretched out his hand, and Yun Che looked at it for a moment before shaking it and smiling as he joked, "Welcome to the team, Cross." Cross blinked before laughing as he said, "Good, that's the spirit. Let me change real quick." He snapped his fingers, and a normal black and white suit appeared. Cross had a golden ring on his left-hand ring finger and a snake one on his right. The snake ones on his ears had fallen off when he hit the barrier and went back into the box, as if they knew they were useless. Cross' ears twitched with freedom, and he walked out of the room with Yun Che, absorbing all the knowledge Yun Che was feeding him. The girl followed along, and Cross found out her name was Xiaolingxi. She was a cute little girl. Cross almost ripped her cute cheeks off from pinching them so much. Lingxi's cheeks were red, and she rubbed them, saying, "Big meanie." Cross chuckled and walked next to Yun Che, who was on horseback. Cross shook his head, understanding that time somehow regressed here. Technology was basically non-existent. Cross lifted his right hand and spoke into the ring, "Looney." Luna's frantic voice was heard, "Cross, are you okay?" Cross softened, and he said gently, "Yes, I'm okay. Just figuring out where we are. I think I might have had an accident." Luna shrieked, "What?" Cross smiled wryly and explained, "I think I came to the wrong plane, a lesser one. The castle is still asleep, so I can't ask. Our power output should be the maximum for this plane, but their power system is different." Cross added excitedly, "Apparently they can fly when they reach a certain point." Luna sighed from the other end and said, "Cross, do you know how worried I am? And you're all excited about flying." Cross hummed, "Well, I'm attending a wedding right now. Do you want to join me?" Luna said in confusion, "A wedding? Whose?" Cross said happily, "A friend I made here." Luna sighed and said, "Fine, bring me out in a bit. I'll put on a dress." Cross was excited and waited for Luna to say she was ready. Cross brought her out. A crack opened next to him, and Luna stepped out, wearing a beautiful dress. Yun Che almost fell off his horse and said, "BB Brother Cross, that's your wife?" Cross smiled and held Luna's hand as he replied, "The one and only. Also stop calling me brother, so annoying. Just call me Cross. It's better that way, more normal." Yun Che smiled wryly. Seems like his new friend was a strange one. Luna was confused and said, "What language are you speaking?" Cross handed her a book and said, "It's a strange one, but it's very simple to understand." Luna finished the book in 5 minutes and handed it back, able to already speak the language fluently. Cross smiled with pride, and Yun-Che sighed as he said, "Both strange monsters." Cross looked at little Lingxi and said, "You don't mind if I keep this, do you?" Lingxi shook her head and said, "As long as you don't pinch my cheeks anymore." Luna coughed and glared at Cross, who started to sweat as he said, "Silly, Lingxi. I didn't pinch your cheeks. Kids nowadays." Lingxi's eyes lit up and she hugged Luna's arm saying, "Big sister." "He did. Lingxi isn't silly." Luna patted her head and said, "I know, Lingxi. I'm Luna. If he pinches your cheeks again, come tell me, okay?" As she gave Lingxi a beautiful smile, Lingxi smiled as well and said, "Big sister Luna is so beautiful. Much more beautiful than that dumb Xia Qingwei." Yin-Che almost coughed up blood while Cross chuckled. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. "Oh, looks like it came at the right time. Brother Che is going to pick up his bride? Congratulations!" Before gasping in shock. Cross looked over at the man ogling his wife and furrowed his brows. He said, "You," with the retarded look on his face. "You look at my wife one more time, and I'll make sure you never see again. Do you understand?" He had a true blood-thirsty aura come out of his body, and the man jumped in shock before he started to sweat. Yun-Che chuckled and quipped, "Seems like you had quite the time before you got here." Cross scoffed and said, "I had to kill a god. What does this punk think he can do? I'll sneeze and erase his existence." Yun-Che trembled and held back a laugh as the horse continued moving forward. Luna smiled softly and held his hand as she sighed. "Will be nice to have the kids with us." Cross shook his head and said, "Not until I'm sure I can protect them. Who knows if there's people stronger than us? I don't know what the conversion rate is here." Cross chuckled and said, "Maybe we're second-rate, my love." Luna giggled and said, "Finally someone to beat down the big villain." Cross smiled softly and pinched her nose as she pouted cutely. Unfortunately, their words and actions did not go unnoticed by literally anyone. All the men were focused on Luna and gulped. Yin-Che smiled wryly as Cross glared at them all. They continued on, and Cross heard whispers. "Isn't that Xiao-Che? He's the one with crippled cultivation, isn't he? Such a shame the flower will be stuck in a pile of dung." Cross smiled to himself and said, "Seems like you're quite the sensation around here." Yin-Che chuckled and didn't reply, but Lingxi was glaring at those people. Luna looked around at all the people and thought before saying, "Honey, these people." Cross nodded and said, "They dress funny, don't they? Good thing Yin-Che here had be or he'd be in a red robe." As he made a disgusted expression, Luna giggled and shook her head. Yin-Che had a wry smile on his face the entire time. They reached the entrance, and a loud shout was heard, "Brother-in-law," as a giant figure ran over. Cross was pretty tall himself at 6 feet 2 inches, but this guy was 3 inches taller than him. Actually, even Luna was pretty tall, just under 6 feet, but her figure was a lot more slender and graceful. Her chest and behind were perfectly plump and round. Not to mention, she was extremely beautiful. Thinking about it again, Cross almost fell in love again. Luna turned her head and smiled gently, as if she could feel his thoughts. Cross kissed her quick and said, "I love you." Luna giggled and said, "Me too, but now you're public enemy number one." Cross looked at all the people glaring at him, and he shouted viciously, "She's my wife. Maybe an example will make you all fuck off." He waved his hand, and a random man exploded, blood and guts everywhere. The people turned pale, and Cross laughed evilly. "Covet my wife, and it won't be just you who explodes next time. I promise you." The people were so scared they turned away, pretending like the duo weren't even there. Cross turned to Yin-Che and said, "Sorry. Lost my temper." Yin-Che coughed and said, "You blow people up when you lose your temper?" Cross grinned and said, "Sometimes. The last time I lost my temper, I made the person crippled and retarded." Yin-Che grinned and said, "I think we're going to be really good friends." Cross chuckled and said, "I hope so." The big man said, "Brother-in-law, who is this?" Yin-Che smiled and said, "This is Cross." The big man grinned kindly and said, "Hello, I'm Xia Yuanba. Nice to meet you, Cross." Cross grinned and said, "Nice to meet you, Yuanba. You could just call me Cross in the future." Yuanba laughed and smiled. Cross liked Yuanba. He reminded him of Hagrid. Cross introduced Luna, and Yuanba looked at Luna in shock. Cross lips curled into a smile as Yuanba said, "I don't believe it. She's prettier than my sister." Yunshe burst out laughing. Cross smiled and scratched his stubble, while Luna giggled and smiled softly as she said, "Thank you, Yuanba. I'm Luna." Yuanba sighed and said to Yunshe, "Cross wife is prettier than yours brother-in-law." He shook his head as if it was a pity. Yunshe felt his lips twitch and Cross laughed on the side. Yunshe glared at him, but he had a smile on his face. He was enjoying himself. Yuanba smiled excitedly and said, "Come, brother-in-law, I'll bring you to see my sister." As he ran off, Yunshe smiled softly as he watched him, and the group followed him. Yunshe, Cross, Luna, and Lingxi arrived at the door to Xia Manor. Yunshe's eye brightened as he saw a man and said, "Uncle Xia." The man smiled and said, "Little Che, how are you?" Yunshe smiled and said, "Great, you?" Mr. Xia smiled and said, "Good, but shouldn't you stop calling me uncle?" Yunshe smiled, "Father-in-law." Xia Hongyi smiled and looked at Cross as he said, "And this is?" Cross stepped forward and said, "Cross, sir. Very nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Che's friend." Yunshe smiled, and Xia Hongyi smiled as he said, "Then call me uncle as well." Cross smiled and said, "Uncle, this is my wife, Luna." Luna bowed in greeting before saying, "Uncle." Xia Hongyi's eyes lit up, and he laughed, saying, "Amazing little Cross." "Ha." Cross smiled, and Luna had a gentle smile on her face as she held Cross' hand. Xia Hongyi looked at Yunshe and said, "Little Che, where are your robes?" Yunshe had an awkward expression, and Cross cut in as he said, "Uncle, this is much more nice, don't you think? It was my idea to change. My apologies if you feel insulted. It was not my intention." Xia Hongyi shook his head with a smile as he said, "Nonsense. I actually quite like these. Very nice and much more elegant." Cross' eyes lit up as he said, "Uncle, I've heard you have a merchant business. Perhaps we can talk a bit during or after the wedding?" Xia Hongyi smirked and said, "You have a few ideas, I see." Cross grinned and said, "Uncle, I could give you a set of these exact clothes plus a myriad of others. I dare say they will make you the richest man on the continent." Xia Hongyi smiled and patted Cross' shoulder as he said, "I don't care too much about wealth. I just wish my family to have a good life." Cross smiled and said, "I understand, uncle." Xia Hongyi said, "All right then, let us continue." The door to the manor opened, and a girl with long black hair walked out, holding the arms of two bridesmaids. Cross stepped back, and Luna whispered, "She seems very cold." Cross replied, "This world has elements. Seems like she has the ice type, though she seems stronger than your average person." Luna's eyes glowed before she said, "Around first rank." Cross clicked his tongue and muttered, "Fucking Spaceblade. This plane is pitifully weak from what I've seen. Let's just follow Yunshe for now. I have a feeling he is much more than he lets on." He looked at the girl and snickered. "This girl, she seems to be blessed with a terrible fate. I don't like her." Luna's eyes glowed once more, and she sighed as she said, "I can't even see her future. It's all a haze." Cross tapped his chin and replied, "I have a suspicion this has to do with Yunshe. This girl has a strange aura. She should be dead, but she's alive. To put it simply, it's like she wasn't supposed to exist." Luna gasped and said, "That's not possible." Cross shook his head and grinned. "Nothing is impossible, Looney. I think there are bigger things than enemies to worry about in this world." Luna looked at him and said, "Rules." Cross said, "More simply, laws. I felt the laws when we were still on Earth. This simply forbade me to advance." Luna looked at Cross in shock, and he continued, "This girl, she feels like that, but even more. It's very strange." Luna shut her mouth and looked at the girl silently. Cross followed Yunshe and watched the girl try and freeze Yunshe's arm. He frowned, but to his surprise, Yunshe simply shrugged it off as if nothing happened. Cross grinned and whispered, "This should be exciting." Luna rolled her eyes and followed along as the procession returned to the Shao clan. Cross clicked his tongue and said in Elven, "These humans have very strange traditions. What's the point of going to her house if they're just going to come back?" Luna giggled and replied in Elven, "I think this world is more lean towards prestige. The more prestigious they are, the more power they have. Cross snickered and said, "They're just frogs at the bottom of a well. What is prestige in the face of pure power?" Luna hugged his arm and replied, "Naturally nothing, but for the lower class it can be everything. The connections they make may protect them." Cross shook his head and said, "This makes them too complacent. From what I've seen, most of these humans hold the power of a child on Earth and brag about themselves as gods." Luna giggled and said, "Aw, is my god-killer husband upset?" Cross pouted like a child as he replied, "Yeah, I had to kill a god just to brag." Luna burst out laughing and Cross smiled happily. The duo watched the procession and watched Yunshe and the girl, whose name was Xia Qingwei, bow to the doorway, then to their elders, then to each other. Cross whispered, "What is heaven and earth?" Luna hummed and replied, "Maybe the sky and the ground?" Cross looked at her, speechless, before covering his mouth and laughing silently. Luna bit her lips and smiled. Yunshe and Xia Qingwei were sent to the bridal chamber. Cross jumped and said, "These traditions are fantastic." Luna rolled her eyes and said, "You took me to the bridal chamber as well." Cross grinned and said, "Yeah, I did." Luna slapped her forehead and giggled at Cross' smug smile. The wedding passed, and everyone was in a happy mood, though it seemed that they were actually unhappy. Cross ignored these people and started talking with Xia Hongyi about all the designs and styles he had. He even pulled clothes out of thin air, shocking literally everyone. Then they started to sweat bullets. Only sovereign realms could do that. Cross ignored them and showed Xia Hongyi all the different clothes he had before gifting them all to him and introducing himself and Luna to Xiaolai, Yunshe's grandpa, and gifting him a beautiful suit. Xia Hongyi looked at Xiaolai and proposed they go into business together, making these clothes. Since Cross gave him samples, he would use them. Xiaolai agreed and thanked Cross, who said, "It's nothing. Yunshe saved my life." Xiaolai was happy his grandson had made such a friend. Cross and Luna excused themselves and left before disappearing. Cross went into his inner world and told everyone the situation, as well as what he saw. They all listened and nodded when Cross told them he was going to wait and see if there were any threats, but for now, they could practice here. He also told them to read the language book, or else they wouldn't be able to understand the new language. After that, Cross and Luna changed into comfortable clothes. Cross put on a Hawaiian shirt with short sleeves, a pair of shorts, and slippers, while Luna put on a sleeveless shirt with short shorts and flip-flops. She looked like the cute girl at the beach. Cross carried her to the bed, and they had a little break before going back outside. Cross chuckled, and Luna sighed with a smile as he dried her wet golden hair that reached her ass. Cross also kept his hair mid-length at all times. He liked the wavy look it had. Cross and Luna reappeared in the world after spending some time with the kids, and they both instantly looked in a certain direction before Cross said same aura as that girl. Luna hummed and said, "Maybe your teacher." Cross waved and said, "Who cares?" Before walking away, Luna said, "Where you going?" Cross answered, "To Peep, obviously." Luna chased after him angrily, "What Peep?" Cross chuckled and looked into Yunshe's room to see Xia Qingwei talking to Yunshe. He clicked his tongue as he listened and said, "This girl, she's truly too arrogant. I don't like her." Luna looked inside and said, "You said that already." Cross snickered and said, "She really pisses me off. She has I'm better than you vibe. What a loser. Even if you're beautiful, if you're a fucking moron, nobody will like you." Luna smiled and said, "Reminds me of someone." Cross retorted, "The difference is I'm not retarded and I have the strength to back it up. I can crush her with my pinky. What's she so arrogant for? Her teacher must be something else." Luna giggled and Yunshe left the room. Cross watched and a woman appeared in the room. Cross heard them talking and muttered, "Frozen what? Immortal Palace? Are they really immortals?" His blood started boiling, and he almost summoned out his mace and smashed that woman in the head for a fight. Good thing he didn't, or else he would have killed her. Maybe not even her bones would remain. Luna patted his arm and said, "Damn battle maniac." Cross grinned and listened but burst out laughing when he heard the woman say, "You have the kindest heart." Cross fell backwards and laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. Luna shushed him with a big smile. She was trying to hold back as well. The woman looked over when she heard the laughter. Xia Qingwe walked to the window and saw Cross laughing on the ground. She was confused. The woman flashed outside and said coldly, "Who are you?" She directly held an ice sword to Luna's neck. "Sai living is nice, no? Why kill yourself?" Cross laughter abruptly stopped, and his aura burst out of his body, and he disappeared. The woman's sword exploded, and Cross gripped her neck tightly as he said in a demonic voice, "Who are you pointing that filthy thing at, you ant?" The woman was terrified, and all color left her face. Her mysterious vibe shattered, and she was now in fear for her life. She couldn't breathe, and the sun was behind Cross' head. All she saw were glowing red eyes with semi-slitted pupils. She was so scared she pissed herself. Cross showed his pearly white teeth, his sharp canines gleaming in the darkness as he said, "Oh, scared now? In your next life, remember, there's people you can't touch, no matter how arrogant you or your moronic disciple are." Cross slowly crushed her neck, and Xia Qingwe rushed out before falling to her knees right in front of Cross and pleading, "Please stop. You're Yin Che's friend, right? He would be upset if you killed my master." Cross tilted his head and said, "Aunt, are you threatening me?" He stretched out his hands, and his strings tied Xia Qingwe up, bringing her to him in the air. Xia Qingwe realized her mistake. Cross was beyond strong. She simply had no way to resist. Unfortunately for her, it was the first and last mistake she'll ever make. Cross touched her body as he said, "Oh, you have a special body?" Xia Qingwe trembled, and Cross grinned. "I think maybe whoever takes your purity will have big benefits." Xia Qingwe was in despair at the moment. She couldn't even kill herself. Cross' grin widened as he continued, "Not so arrogant anymore. Where's your air of superiority? Where's your haughtiness? It's all gone now, huh?" Cross grabbed her neck and brought her face right in front of his as he chuckled. "I wonder if you were crippled, you would still be arrogant? Maybe I'll have a big benefit from your body instead." Xia Qingwe started crying. Cross clicked his tongue, and Luna said, "Have you had your fun? Stop scaring them." She sighed. Cross really needed a place to vent. He kept his anger under control most of the time, but if someone even threatened her a bit, it was over. She felt sweet that he protected her so much, but also a bit worried. Cross grabbed both their heads and said, "Obliviate," before throwing them on the ground and walking away. Luna waved and healed the two before skipping after Cross. Xia Qingwe and her master woke up, confused as how they were on the ground outside. Qingyue's master sniffed and saw her robes were soaked. She immediately disappeared, saying, "Disciple, I will be back later." Qingyue nodded and went back to the room. Cross walked away angrily. Luna caught up to him and said, "Is it really that bad?" Cross said, "Worse. I should have killed that whore." Luna slapped her forehead and said gently, "Cross, honey, you need to calm down. You know I'm strong too," as she flexed her slender arms. Cross looked at her flexing and laughed as he embraced her and kissed her lips, saying, "I love you." Luna giggled and snuck another kiss as she said sweetly, "I love you too." Cross chuckled and kissed her lips before teleporting away. Cross teleported to a mountain near the Shao clan. He laid on the ground and waved, making them seem invisible as their clothes flew off. A while later, Luna was laying on Cross' chest, drawing circles as she said, "We haven't been outside since our honeymoon." Cross squeezed her ass as he smirked. "You're right. Maybe we should go again." Luna straddled him in all her naked glory as she teased him with her lower half, rubbing it but not putting it while saying, "I don't know, should we?" She tilted her head cutely, and Cross cursed Vixen. Luna giggled and sat back, moaning at the warm feeling. Cross pulled her down and kissed her lips as they started again. Another while later, Luna was dead tired and twitched occasionally, laying on top of Cross with his dick still inside her, plugging her full. Suddenly, there was a noise. Cross sat up, and Luna slid down before moaning. Cross laughed, and Luna was embarrassed. Cross picked up Luna and stayed invisible, covering her mouth as he walked over to the noise to see Yun Che, checking over a girl in a bloody white dress. Cross slammed his hips forward in shock. Luna moaned loudly before waving her hand and casting a silent spell. Cross eyes were glued to the girl, and they narrowed. This girl was strange. He returned and finished Luna quickly before cleaning them both up and getting dressed. Luna realized something was wrong and said, "You better finish me off better than that later." She was very dissatisfied as she crossed her arms and pouted. Cross nodded and said, "Whatever you want," before slapping his head and saying, "No, wait." Luna laughed and sang, "You said whatever I want." Cross cursed before popping out of the side and saying, "Yinche, what are you doing here?" Yinche was startled and said, "Cross, it's not what it looks like." Cross deadpanned and said, "I didn't even think of that before, but now I am." Yinche slapped his forehead and said, "I found this girl here." The girl bit his finger and muttered, "Sky. Poison. Pearl," as she drank his blood. Yinche backed off and Cross chuckled, "She's a vampire?" Yinche said, "A what?" before the girl just vanished. Cross scratched his head and said, "Vampires don't do that." Luna giggled and slapped his shoulder. Cross rubbed his shoulder and said, "That's what you want." Luna bit her lips and had a big smile on her face as she nodded excitedly. Cross sighed and said, "I suppose it could be worse." Yinche looked at the clothes and had an awkward expression on his face. Cross pointed out, "Yinche, your personal subspace is glowing." Yinche yelped and said, "How did you know about that?" Cross smiled and said, "I have one too," as he disappeared and reappeared. Yinche was amazed and said, "That's crazy." "Me too." "Huh." Cross chuckled and said, "Can I come inside? I want to see this girl." "Not sexually." Luna's expression softened and Yinche said, "Okay," as he waved, and they all entered the Sky Poison Pearl. Cross and Yinche both covered their noses. Cross turned around before he was beaten to death by his wife. Luna looked at the girl and frowned as she said, "She's super poisonous." Luna walked over and touched the girl a few times before saying, "This is the strongest poison I've ever seen." Cross walked over with Yinche, and they both nodded as they said, "Right, yeah." Luna added, "Seems like she was in a fight too." The duo both nodded and said in unison, "Right, yeah, for sure." Luna shook her head and said, "I'd be surprised if she survives. She's just a soul now. Unless you know how to reform a body, she will die even if you do cure her." Luna looked up and saw both of them gushing blood from their noses with their hands on their chins in a thinking pose. Luna felt her entire being twitch with anger. Cross wiped his nose and touched the girl's stomach as he said, "Even her soul is poisoned." He slowly grinned and stared at the girl. There was no longer a girl in front of him, but a giant information booklet on all the strong people. Cross stood up and drooled as he mumbled, "So many strong people." Luna slapped her forehead with a small smile. Why was she worried again? Yinche frowned. "It's really that bad?" Luna nodded and said, "I assume this place had a detox effect. I can feel it. If she's in here, then she should be fine, but she will never be allowed to leave." Cross added, "Can I search her memories?" Luna and Yinche both said no. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "But she's a literal walking bookshelf." Luna slapped him and said, "Her soul is so weak. You might just make her soul collapse." Cross grumbled and said, "When she's healthy, then." He looked at Yinche, who backed away and said, "I have disgusting secrets. I piss in the shower." Cross burst out laughing and slapped him, saying, "I can search your memories systematically. I won't see everything. I can pick and choose. Plus, it won't hurt you even a little bit. Maybe later, though. For now, let's go, Luna." He looked at Yinche and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Yinche scratched his head and said, "I don't know, probably sleep outside. That ice block of a wife I have won't let me sleep in the same bed as her anyway." Cross shook his head and said, "She's too arrogant. I think you should just forget about her. She's a loser. Think about it. She's so weak, and yet she thinks she's at the top of the world because of some immortal palace or whatever. What a joke." Yinche was confused and said, "You heard that?" Cross nodded and said, "Her master is even worse. What is that frozen moron palace anyway?" Yinche chuckled and said, "An all-girls sect. We haven't gotten to sex yet. Basically, they aren't allowed emotions for their ice arts." Cross eyes widened as he said, "They lock away their emotions." Yinche nodded. Cross and Luna looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Yinche was confused and Cross wiped his eyes as he said, "What a bunch of retards. Ha ha, they think they'll be stronger without emotions." He fell over with tears as he laughed, so hard his stomach hurt. Yunche chuckled and didn't understand, but he thought it was quite ridiculous as well. Cross got up and sighed as he chuckled a bit before saying, "Wow, I can't believe I thought they had capable people there. I'm an idiot. They're so arrogant, and they seal their emotions away." He started laughing again before saying, "All the more reason to forget about this girl. Just let her ruin her life. Who cares? She's pretty, but she has no brains." He patted Yunche's shoulder and said, "Where we're from, powerful emotions fuel your power. True love will only make you stronger. Plus, going through life without emotions, what's the point? You might as well die." Cross eyes lit up, and he grinned evilly as he said, I still have a few buckets of Vila blood." He. Luna trembled and said, "You wouldn't." Cross smirked evilly as he said, "I will. Let's see how emotionless they can be after they become Vila." Yunche said, "What's a Vila?" Cross wrapped his arm around Yunche's shoulder as they all teleported out, and Cross said, "Let me tell you something about my world." He explained what a Vila was, and Yunche gasped at the implications of turning a cold woman into a Vila. Cross chuckled evilly and said, "Who gave these ants the right to be arrogant? I don't remember doing it." Luna rolled her eyes and said, "You don't even know where that place is." Cross rubbed his chin and muttered, "One day I will find it. That's the day they all turn to Vila. I swear it." Luna sighed and said, Yeah, and the world will tremble in your achievement." Yunche chuckled and gave Luna a thumbs up. Cross waved and said, "Anyway, Lingxi is coming. See you tomorrow, Yunche. Maybe you can tour my castle tomorrow," before disappearing with Luna. Lingxi showed up, and Yunche smiled at her direction. Luna and Cross reappeared in their room. Luna ran to the closet and got her whip and handcuffs. Cross resigned himself to fate and cursed his big mouth as Luna giggled excitedly. The next day, Cross reappeared with Luna on the mountain. Cross rubbed his chest while Luna looked refreshed. She was wearing the same style clothes, but different colors, while Cross looked like he just got up. He had a black hoodie, white t-shirt, black shorts with a red devil smiley face on the bottom corner, and fluffy pink slippers. Cross yawned and walked back to the Shao clan, with Luna skipping next to him, happy as can be. Cross walked into a dining hall of sorts, feeling Yunche inside. Xiaolai rushed out and greeted Cross with a nod. Cross waved in his direction before walking inside the building. He immediately heard, "If you touch my body again, I won't be polite." Cross felt a nameless anger at this stupid woman, and his expression turned evil. He waved his hand and strung up Xia Qingwei tightly before making her walk to Yunche and kiss his lips forcefully. Yunche was stunned, but Qingwei was even more stunned than him, and truly scared. She heard a demonic growl. "Next time you act arrogant, I will make you offer your purity to him with both hands. Understand it?" Xia Qingwei trembled in fear, and the strings disappeared. She stepped back and her face was as red as an apple. Cross pretended to just walk in and said, "Look at the two lovebirds in the dining hall no less." As he sat down and started eating, Luna rolled her eyes, but this stupid girl was getting on her nerves too. Seriously, why was she so arrogant for? Yunche looked at Qingwei and touched his lips as he said, "Very strange." Qingwei opened her mouth and it was sealed shut forcefully. She almost cried. She felt like a puppet. Cross couldn't care less. She would have already been dead had it not been for Luna. Yunche forgot about it and smiled as he ate breakfast, talking with Cross happily. Feeling good that she kissed him. Obviously he knew something was going on, but her arrogance was starting to annoy him too. She was a fraction of his previous strength. Does she think she owns the heavens? She truly disliked her personality, therefore he just stopped talking to her. Only talking with Luna and Cross instead, as they all ignored her. This made Qingwei feel awful. None of them even spared a glance in her direction. Her own husband even slept outside with his little aunt last night. She obviously forgot that she kicked him out of the room and didn't let him sleep in the bed. Qingwei ate quietly, looking like a wilted flower. Too bad her performance was wasted on people who couldn't care less. After a while of eating, Xiaolai rushed back in and had a heavy mood. Yunche said, "What's wrong, Gramps?" Xiaolai said, "Big things. Fortunately, this has nothing to do with you all. Yin Che asked, "What is it?" Xiao Lai responded, "The Xiao sect is sending people here to pick from the clan to train at the Xiao sect." Yin Che frowned and said, "Why would they do that? They had the Xiao clan." Cross asked, "You have the same surname. Are you related?" Yin Che replied, "Branch of the family that was expelled." Cross said, "Oh," before thinking about something. Xiao Lai said, "Yes, but the punishment elder was our founder's father, and he felt bad for banishing his son, so he sent people to take a few back." Cross said, "Yach, what kind of father is this? Just refuse them." Yin Che looked at Cross and had to agree as he said, "Yeah, we haven't needed their help till now. Not that they even care. Why would we need it now? Tell them to shove it." Cross chuckled and high-fived Yin Che, who also chuckled. Xiao Lai sighed and said, "It's not that simple. They aren't coming with good intentions. Anyway, let's eat and forget about this nonsense." A while later, they finished eating and Yin Che, Luna, Cross, and Qinghua walked outside, but Qinghua was ignored. She hadn't spoken and looked quite sad actually. Even Yin Che ignored her, which made her stunned. She walked away using her profound stepping technique, but Cross tripped her and she slammed face first into the ground. Cross chuckled and ignored her as he walked away with Yin Che. Qinghua sat on the ground and cried before running away. Cross really wanted to shred her to pieces, but calmed himself and let out a deep breath, thinking that he had been getting more and more angry since he got here. Feeling like he had to let loose on something. The thing is he might accidentally kill an entire city of people if he let loose, which was not ideal. Cross walked into Lingxi's room with Luna and Yin Che, and Lingxi covered her red face, saying, "Little Che, I'm embarrassed." Cross chuckled and sat next to her, saying, "So what if you have feelings for little Che?" Lingxi covered her face with a flustered look. Yin Che said, "So what if I accidentally, when I was sleeping, grabbed your breast?" Lingxi shrieked and hid under the table as Cross and Yin Che laughed. Cross picked her up and said, "Silly girl, rejoice. You are actually not the same blood as Wai Xiao Che." Yin Che said, "What?" Really? Even Lingxi was stunned. Cross cut Lingxi's small finger in Yin Che's before doing a little ritual. The blood repelled from each other. Cross said, "If you were family, then the blood would meet dash." Yin Che shot over the table and kissed Lingxi's lips. Luna burst out laughing and Cross smiled as he said, "There you go. Now you can have a real wife. Not that disgusting filth." Yin Che sighed. "She's still my wife in name." Cross grumbled and said, "When you decide otherwise, her life ends." Yin Che sighed and said, "Well, anyway, little ant, you're mine now." Lingxi was flustered and shy as she squeaked, "Mm." Cross decided to leave with Luna. Cross walked outside and grabbed Luna's hand as he said, "Want to go do something fun?" Luna rolled her eyes and had a feeling what the fun was. Sure enough, Cross teleported to a tree branch and sat down above Qinghua, watching her beat up some guy he couldn't be bothered to remember the name of. Luna sighed and said, "Can't you leave her alone? She was crying before." Cross said, "If she kills herself, I will still laugh. Her and that idiotic master of hers." Luna said, "Ah, I see. You're still angry, is that it?" Cross decided not to answer, and Luna sighed as she said, "I'm worried about you, baby. You've been getting angrier and angrier since we got here." Cross sighed and replied, "I realize this. I have no idea what's wrong." Luna leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled. "We'll get through it together, as always." Cross smiled lovingly and kissed her head as he whispered, "Thank you, Luna." Luna smiled softly and replied, "Anything for you, my love." Cross caressed her hand with his thumb gently as he turned his attention back to Qinghua, who just now looked up to meet his gaze. Cross looked at Qinghua and she said, "What do you want?" Cross replied, "For you to stop being a cunt." Luna coughed and giggled on the side. Qinghua said, "I have no idea what that means." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "A bitch, an asshole, an idiot, a moron, whatever you like. Just stop. Can I ask you a question? Why are you so arrogant?" Qinghua didn't say anything and Cross added, "Is it because of that? Frozen, what was the name? Frozen Piss Sect." Qinghua grinded her teeth and Luna said, "Frozen Cloud Immortal Sect, honey." Cross nodded and said what she said. "Is it because of them? Do you believe I can make it disappear in one night? Everything poof. Gone. That would be fun. Qingwei snorted, as if you could do such a thing. Luna slapped her forehead and said, Honestly, you're provoking him? You must be crazy. Cross grinned and said, When I find that place, there will be nothing left after I leave. It's all thanks to you. He chuckled and released his pressure on Qingwei along with his power. Qingwei couldn't breath at all, and it felt like all her bones were being crushed. Then she heard his voice, I've been holding back from killing you for Yunche, but maybe after this you'll kill yourself. That would be fun to watch. Qingwei cried and said, Why are you doing this to me? Cross teleported and picked her up by her neck as he said, Because of you. The laws around you make me angry. They make me seethe with uncontrollable rage. I want to destroy everything when I feel the aura of the laws around your body. You weren't meant to exist, and I will fix the oddity. His eyes had a crazy look in them, and Luna immediately saw a problem. She teleported across back and kissed his neck as she said softly, Shh, it's okay. Just calm down. I'm here. Cross eyes returned to normal, and he threw Qingwei to the side. Luna moved his front and hugged his tightly, rubbing his back with her hands. Cross slowly hugged her and rested his forehead on Luna's as he whispered, Thank you, baby. Luna kissed him and smiled. We know what the problem is now, eh? What happened, honey? Cross sighed later. Let me take care of this girl first. He waved his hand, and Qingwei flew to his hand. He grabbed her head and said, Obliviate, legilimens. He went in her memories and looked at them all, her mother leaving her father and going somewhere else. But he didn't care about those. He found the frozen moron palace, their location, and everything about them. He was extremely disappointed. Apparently they were a top power in this world, and he could still crush them all. He pushed past it, and then started changing her memories. She felt so touched by Yunche's kindness that she fell in love with him and decided to be a good wife. Cross dropped her to the ground and left with Luna, who just watched silently. Hopefully the girl would be spared from her terrible fate. Cross couldn't care less, but Luna sighed at the beautiful girl, healing her before they left. A while later, Cross and Luna were alone on the mountainside. Cross started, When I touched the barrier on Earth, I told you about the laws. Luna nodded and held his hand. Cross continued, What I didn't tell you is I felt a strange rejection from them, as if they were forcefully stopping me from advancing. I felt extremely angry for no reason. The more we stayed there, the angrier I felt. Luna said, That's why you wanted to leave as soon as possible. Cross nodded and said, Also why I started smoking, more so to relax than anything. Anyway, when we got here I felt much better, but just being near that girl surrounded by laws made me feel uncontrollably angry. I can hold myself back, but her personality is even worse. I can't stop my anger from rising, which is why I've been so harsh on her. Luna leaned her head on his shoulder and said softly, Why didn't you tell me, honey? I can help you. Cross looked away and said, I thought you would be upset, so I didn't say anything. You look so happy all the time. I didn't want to ruin your mood. Luna looked up and said, Honey, look at me. Cross turned his head and looked into Luna's eyes. She smiled full of love as she said, I love you. Whether you're a demon or an angel, I will always be with you. Next time tell me if something's wrong, and I'll be able to help you. Okay? We're a team. Cross didn't know what to say. His eyes got puffy and his nose started getting itchy as he slowly dripped tears from his ruby eyes. Luna caressed his cheek and softly kissed his lips. Cross hugged her and lied down as he whispered, I love you so much. Luna smiled and said, Me too, hubby, as she fell asleep on his chest. Cross stroked her back softly, feeling peaceful, as he slowly fell asleep on the soft grass. A few days later, Cross was sitting outside with Yunche, Luna, Xiaolai, Lingxi, and that detestable woman. Cross was sitting next to Yunche, chewing on a piece of grass, watching the people pass by. There was a boy dressed in outrageously flamboyant clothes, and the Shao clan master looked to be extremely humble towards him. Cross muttered, That's a kid. Yunche was chewing on a piece of grass, as well, as he replied, That's the kid. Yunche then whispered, Did you do something to Qingwei? She's been acting a lot warmer and loving. It's very strange. Cross spat out the grass at the name and quickly took out his cigarettes, snapping his finger, lighting a fire on them before lighting his cigarette as he said, "Oh, I might have suggested she change her ways," as he let out a mouthful of smoke with a nice sigh. Yin-Che looked at the cigarette and said, "What's that?" Cross replied, "A cigarette helps me relax. You want one?" Yin-Che said, okay." Cross handed him a cigarette and lit it as he said, "All right, take it slow the first time dash." Yin-Che almost coughed out a lung, and Cross chuckled as he said, "So you can get used to it." Yin-Che shot him a glance and shook his head. Cross touched his body and said, "Your body is automatically filtering the smoke? That's good." Yin-Che said, "It's poisonous?" Cross shook his head and replied, "Not that kind of poison, but if someone without energy smoked for a long time, they could die." Yin-Che was interested and said, "Die how?" Cross pursed his lips and said, "If I had to describe it for you to understand, it would be uncontrollable cell replication without termination." Yin-Che chuckled and said, "So cancer?" Cross was stunned and said, "You know what cancer is? Why didn't you tell me? Now I look like an idiot." Yin-Che started laughing and Cross kept cursing him. Everyone else at the event were looking at them, or rather Qingyue and Luna. The outrageously dressed boy that came from the Shao sect was drooling looking at the two as he stood on the platform. The boy coughed and said, "My name is Shao Kuangyun, and I am from the Shao sect. Regarding the great name of the Shao sect, you all should be very clear. In the Blue Wind Empire, there's nothing that my Shao sect can't resolve. All of you ought to feel honored and proud, because even though you are a bit weak, you can still be said to be related to the Shao sect. The founder of the Shao clan was the son of one of our Shao sect's elders. However, although your founder was the son of an elder, he was actually born from a female servant. His status was so low it wasn't worth mentioning, and his profound strength was really too lacking. As a piece of trash, he wasn't fit to remain in the Shao sect. Your founder was thus banished by that elder to this place, and that's how your Shao clan came into existence, instantly offending everyone there." Cross and Yin-Che looked forward with weird looks on their faces. The more this guy talked, the more stupid he sounded. Finally, Shao Kuangyun said, "Bring the profound opening powder." The clan master knelt and said this. "It was stolen." Kuangyun was shocked and said, "What?" Cross muttered, "It can't be he was hired for a play." Yin-Che shook his head and added, "I don't know, but it's not a good one." Cross shook his head and ignored the boy who was spouting nonsense like it was his job. A man was called to the stage and disappeared before reappearing with a black box and saying 66th courtyard. Everybody looked at Ling-Si, who was pale, and shook her head saying, "It wasn't me." Yin-Che and Cross eyes narrowed as they looked at Kuan-Yin. The clan master made a heartfelt speech about his disappointment, then explained that Yin-Che was crippled. Therefore, Ling-Si was just trying to cure him. So, if Kuan-Yin could give a lenient punishment, he would be forever grateful. A captivating performance, but Cross just chuckled coldly. Yin-Che was emitting dense killing intent as he whispered to Ling-Si, "Just leave it to me." Ling-Si's heart fluttered at his words, and she nodded meekly. Yin-Che stood up and said, "Clan Master, I have a few questions. Since Clan Master is so intelligent and has the strongest profound strength of the clan, why would you leave such a gift in the infirmary instead of on your person?" The first elder bellowed, "Shao Che, surely you aren't accusing the clan master?" Yin-Che chuckled and said, "Of course not. The clan master is innocent. Obviously someone with his righteous nature would never do such a low and dirty thing that the entire world despises. I was just wondering what everyone else was. Why would the clan master not keep it on him, but instead leave it in the least guarded place in the entire clan?" Kuan-Yin was getting agitated at the three beauties in front of him, and he shouted, "Enough! I said she's the thief. Then she's the thief. Bring her to me." He looked at the three girls with greed in his eyes, but he failed to notice the massive beast staring back at him. Yin-Che was startled. Well, now he couldn't argue at all. Then another voice sounded, "And throw this crippled bastard out. He's not even blood related to the Shao clan." Everyone gasped, and Shao Lai had a painful look in his eyes. Yin-Che clenched his fists and said, "I'll leave on my own," before walking away towards the gate of the Shao clan. Kuan-Yin snapped and said, "Good. Bring me the thief, the cripple's wife, and that servant's wife as well." Yin-Che stopped and started laughing. Kuan Yin shouted, "What are you laughing about, cripple?" Yun-Che laughed and said, "Maybe you had a hope of leaving this place alive before, but now that you want his wife. I can only say that the Shao sect may no longer exist after today." Ha ha ha. Kuan Yin was confused before feeling a biting, cold feeling wash over him. His neck was grabbed, and Cross turned him around as he said, "Tell me again. Whose wife did you want?" Kuan Yin said, "You can't kill me. I'm the Shao clan young master." Cross chuckled and whistled. A crack formed next to him, and gray flew out before growing as he said, "This place is different." Cross said, "Gray, sniff this guy. Can you find out where he came from?" Everyone trembled in fear at the giant dragon, while Yun-Che was in awe. Gray sniffed him and said, "Should be able to." Cross searched his memories before sending the location to Gray and saying, "I want everything there returned to the earth." Gray gave a toothy grin and said, "Not a problem," before flying away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Cross chuckled evilly and said, "Funny how your mouth doomed everyone in your family." Kuan Yin lost his soul and was unresponsive. Cross sneered and said, "Crucio." Kuan Yin screeched in pain before falling limp and drooling like an idiot. Cross sneered and threw him to the side with a disgusted expression, wiping his hands on a cloth before burning the cloth. He turned around and smiled softly. "Looney, let's go. The frozen moron is here. She'll take care of the rest." Luna smiled and walked over. Cross smiled at Xiao Lai and Lingxi as he said, "Not really much to do around here. Would you two like to come with me?" Lingxi nodded and ran over, hugging Luna with a frightened expression. Xiao Lai sighed and said, "I suppose I have no choice now." As he walked over, Cross said, "Looney, bring them inside." Luna smiled and bright Xiao Lai and Lingxi inside the castle, disappearing from sight. Cross looked up and said, "Finish watching the show? You truly disgust me." A woman appeared and looked angry. Cross grabbed the air, and she fell from the sky as he said, "I don't have a habit of looking up when I speak." Cross looked down at the woman and smirked as he said, "You in that ice palace or whatever, what a bunch of morons. Ice element is only for females who close off their emotions." "Eh? What's this?" Cross waved his hand, and an ice sculpture of a deer appeared. It was beautiful. Cross smiled and said, "Well, what are you waiting for?" The deer sculpture shook and pranced around, leaving a trail of ice and snow. The woman in Qingyue was absolutely shocked. Cross sneered, "You all at that place? There's no other words to describe you other than fools. Whatever, when I find the place you will all pay." He crouched down and grabbed the woman's shin as he said, "Not so fucking arrogant anymore, huh? Maybe I should cripple you and throw you into an alley naked?" The woman paled in fear and started crying. Cross sneered and said, "If I see you again, I'll kill you. Disgusting ant." He let go of her chin and wiped his hands again as he left the Shao clan compound, going after Yun-Che, who left. That was the start of a legend, the ruthless and deadly Reaper. Legend says that if you even looked at his wife, you were sentenced to death, and if you coveted her, your family would disappear just as the Shao sect did. Cross caught up to Yun-Che and wrapped his arm around Yun-Che's neck as he grinned. "Not even waiting for me?" Yun-Che grinned and said, "I thought you were going to take longer, plus you have a dragon, so it's not that hard to find me." Cross chuckled and said, "Ah, are you jealous? Mister, I have a perfect lowly in my storage space." Yun-Che hissed, "Don't talk about my lowly." Cross said, "Oh, you more like my lowly." Yun-Che pointed at him and said, "You," before lunging at him and getting into a dust brawl. The dust settled and three figures were revealed, Cross, Yun-Che, and a green-haired man with three swords. The green-haired man said, "What the?" before running through a space crack and disappearing. Cross and Yun-Che continued walking as Cross said, "So, where you going?" Yun-Che said, "Well, first of all, I need to restore my profound veins." Cross hummed and sent a mental message to Gray before asking, "Do you have medical knowledge?" Yun-Che looked at Cross and said, "Yeah." "What?" Cross scratched his neck and said, "I don't think mine will be very useful. Also, what are profound veins?" Yun-Che slapped his forehead and said, "You don't know." Cross shook his head and Yun-Che said, "You can't have energy if you don't have profound veins." Cross scratched his head as he said, "But I do." Yunche said firmly, "You must have profound veins." "May I?" Cross stretched out his hand, and Yunche felt his pulse before his face turned astonished as he said, Why you really don't? How is that possible?" Cross said, Yunche, may I look at your medical memories? I will only learn the knowledge, nothing else." Yunche felt a bit weird as he said, "I don't know. What if you fuck it up?" Cross laughed and said, "I won't. Even if you struggle, I still won't even leave a trace." Yunche gasped, "So powerful." Cross smiled and said, "Harmless too." Yunche struggled before saying, "Okay, go for it." Cross eyes flashed, and he touched Yunche's forehead. He immediately saw all the medical knowledge and memories. Cross took his hands back and said, "Done." Yunche was amazed and said, "It wasn't even a second." Cross chuckled and said, "I told you, you wouldn't feel a thing. This is good. Now I can help you cure yourself." Yunche smiled and said softly, "Thank you, Cross." Cross grinned, and a man appeared out of nowhere, attacking as he said, "Revenge for my Yun dash." Cross waved, and the man exploded. He clicked his tongue and said, "Does everyone like to monologue around here? I have a bad feeling this is the first of many." Yunche chuckled, and a white silhouette appeared in front of them. Cross saw the silhouette and donned his black armor immediately, swinging his mace at the silhouette. Yunche was pulled behind him, and the red-haired woman stretched out her palm and blocked the mace. A massive shock wave blew out from all directions, and the clouds in the sky parted down the middle for miles. Cross gasped and said, "No way." His mace and armor went back in his body, and he walked over to the girl as he said, "The lowly is so powerful." The girl heard lowly and slapped Cross, sending him flying in the air right into a mountain. The mountain exploded and disappeared. Yunche looked at the girl in awe. He was really shocked. First of all, he had no idea how powerful Cross was, but he must be pretty strong as the clouds divided in half. Secondly, this lowly was even stronger than him. Yunche thought that the mountain he found them both on was quite suspicious. Like a mystery mountain of sorts. The girl spoke blood before nibbling on Yunche's finger weakly. Cross teleported back, and he looked disheveled. He cursed, "Damn lowly, I'll spank you good." He saw the girl looked really weak. He walked over and said, "Is she okay? Did I accidentally kill her?" Yunche said, "I don't think so, but she might kill me soon. I don't have enough blood." Cross was curious and bit his finger, dropping a drop of his blood into the girl's mouth. Her eyes shot open, and she looked rejuvenated as she jumped up and pointed across, saying, "You there? This princess shall reluctantly accept your apology for calling her a lowly." Cross looked to be in a tough position and said, but you are a lowly. I don't know what to say." The girl got in Cross' face and said, "I'm not a lowly." Cross said, "You are though. Look at you. If you're not a lowly, then what are you?" The girl snorted and said, "This princess is named Jasmine." Cross tapped her forehead and passed right through. He took his hand back and said, "So venomous. What poison are you afflicted with?" Jasmine seethed, "God-slaying poison." "Wait, did you just touch me?" Cross teleported behind Yunche, and Jasmine slapped the empty air. Cross chuckled and said, "You dare to slap this king twice?" "I don't think S-dash." Jasmine flashed to him and slapped him into another mountain. Yunche gulped and chuckled as he said, "Jasmine, what are you?" Jasmine said, "Silence. Tell me where you got the sky poison pearl, and why a divine origin realm being is following you." Yunche was confused and said, "Divine origin realm? What realm is that?" Jasmine was silent, and Cross teleported back as he rubbed his neck and said, "Damn it. Next time you slap me, I will spank you good." Jasmine waved her hand, and Cross teleported before slapping her crisp bottom. "Apa!" resounded, and Jasmine's face turned rosy in embarrassment as she seethed. "You dare slap this princess bottom?" "If I wasn't poison dash." Cross teleported away and had a smug look as he said, "Heh, but you are." Jasmine stomped and grumbled, "You just wait, you bastard." Yunche added, "All right, my master gave me the pearl." Jasmine grabbed his neck and said, "Give me the pearl or die." Cross swung his mace at her head and said, "Oi." This cripple saved my life, kinda. Fuck off. Jasmine backed away and clicked her tongue. Yunshe grinned and said, also, if I die, you would die with me, because without my medical expertise and the pearl's detoxifying effect, you would be dead already. So instead of trying to kill me, you should be protecting me as hard as you can. Jasmine nibbled on her lips and cursed, asshole. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The three looked over and saw a man. It was the guy who tried to frame Linksy. Currently, though, he was staring at Jasmine in a daze. Jasmine frowned and said, filthy ant, be gone, as she waved her hand and the man exploded, ending his pitiful life. Cross clicked his tongue and said, very strange element you have there, Jasmine. It felt like death, but not quite. As he rubbed his chin in thought, Jasmine looked at him before focusing on Yunshe as her complexion turned pale and she nibbled on his finger again. Yunshe jumped, are you a dog? Jasmine shouted. If not for you, would this princess have to do this? Yunshe snapped. I saved your life twice. You might as well show some respect. Damn lowly. Jasmine bit harder and muttered, I'm not a lowly. Yunshe paled and cross-waved. A wolf jumped forward and its body was shredded to pieces. He clicked his tongue again as he said, things just keep coming this way, don't they? I think if we stay here long enough, maybe the entire population of the continent might pass by. Yunshe only managed a weak chuckle as he was seriously running out of blood. Cross said, Jasmine, you're really going to kill him. Jasmine reluctantly got off Yunshe and said, do you want power? Yunshe nodded and Jasmine said, take me as your master, and I'll give you the profound veins of a god. Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears. Yunshe was stunned before chuckling, silly girl, if they were so powerful you would have used them already. Jasmine shook her head and flipped her palm and revealed a drop of blood as she added, but there's 3 conditions. Cross looked at the blood carefully and pulled a sliver from it, floating it in front of him as he looked at it curiously. Jasmine snorted and ignored him. Yunshe said, what conditions? Jasmine said, the first condition is that you must promise to find 3 items. A netherworld, a Dumbra flower, 3 profound best cores at least tyrant profound rank, and 35 kilos of purple veined god crystal. Yunshe almost spit out blood. Where the fuck was he supposed to find all these things? Were they cabbages on the road? Cross asked, what's purple veined idiot crystals? Jasmine snorted and said, you're the idiot. Yunshe translated, glowing purple crystals that are extremely precious. Cross looked in a certain direction and disappeared. He reappeared with a massive chunk on land. He slapped the giant rock and the rock shattered and disappeared, revealing 50 kilograms of purple veined god crystal. Jasmine and Yunshe were stunned. Cross explained, I was exploring when you were cooped up in the Shao clan. I found these, but they looked like amethysts, so I left them alone. Is this it? Yunshe gulped and nodded as he waved his hand. 35 kilograms of it disappeared. Cross looked at the rest and hummed before it all floated up next to him. Jasmine coughed and said, the second condition is you have to make it to Sovereign Profound Realm in 30 years. Yunshe nodded and Jasmine said, the last condition is you have to take me as your master. Kneel down and worship. Yunshe felt his mouth twitch, and he said, how old are you this year? Jasmine grinded her teeth and Cross sucked in a cold breath of air, giving Yunshe a big thumbs up. Jasmine answered, 13. Cross gasped and said, Nanny, she's illegal. Yunshe was just as shocked as Cross and gulped thinking about how beautiful she would be in a few years. He replied, I can take you as my master, but I will never kneel. Jasmine sneered and said, you don't have a choice, as she pressed her foot on his head and pushed down. Yunshe's knees slammed into the ground, and his head went along with them. Jasmine smiled happily and said, all done. Cross gulped, and Yunshe asked, are you not grown yet, or are you a natural white tiger? Jasmine's face turned pink, and she jumped behind Cross, peeking out behind his back as she said, why, you saw nothing. Yunshe chuckled and stood back up as he said, anyway, the veins. Jasmine coughed, and her pink complexion receded a bit as she said, yes, you will address me as master. Yunshe shook his head and said, can't do that. When I think of master, I see a kind old man with a white beard, not a cute lowly. Can I call you Jasmine? It's much cuter and nicer. Jasmine hummed and said, then let's go somewhere else. Cross grabbed them both and teleported to the woods. Yin-Che stumbled a bit, and Jasmine said, pure space. Cross grinned and said, worship me as you master, and I will teach you. Jasmine trembled in anger and raised her slapping hand slowly. Cross high-fived her really quick before jumping away, chuckling. Yin-Che covered his mouth and turned to the side, while Jasmine was stunned. Cross said, the veins. Don't forget illegal lowly. Jasmine snapped, I'm not a lowly, before turning to Yin-Che and grumbling, stupid pointy-eared bastard. Yin-Che looked at the blood and said, this is it. Jasmine said proudly, this is the blood of the evil god. It is said whoever gets his veins will have the power of the evil god himself. But you'll have to start from scratch. Yin-Che was listening when Jasmine flicked her hand and the blood shot into Yin-Che's chest. Yin-Che growled and red markings appeared on his skin. Cross watched with interest and touched Yin-Che's wrist, looking at the formation of the profound veins in his body. Jasmine said, what are Y-? Cross shouted, shut up, before focusing on Yin-Che intently. Jasmine choked on her words and grinded her teeth. She felt like she was staring at a primordial beast just then, but only for a split second. Cross pulled his hand back with a serious expression before backed off, stopping next to Jasmine as he said, very strange these profound veins are. Jasmine said, what does that mean? Cross grinned and said, means I don't got any. I need to make some that match me, but then I need to make some for my wife and kids. Cross rubbed his head and sighed, what a troublesome thing. Jasmine was stunned by several pieces of information before finally saying, who are you? Cross looked at Jasmine and returned, who are you? Jasmine was silent for a moment before asking, why are you in this lower plane at the divine origin realm? Cross shook his head and said, I don't know what that means. What's divine origin realm? Jasmine's eyes widened and she said, you don't know? Cross replied, I came to this plane from a different one. I assumed this plane and my original one were on the same level. Though in this plane, I can still advance, whereas on my original one, I was blocked by the world laws. Jasmine went silent and thought about something before asking, your plane? Where is it? Cross shrugged and said, I have no idea, but they are much more advanced than this one. Except there are many people who simply don't develop any power at all. Technological advancement is a focus, not magical or energy-based. He looked at Jasmine and asked divine origin realm. This means I'm the strongest in this plane? Jasmine tilted her head and said, unless something happens and someone comes down from the god's realm. Cross asked the odds of this happening. Jasmine said slim to none, if ever. They don't really care about these lower realms. Cross asked realistic percentage of them actually coming down. Jasmine said 1 to 2%. Cross went silent for a few moments before waving his hand. A crack appeared and Luna walked out. Zephyr and Pandora jumped out as well, and the crack closed. Cross had a small smile on his face, and Zephyr and Pandora jumped on him shouting daddy. Cross hugged both of them, and Luna smiled as she said, they missed you. Cross kissed both kids on the head before moving them to his shoulders as he said, Lingxi and Xiaolai. Luna smiled and said, with the others. Cross nodded and said, good. I might have a way to make these profound veins, but I might need some time. Jasmine just came back from her shock and said, another divine origin realm. Luna looked at Jasmine and said, oh, you're awake. I thought you would die for sure. She walked over and touched Jasmine before saying, you stabilized pretty well, though if you don't go back soon, your soul will dissipate. Jasmine felt a nice, calming aura from Luna, and she said softly, and Luna smiled sweetly and said, you're just so cute. As she stroked her hair, Luna said Cross. Cross waved, and a brush flew out of a crack before the crack disappeared. Jasmine was manhandled by Luna, who said, come, let big sister comb your hair. Silly girl, you're all disheveled. Luna sat down and pulled Jasmine in front of her before combing her hair softly. Jasmine started tearing up at the care Luna was showing her. Zephyr whispered, who is that, Daddy? Pandora sniffed and said some old aunt. Jasmine stiffened and Luna giggled. Cross said, "She's only 7 years older than you. You should call her little Aunt Jasmine." Zephyr and Pandora said in unison, "Hello, little Aunt Jasmine." Jasmine stiffly replied, "Hi." Cross chuckled and said, "What are you two doing in the castle?" Zephyr looked away and Pandora giggled as she said, "Pranking Uncle Ron. Yesterday, he thought a beautiful lady wanted to marry him because we made an illusion." Hiya hi he. Cross felt his lips twitch as he said, "Who's been teaching you?" Zephyr and Pandora replied, "Aunt Hermione." Cross slapped his head and said, "Oh boy." Luna cleared her throat and Cross started to sweat as he said, "She didn't say anything weird, did she?" Pandora said, "She told us to call her second mommy." Cross almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. Even Jasmine shivered. Cross said immediately, "Don't listen to her. She's just joking. You have only one mommy, okay? If you have two mommies, you won't get candy. That's the rules. Or else you go to jail." Zephyr and Pandora turned white and clung to Cross as they said, "Wah. There's no cookies in jail." Cross nodded and said, "That's right. You'll never eat a cookie again if you have two mommies." Zephyr said, "Damn, Aunt Hermione. Almost made us cookie-less." Pandora added, "We gotta prank her good." Cross felt like he made things worse. A few minutes later, Yunshe opened his eyes. He saw the two kids and said, "How long was I out for?" Cross joked, 6 years if you can believe it. Yunshe was pale, and Jasmine said, "It's been 15 minutes. Yunshe let out a breath of relief and said, "Then these kids." Zephyr said, "I'm Zephyr." Pandora said, "I'm Pandora." They said in unison, and together were, "Daddy's little angels," as they made a strange pose. Cross felt his mouth twitch as he said, "Where did you learn that from? There's so TVs in the castle. Did you read it from a book?" Luna stiffened at their actions while Jasmine and Yunshe laughed. Zephyr and Pandora's faces froze. Zephyr whispered, "I told you he would be mad." Pandora replied, "It was still cool." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, what are you going to do next?" Yunshe said, "Are you coming along?" Cross grinned and said, "I don't have anything better to do. Plus, I could use your help." "Jasmine's too." Luna stood up and picked up Jasmine like a doll as she said, "Let's go." Jasmine was embarrassed, and Yunshe chuckled as he said, "One more thing." Yunshe touched his own chest, and his hand glowed green before popping sounds were heard. Jasmine's eyes widened as she said, "Why will you? Is everybody here a monster?" Yunshe felt much better. Cross asked, "You opened all 54 profound entrances?" Yunshe smirked and nodded. Cross grinned, and Jasmine said, "Wah, I've never seen something like this." Yunshe felt there were 7 different veins, and Jasmine explained that these were the evil god arts. Whenever he advanced a realm, he could unlock an art, up until the 5th one, because 6th and 7th would immediately kill him since he wasn't a god. Cross listened and thought about strange veins. Jasmine then said to not disturb her for 3 days, and she went back to the Sky Poison Pearl. Cross sent Luna and the kids back telling her that he needed to focus on making the veins, and when he figured it out, he would bring them out again. Luna gave him a kiss and took the kids back. Cross waved goodbye and left with Yunshe. A while later, Cross sat by a waterfall, while Yunshe sat on a rock under the waterfall. Yunshe was training himself, while Cross was examining the sliver of evil god blood he had. He thought for a moment and called out blue and red. The 2 phoenixes came out, standing on either side of Cross. Cross looked at Red and said, "How's it going?" Red looked down, terrible. "Master." Cross looked at him for a moment and took the bell off his neck as he said, "Leave some tears and you can leave." Red was stunned and started crying real tears as he said, Why you? Why?" Cross said, "You've suffered enough. That man is long dead. We're even in a new world. You're free to go." Red's tears were being collected, but the bird didn't notice and rubbed his head on Cross' cheek as he said, "I want to stay." Cross was confused, and Blue shed a few tears as she said, "He's obsessed with me." Cross collected both their tears and laughed as he said, "I see. Very well then. Stay," as he bit his finger and threw a drop of blood into Red's mouth before sending them both back into his inner world. Suddenly, Gray flew back, holding a big building. Cross chuckled and said, "Just put it right there," as he pointed. Gray chuckled and put down the building before saying, "Everyone's dead." Cross smirked and said, "Nice. Good job. How do you feel?" Gray looked around and said, "This place isn't bad, though a bit weak." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "All of you, except Red, are at the apex of this world, but you can still advance. Especially inside the castle. It sucks in the outside world energy and purifies it. You should focus on how to transform your energy into the same as this world so you can get stronger. Tell the rest as well. I will try and find a way if you cannot do it." Gray rubbed his head against Cross and said sheepishly, "What a good master." Cross chuckled and slapped him as he said, "Get back inside." Gray smashed into a crack that opened up under him, head first before disappearing. Cross shook his head and chuckled as he moved the ball of phoenix tears to the sliver of blood and enveloped it inside. The blood slowly absorbed the tears and grew slightly. Cross smiled happily and continued. 7 days later, Jasmine came out of the sky poison pearl and saw Yun Che under a waterfall, the building full of medicinal materials, a dark golden-red pond, and Cross looking at a tiny drop of blood covered in a water ball. She was stunned. What happened here? Yun Che dragged his broken, tired, and empty body out of the raging waters before getting up and sitting in the dark golden-red pond before falling unconscious. Jasmine gasped. This guy was going on willpower alone. Cross saw that the tiny drop sucked in all the tears and cursed before whistling. Blue and Red came out again before crying more. Jasmine was truly shocked again. 2 phoenixes? Not to mention, even one was impossible to own. 2? What the fuck? Why was the world so unfair? Cross waved them back and said, "How's the energy going?" Blue stopped and said hard. Red added, "We don't even know where to start." Cross frowned and said, "I'll find out when Jasmine wakes up, I guess." Jasmine flashed in front of him and screamed, "You have 2 phoenixes?" Cross looked up and moved the tears to surround the blood again as he said, "Yeah. Anyway, do you know how they can get stronger?" Jasmine mumbled absent-mindedly, "They don't have beast cores." Cross said, "Beast core." His eyes lit up and he said, "Both of you concentrate all your power, energy, magic, whatever into a single point in your body and revolve around in a circle while condensing it." Blue and Red closed their eyes and did as they were told. A small cyclone appeared where they chose. Dark clouds started forming above them. Cross looked up and said, "What's that?" Jasmine said, "That's what happens when a beast gets to the divine realms. Lightning punishment." Cross said, "Go do your lightning punishment somewhere else. I cannot lose this progress. When you're finished, come back." Blue and Red nodded before flying off. Jasmine watched them go and mumbled, "I can't believe I saw a real phoenix." Cross replied, "Meh, the red one is kinda an asshole." Jasmine almost spat out blood. "I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks so." Cross focused on the blood and pulled the tears away from the blood drop. Jasmine said, "Is that?" Cross nodded and cut the drop of blood into 4 before merging each with a condensed phoenix tear. Cross stuck out his tongue and dripped 4 slivers of crystalline green liquid before merging them with the 4 different shining scarlet droplets. Cross then took out the 15 kilograms of purple veined god crystal and melted 5 kilograms before merging it into the 4 different droplets. He put the 10 kilograms back after he was done. Cross waved his hand and a crack opened as he said, "I need a drop of blood from you and the kids." Luna waved her hand out of the crack, and 3 drops of blood came out. Cross could feel the differences and merge them with 3 different droplets before biting his own finger and merging it with the last droplet. Cross circled his hands around the droplets and chanted in Elven, "Holy tree, bless your child." A golden aura burst out from his hands and waved over the droplets as they turned golden red with a hint of green, before turning completely gold. Jasmine was slack-jawed and stuttered, "Why you? That's impossible." Cross smiled softly and said, "Nothing is impossible. Now I have to test it." Cross sent the golden droplet with his blood into his body and left the rest floating near him. Cross spasmed and closed his eyes, his body glowed gold, and he sat in a mediation pose. Jasmine felt that Cross was there, but at the same time not. All sorts of different colored lights flooded to the area and danced around Crossbody. Jasmine looked around and felt the purity and life in the area surging. Some of the lights submerged into the pond where Yunche was and into Jasmine as well. Jasmine was stunned. She felt extremely comfortable and calm, like as if she was in her mother's embrace. She touched her face and felt hot tears. But she didn't remember crying. Her body was becoming more stable, and her poison was being pushed back a very small amount. Cross black markings swirled together and started changing. As for Cross himself, Cross felt like he was in an empty space again, just like when he was half dead after finishing the forbidden ritual in the Room of Requirement. He floated in the void and felt the surrounding nothingness. He didn't know how much time passed, but tiny dots of different colored lights started appearing and a world started forming. Millions of years passed, and Cross watched as the world developed before people appeared and started building things. Time kept passing in the void world. Cross felt like millions of years passed as the world crumbled and everything went back to nothingness again. Cross eyes shined brightly as he understood. In reality, not even an hour passed in the outside world. Crossbody had black lines on it now. They shot down from his hair, over his eyes, and onto a ring around his neck before running along his shoulders, down his arms, and to black rings on his wrist. His torso also had 2 black lines running down it, along his legs and into rings around his ankles. On his back, a large black circle was there with black lines connecting to the lines on his shoulders. Curiously, there was nothing in the circle on his back. Jasmine looked at Cross and was startled by the changes. Then he spoke. Everything comes from nothingness and eventually returns to nothingness. The black lines lit up, becoming even darker, as if they were sucking in all the light in the world. Crossface was incomparably handsome. The lines only served as a mysterious vibe, enchanting his appearance even further. Inside Crossbody, profound veins were forming, all 54 of them opening at the same time, as well as 9 gray veins appeared in the form of the Carina constellation. A few minutes later, Cross let out a turbid breath before opening his eyes. Jasmine was staring at him as if she had seen a monster. Yunche got out of the pond and looked over as he said, "Oh, you got your profound veins. Congrats." Cross smiled and said, "Now I understand." Yunche said, "Understand what?" Cross cracked his neck and stood up, stretching his body as every single bone in his body made a popping sound. And he said, "I understand everything. Why I was so angry before, and something even better." Jasmine gulped a little fearful as she had guessed what it was. Cross waved, and Luna walked out a crack with the kids. Cross smiled and said, "I figured it out, honey," as he sent the golden drops to each of them, based on which gave their own blood. Cross smiled peacefully and said, "It's safe. I tried on myself first." Luna frowned and said, "And if you died?" Cross scratched his cheek and said, "It's for science?" Luna rolled her eyes and looked at Jasmine, saying, "Will the kids be all right?" Jasmine got over her shock and licked her lips as she said, "Normally children are eased into cultivation and their veins grow with them. I don't know what effect it will have. I'm sorry, big sis." Luna sighed and Cross said, "I'll watch over them with Jasmine. It'll be fine. Trust me." Luna looked at Cross for a good few seconds before nodding as she said, "I trust you." Cross trembled and got serious as he sat the kids down and said, "Listen to me and relax your minds. Okay?" Zephyr and Pandora both nodded, and Cross sent the droplets of blood into their bodies, including Luna. Luna was fine by herself, but Cross watched over Zephyr and Pandora very closely. Jasmine floated over and looked at the kids intensely as well. Even Yunche came and had a serious look on his face. They kids trembled and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Cross frowned and checked their pulses. He let out a breath. They were just feeling pain of the profound veins being created. Cross paid very close attention to the kids as Blue and Red finally flew back, being chased by a few flying men. Cross waved, and the flying men got blocked by an invisible barrier. Blue and Red came back and looked much more beautiful and beast-like. Yunche was shocked, but now was not the time, so he shut his mouth. Cross waved, and a crack opened as he mentally spoke to the duo, "Go tell the rest how to make their beast cores." They nodded and flew into the crack before disappearing. Cross turned his attention to the kids and noticed their expressions eased. He smiled slightly and looked to Luna, who had a mysterious aura around her, a white mist that occasionally changed to black, then gray, and back to white. But there were also a myriad of different colors flashing by the edge of the mist. The mist suddenly got sucked into Luna's body, and soft white lines appeared on her as well. They started on her palms before circling around her arms and on her shoulders before going into a circle on her back, just like Cross. The lines also merged above her breasts and went down in between them before splitting off at her hips and spiraling around her slender legs, ending in points on top of her perfect slender feet. Luna opened her eyes and muttered, "The secrets of heaven are innumerable." Her body flashed, and her eyes were pink, but the black pupils turned gray. Cross looked at her in a daze. She was absolutely beautiful, even more so than before. He even felt that they were specifically made for each other. Her lines only added to her beauty. She was truly stunning. Cross felt his mouth go dry. She turned her head and gave him a loving smile. Cross' brain went blank and blood dripped from his nose. Luna giggled and her ears twitched. Cross blinked and blushed as he turned to the kids with a flustered expression. The kids were the same as before, but had big smiles as they felt their bodies felt much better than before. Cross backed off and said calmly, "It's done." Jasmine checked the kid's veins and shivered more than before as he said, "Incredible. Incredible." Cross smiled and said, "A sliver of the evil god's blood works wonders." Yin-Che was stunned as he said, "That was only a sliver." Cross smiled and replied, "I changed its properties, wiped the evil god portion of it, and kept the elemental properties before multiplying and purifying it with phoenix tears, then adding a secret, and the purple-veined god crystals liquefied along with each of our own blood. Very simple." Jasmine felt dizzy, and Yin-Che's eyes widened as he said, "That's crazy." "That would make Dash." Cross nodded and said, "Personal veins." Cross added, "How was your bath?" Yin-Che said, "Amazing actually, Dash." He froze and looked at Cross, who had a smile on his face. Yin-Che asked, "What did you do?" Cross cleared his throat and replied, "I poured dragon blood, a drop of my blood, and some spring of life inside. If my calculations are correct, your body should be at least 10 times stringer than before, and your veins should have widened once more." Yin-Che checked himself, and he gasped in shock before sighing as he said, "Cross, really, this favor I can never repay." Cross chuckled and said, "Who said you have to repay me? We're friends, aren't we? Plus," his face got a little shameless as he said, "I'm just a weak person right now. My profound veins are empty. I'll be relying on Yin-Che in the future." Yin-Che burst out laughing and said, Good. Forget friends. We'll be brothers from now on," as he pat Cross' shoulder. Cross snickered and Jasmine slapped her forehead, while Luna picked up Zephyr and Pandora and said softly, her voice gentle and elegant, "Go back to the castle and slowly cultivate with Grandpa Lai." "Okay." Zephyr and Pandora nodded with big smiles as they said, "Yay, we're going to see Big Sisterling see." Luna smiled lightly and said to Cross, "I'll be waiting for you, love." Cross stuttered, "Why, yeah." As he watched her graceful figure disappear, he licked his dry lips and said, "She's even prettier than the lowly." Jasmine slapped him and shouted, "I'm still here." Yin-Che burst out laughing, and Jasmine said, "What are you laughing at? Go get me clothes, dresses, shoes, underwear, hair ribbons, and everything else." Yin-Che choked and said, "What, Dash?" Jasmine seethed, "Or I'll get angry." Yin-Che gulped and dragged Cross, who was still in a daze, away. Jasmine snorted and returned to the sky poison pearl. Yin-Che and Cross went to buy clothes, but they were both guys and had no idea what girls liked. Jasmine hated everything they showed her. That night, Cross returned to the castle and saw Luna waiting for him, sitting by the inner pond, looking at the fish swim around. Cross felt extremely nervous and walked up to Luna as he said, Excuse me, would you like to go on a date with me?" Luna looked at him and giggled as she said, "Sure." Cross eyes lit up and they went on a date around the inner world. Cross had been sucking in everything he found interesting. Eventually, the house elves he brought with him planted the flowers and medicinal herbs. He stole everything Yun Che didn't need from the building before destroying it, and he had a little medicinal garden going. Lingxi taught the house elves how to take care of the plants and flowers and was an idol amongst the house elves. Cross and Luna gathered everyone and explained that, at their level, they should be fine to go out in the world, as it's relatively safe, but Cross let them know that they should probably wait until he found a way to give them profound veins, and they filled them with their magic turned into energy before leaving. The group was a bit tired of sitting inside, but understood Cross was doing his best. It was a new world after all. After speaking with everyone, Cross brought Luna to their room. It wasn't like before. Cross slowly undressed Luna and kissed every inch of her body softly. All his movements were extremely gentle, as if she was a priceless treasure. The way made Luna feel even better than every single other time they did it. Cross intertwined his fingers with hers and stuck his shaft inside. Luna moaned, and her white lines lit up as a black swirl appeared in the circle on her back. Cross groaned, and his black lines lit up as a white mist cloud appeared in the black circle on his back. As Cross continued, he felt all of his magic pooling together to become a new element with everything as well as nothing. Luna moaned and kissed Cross as she felt her energy swirling around and mixing into a strange milky white, but there were multicolored specks in it as it started converting to energy and filling her profound veins. Cross and Luna exchanged energy from each other and stimulated their conversion process. It was the best sex they ever had, and it lasted all through the night till morning until Cross finally came. Luna came at the same time, and they both absorbed the yin and yang energies from each other. Cross looked at Luna in the eyes and smiled softly as he said, "I love you so much." Luna smiled sweetly and replied, "I love you even more." Cross smiled and kissed her soft lips as he started pumping his hips again, just going normally. The black swirl and white mist cloud disappeared from their backs. A while later, Luna and Cross were all cleaned up and left the inner world going outside. They appeared and Jasmine was shocked as she said, "You entered the first level in one night?" Cross smirked and said, "I can still exert divine origin realm power. This is just so I can advance later. I estimate it might be a while before I fully convert all the energy." Jasmine sighed and said, "Freak," before focusing on Yunche. Cross said to Luna, "Why don't you still in the castle and convert energy there? You can keep an eye on the kids at the same time, while I look for a way to give the rest profound veins. I'll come back every night." Luna smiled and kissed him before going back. Cross smiled softly and sat down as he converted energy while thinking about how to fix everyone's problems. Jasmine floated over and said, "What is that energy? What are your veins called?" Cross smiled and said, "Veins of the Void King. That's what I named them. The energy I use is void element. It's everything, but it's also nothing." Jasmine trembled and said, "You better hide that when you get to the upper realms. People will 100% try and steal your veins." Cross frowned and said, "I don't think I provoked any fellows up there." Jasmine almost slapped him to death and said, "Ever heard of greed? You damn fool." Cross slapped his forehead and said, "Fuck me." "Thanks, Jasmine. I'll keep in mind." Jasmine flicked her hair and said, "That's right. Listen to this princess and you'll go far." Cross deadpanned and said, "Right?" as he went back to converting his energy. Time slowly passed, and 4 months passed by. Cross had found a way to make everyone else veins, and used up the rest of his purple vein god crystal to do it. He gave them all veins, and left them to convert all their energy 2 months ago. He also told them how he believed this world worked, warning them that people like to look at others' wives around here. No kidding, he already slaughtered an entire sect because of this. They all understood and slowly started leaving. Harry and Ginny went off on their own with their kids under the cloak of invisibility, which still worked surprisingly. Harry was basically a man on a mission, trying to see even a sliver of hope to bring his parents back in this strange new world. Ron left completely alone, looking for a wife, feeling hopeful that out of all the women in this world, he would find at least one who liked him. Daphne felt a spirit of adventure and left on her own as well. Hermione left to the nearest town to see if she could find any interesting knowledge. Maybe there were teachers in this world too. Marcus and Alyssa wandered the world on their own. They were exorcists anyway, so Cross wasn't too worried about them. They took Grundle with them. Hopefully they could settle down and stay peaceful. Draco and Astoria left with their kid too, looking for somewhere to settle down and a nice place for their son, Scorpio. The only one who didn't leave was Xenophilius. He stayed and chatted with Xiaolai. They became pretty good friends actually and played chess together all day. He also took care of Zephyr and Pandora when Luna left the castle. Xiaolai loved the kids as well, and he played with them sometimes too while teaching them how to cultivate. Actually, cultivating inside the castle was around 10 times faster than outside, as the energy was much, much more pure when it came inside the inner world. Cross felt a bit sad watching his friends and family leave, but he didn't stop them and instead gave him his blessing to find whatever they were looking for. They all departed after a small party and a tearful goodbye. Cross gave them a bunch of money he stole from the Shao sect each, and each of them got a storage bag to hold their coins. Cross watched them all go, and the castle felt much more quiet. Cross had improved significantly over the past 4 months, reaching nascent 5th realm. Yunshe felt jealous, but then he remembered Cross was already in the divine origin realm and forgot about it. He was just in the 7th level of the elementary profound realm. He was boosted by Cross medicinal baths, or else he would still be 4th level. Cross cracked his bones and stood up. His aura was quiet but powerful. It was just his outer show of cultivation. If he exploded all his strength, he could probably wipe an empire from the map with a single slap. He also developed a profound art. He called it the Divine Slap. It was purely for face slapping with no killing intent behind it. Though with how strong his body was, he would probably kill some with a single slap, and he even put an ounce of strength in it. Jasmine was shocked at Yunshe's progress, but as his master, she kept a straight face and said, "It's barely passable." Yunshe nodded, feeling the same, as he said, "Another month, I should be able to hit the 8th level." Jasmine's face stiffened before she said, "Someone's coming." Cross looked in their direction and said, 5 people. They can all fly, and one feels a bit stronger than the rest. Jasmine clarified, 4 sky profounds and 1 half-step emperor. Yunshe stiffened and said, "Fuck me. Our sky cultivators cabbages nowadays." The 5 passed over them and didn't even bother looking down. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "So arrogant? Not even a hello." Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "Do you stop to say hello to every ant you see?" Cross followed their flying direction with light steps as he replied, "Sometimes." Yunshe chuckled and followed after Cross. Jasmine sighed and returned to the sky poison pearl. Yunshe and Cross were running after the people and coming across signs on the way. They ignored the signs. Cross was the strongest person in the world, excluding Jasmine, and Yunshe was with Cross. They blew by a sign that said Scarlet Dragon Prohibited Region. Cross and Yunshe walked towards the giant cave. Yunshe ate a pill and threw another to Cross, who ate it without hesitation. Yunshe smiled happily, and they both turned invisible. They headed to the cave, and a loud roar came out before a dragon flew out and growled, "Who disturbs my sleep?" The 5 men started to sweat and immediately ran away. The dragon roared and chased after them. Cross said, "Well, that was helpful." Yunshe chuckled, and they went inside. They immediately saw a massive trove of fire spirit grass. Cross said, "I'll take the non-mature ones. You can take the rest." Yunshe said, "Are you sure? I think we should split it. There's around 50, 25 each." Cross shook his head and said, "If you really want, I'll take 15 and the young ones." "How about that?" Yunshe sighed and said, "Fine." As they started working, Cross threw all the herbs into the garden. The house elves were excited and started planting the fire spirit grass. The duo took everything, and if the walls weren't part of the mountain, they would have taken them too. They were like vultures. Not even a single blade of grass was spared. Yunshe saw a bead and grabbed it, feeling it calling to him. The bead shined and engulfed Yunshe in a bright red light. The dragon came back and roared, "You damn humdash!" Cross slapped the dragon and said, "Fuck. I don't want to hear your useless drivel." An imposing aura slammed into the dragon, and the dragon started trembling in fear. Jasmine watched from the sky, poisoned pearl, in utter shock. She could feel the aura from inside. It wasn't his profound energy. It was like his will being forced onto others, like as if he was the king. It made her little heart palpitate in a feeling she didn't quite understand. Cross grumbled, "Shitty dragon, you're not even worth taking with me. Do you believe it? You're not even in the tyrant realm. Then your corpse will be useful. What are you living for? You have nothing to offer. You're weak. Your core is a whole realm below what I need, and you're ugly. You might as well just die," as he kicked the dragon in the head a bunch. The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Cross was stunned and said, "You really died? From humiliation? What kind of fucking dragon is this?" Yin-Che swallowed the bead as per Jasmine's order and walked over, exploding into flames, but his clothes were intact still. Very strange indeed. Yin-Che broke through all the way to the nascent, profound realm. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "I wish I could eat things and magically level up too." Yin-Che rolled his eyes and said, "You're in the divine origin realm and jealous over a little nascent realm like me?" Cross chuckled and said, "Yes, because you are immune to fire now and can use it however you want." Cross waved and the world around them turned into a raging inferno as he added, "I, however, am only immune to my own flames." He snapped his fingers and the flames disappeared. Yin-Che said, "You can use more than one element." Cross chuckled and spread out all his fingers. They all lit up with different colors and had different reactions based on what they were. For example, fire was on fire, ice was an icicle, poison was a dark purple sludge, etc. Yin-Che was stunned and Cross sneered as he said, "Are you jealous? Do you wish you were me? Did you finally realize that I am more handsome than you?" Yin-Che nodded before catching himself and shouting, "Who's more handsome than me?" Cross raised his chin and said, "Me, of course." Yin-Che clicked his tongue and said, "I'm going to be the bigger man and ignore you." Cross laughed and sang, "That's the same as defeat." Yin-Che gave him the finger with a smirk as he looked at the dragon and changed the subject. "It died of humiliation." Cross sighed and said, "I'm not even sure it was a dragon. Sounds more like a dog to me. If the dragon was alive, he probably would have died again after it was mistaken as a dog." Cross said, "You want it." Yin-Che looked at him before realizing that this dragon probably wasn't any use to him, so he took it. Cross could definitely use the corpse to feed his beasts, but it seemed like it would help Yin-Che a lot, so he handed it over. Yin-Che hummed and said, "I can't pierce its skin." Cross said, "No problem." He spread out his hand and metal element strings shot out, circled around the dragon, and effortlessly sliced it up. All the blood even floated off the ground and became a blood sphere. In a matter of seconds, the dragon was completely cleaned up and separated in pieces a butcher could only dream of doing. Cross sucked all the blood into a bottle and kept it on him as he said, "For your baths." Yin-Che smiled before looking at the perfectly intact skin of the dragon and trembling in shock. This was the most professional butchering he had ever seen. Cross took the wings as a service fee, and Yin-Che took everything else. Jasmine stared at the meat in awe. She didn't know what profound art that was. They walked out of the cave, and Jasmine told Yin-Che to hunt beasts for a month before starting to teach him her movement skill, Star God's Broken Shadow. Cross watched them from the side as he grilled a giant dragon wing in the air. Cross saw Jasmine move around and teach Yin-Che so many times he already memorized every movement and step she took. Even every little twitch in her jade toes was captured by Cross. Yin-Che went out to hunt beasts, and Jasmine floated over to Cross and said, "What do you think?" Cross was confused and said, "Meh." Jasmine said, "Meh." Cross nodded and focused on cooking as he said, "He's not as handsome as me. He has long hair like a girl, and he's a bit too forgiving toward women. Go for it if you like him. I'm rooting for you." Jasmine was stunned and slapped him angrily. The movement technique. Not Yin-Che. Cross dodged her slap and said, "OH. It's not bad, pretty simple really." Jasmine sneered and said, "C-." Cross disappeared, and an afterimage was sitting on the log while Cross was standing on the other side of the fire, still cooking. Jasmine was stunned and stuttered. After one look. Cross rolled his eyes and sat back down as he said, "You only showed it around 10 times. If I didn't get it, wouldn't I be retarded?" Jasmine sat down and started to question her own talent. Cross ground down the grill dragon wing and cut it in 3 before biting his part and smiling as he chewed. It was pretty good. Jasmine nibbled on the dragon wing absent-mindedly, wondering why there were freaks everywhere she went. Another month passed. Cross, with the help of the dragon meat, sped up his energy conversion and by the end of it reached nascent 10th realm. His cultivation was completely stable, actually even stronger than before. It seemed that his cultivation was nourishing his body. Coupled with his nightly dual cultivation with Luna, they were both at the peak of nascent realm. Currently, Cross was walking into New Moon City with Yun-Che, who carried a heavy piece of pig iron all the way. Cross was walking with light steps, and Luna was with him the entire way. Yun-Che didn't drop the iron once, surprisingly. When he finally did drop it, he felt like he could fly. He jumped up 7 meters in the air. An astonishing feat. They walked through the city after getting instructions from a man, who gave slap for looking at Luna funny. They stood in front of Black Moon Merchant Guild. Yun-Che changed his appearance, and they walked inside. Cross didn't know why Yun-Che changed his appearance, but he walked in ahead of him with a few steps and started looking around with Luna. Yun-Che then came in and headed straight to the counter. Cross and Luna looked at all the things. After a few minutes of looking, Cross said in Elven, "You have any idea what these things are?" Luna gave a hard look at the things before saying firmly, "I have absolutely no idea." Cross nodded and said seriously, "My suspicions exactly." Luna looked at him and burst out laughing. Cross looked at her and smiled, showing his sharp canines as he said, "How is it? Is your husband funny or what?" Luna smiled sweetly and said extremely, "By the way, you seem to have mellowed out." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Have you been waiting 5 months to ask this? I'm sure you noticed already." Luna sighed and said, "My dumb husband doesn't say anything until I ask." Cross snickered and said, "I felt much better when I got my profound veins. I assumed the laws were pressing on me. I still haven't figured out why they make me angry, though." Luna smiled happily and twitched her ears as she said, "At least you're not a big, angry monster anymore. I was considering divorce." Cross made a heartbroken expression as he said, "It couldn't be. My sweet wife was going to run off with a white face." Luna giggled and said teasingly, "I'm already with a white face." Cross said, "Humph, humph. Who's a white face? I'm a strong man." Luna hugged his arm and replied, "Oh yeah, a big strong man." Cross grinned and kissed her before nibbling on her ear. Luna shivered in delight, and Cross whispered, "I'll show you a big strong man tonight." Luna giggled excitedly, and they continued around the store, while Yun-Che bought a red dress for Jasmine, but was offered it for free. What a boon. Cross didn't know what anything was, so he walked out of the store. He could have seen a heaven-defying treasure, and he still wouldn't know, so there was no point in staying there. Cross waited outside, and Old Che came out before walking away. Cross chuckled and disappeared. He reappeared in front of Yun-Che and stretched out his hand, saying, "Shows over old man. Hand over the beast core." Yun-Che burst out laughing, and Cross added with an arrogant expression, "And hand over the lowly." Yun-Che choked and shouted, "She's my lowly." Cross snorted and said, "Humph. I don't think so." They both heard 2 voices, "You're lowly, yeah?" Yun-Che and Cross started to sweat, both for different but similar reasons. After a little fiasco, Cross and now undisguised, Yun-Che were walking in New Moon City. Luna hugged Cross' arm, still pouting and squeezing tight. Cross felt like his arm was going to fall off. Though Jasmine was much easier to please, Cross gave her a bunch of summer clothes and bras, underwear, whatever. She was currently sitting in the Sky Poison Pearl, happily humming with a white t-shirt, tied in a knot at her waist because it was too big, sky blue shorts and pink flip-flops. She also had a red bra on and felt much better with her surprisingly big breasts being held up. The 3 stopped at New Moon Palace. Cross looked up and said, "Why is everything named Palace here? Frozen Piss Palace, New Moon Palace, what's next?" Yun-Che chuckled, and Luna added, "Maybe they're royalty?" Cross and Luna looked at each other before bursting out laughing. They were about to walk inside when they heard a voice shout, "Brother-in-law." The three looked over and saw Yuanba's hulking figure run over. Cross pushed Yunche forward, and Yuanba bear hugged him. Yunche almost died and cursed weakly, "What kind of brother are you?" Cross laughed and said, "Hey, Yuanba." Yuanba said, "Cross, you're here too," as he hugged him as well. Cross hugged back, however, his physical strength wasn't something Yuanba could compare to. Well, not yet anyway. Yuanba groaned as he said, "Cross, too tight." Cross let go and smiled, patting Yuanba's shoulder with a grin. Yuanba chuckled and decided not to hug Cross anymore. Yunche rubbed his, surely fractured, back as he said, "Why are you here?" Yuanba seemed to forget what just happened and said, "I'm a disciple of New Moon Palace, Class 1. Yunche said, "Seems impressive." Yuanba had a face full of pride as he said, "Of course. You can only get in if you're a genius or have connections, and I have both." Yunche blinked and cross-touched Yuanba before saying, "Maybe you should try eating profound beast raw." There was a silence before Yunche said, "Anyway, do you know who Sikong-han is?" Yuanba nodded and said, "Yeah, I can take you to him." Yunche smiled and said, "Thanks, Yuanba." Yuanba grinned and brought them into the palace. Cross-eyed and Luna said, "Seems like he won't take your advice." Though she giggled a bit, Cross said, "His veins are really strange. They feel like special ones. Maybe profound beast meat and blood would stimulate them." Luna hummed as they followed the other two through the palace. Yunche looked back and whispered, "Raw profound beast meat?" Cross shrugged and said, "You saw his profound veins. They're weird. Maybe it'll stimulate it. I don't know. Ask the library lowly." Yunche chuckled and said, "She said, tyrannical emperor's divine veins." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Like I know that is." Asked her how to wake them up. "I think it would be fun to see Yuanba rampage around." Yunche shivered at the thought and said, "He needs to be tyrannical or exposed to tyrannical pressure." Cross immediately cursed. "What kind of shitty vein is this? Have to be tyrannical? What a joke. Show me who named them. I'll beat his ass." Yunche chuckled and turned forward. Cross grumbled and closed his ears for a second before opening them again. His pressure surged out and covered only Yuanba, who looked around in confusion before saying, "Huh, what's that?" Yunche said, "What's what, Yuanba?" Yuanba scratched his head and said, "Everything feels heavier and scary. I don't like it." Yunche was confused, but Cross was truly stunned. This kid didn't even flinch. If anything, he was fighting back, subconsciously. Cross kept it on Yuanba, not intensifying it in case he crushed his will and crippled him by accident. Yuanba was a good kid. If he was accidentally crippled, that would truly be a pity. They continued through the palace while Yuanba was feeling truly uncomfortable. His bones were clicking together, and he was grinding his teeth in anger for no apparently reason. Cross saw this and sent a burst of pressure on him. Yuanba roared, and the pressure shattered as Yuanba's cultivation base rose until it reached nascent realm first level. Everyone was startled, and Cross spit out a little bit of blood as he said, "The boy shattered my pressure. Now I'm angry." As his pressure surged and beat down Yuanba's crackling in the air, pushing Yuanba down and down as his cultivation rose to 5th level before stopping. Yuanba was breathing heavy, and Cross took back his pressure, seeing that it wasn't going up anymore. An old man rushed out and looked at Yuanba in shock as he said, "Yuanba, what happened?" Yuanba only said, "Hungry." The old man shouted immediately, "Go feed Yuanba. Whatever he wants, it's on me." Yuanba's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the kitchen. Cross chuckled as he watched him go, and Yunche smiled as he said, "Excuse me, senior. Are you Elder Sikong?" "My grandfather is Xiao Lai Dash." Sikong-han grabbed Yunche and said, "Old Lai is here?" Yunche shook his head, and Sikong-han sighed as he said, "I haven't seen your grandfather in 7 years." Cross stopped listening and looked around at the palace. It seemed like a nice place, but it was probably classified as a middle-class sect. Cross didn't know, but he did know that he was stronger than all the disciples, even if he only used his current cultivation strength. Cross was actually pretty strong. He could probably fight a whole realm ahead of him, and if he used his armor and mace, probably another level up from that. A total of 11 levels above him. Not too shabby. Coming back to the conversation, Yun-Che asked, "Is it possible to join Class 1? Sikong Han smiled and patted Cross' shoulder as he said, "No problem, my boy." He looked across at Luna and said this. Yun-Che smiled and said, "This is my brother, Cross, and his wife, Luna." Sikong nodded and said, "Nice to meet you too." Cross smiled and said, "Likewise, Elder Sikong." Luna smiled and bowed slightly in greeting. Sikong felt very happy to see more sensible kids. Cross and Luna magically stopped physically aging at 18, so they still looked the same. Sikong said in shock, "Two peak nascent realms. How old are you two?" Cross said, "I'm 24 and my wife is 23. Sikong rubbed his chin and said, "That's good. Would you like to join New Moon Palace?" Cross said, "Sure." Luna smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Sikong." Sikong laughed and said, "Nonsense. Haha, thank you. Though we don't have very much competition anymore now that the Reaper wiped out the Shao sect." Yun-Che, Cross, and Luna were confused and asked the Reaper. Sikong stroked his beard and nodded as he said gravely, "The Reaper is the name given to the one who destroyed the Shao sect. Some say that he called hundreds of dragons and slaughtered everyone. They also say he dresses in pitch black and has blood-red eyes. Wherever he goes, death follows." Cross coughed and looked at his attire. He was wearing a black hoodie, a white t-shirt, black shorts, and pink slippers. The usual, though he did look very strange to the natives. Luna giggled, and Yun-Che said seriously, "We shall watch where we step, Elder Sikong. This Reaper sounds like a truly ruthless individual." Sikong nodded and grabbed 3 silver badges before handing them to the 3 and saying, "There's a banquet tonight. You should all come." Yun-Che said, "Can I bring Yuanba along?" Sikong nodded and smiled as he said, "I don't see any problems with that. Yuanba will show you around when he's done eating. I swear that boy will bankrupt me one day." Hee hee. Yun-Che smiled and bade Sikong farewell. Cross and Luna followed along and then left with Yun-Che. They turned a corner and Yun-Che burst into laughter as he said, "The Reaper. Ha 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 ha." Cross rubbed his nose and said, "Yeah, fuck you too." Yun-Che slapped Cross' shoulder and wheezed. Cross grumbled and said, "Yeah, whatever, lowly king." Yun-Che gave him a smug smile, jealous. Cross tisked and kept walking as Yun-Che chuckled behind him before catching up as they walked around. Yun-Che looked around curiously, as did Cross and Luna, hoping to find something interesting. Sure enough, the gods didn't forsake them. A beautiful girl and a guy that could only be described as not as handsome as Cross showed up. Yun-Che clicked his tongue and admired the girl's beauty. Cross nudged Luna and said, "Hey, you see that guy over there?" Luna nodded and Cross said, "That's what I call a white face." Luna made a sound before laughing. It was as if silver bells were chiming in the air. Cross added, "Strangely enough, he's not as handsome as me, so he must be a shitty white face." Luna kept laughing and Cross continued, "Look at his shifty eyes. It's like he knows there's someone more handsome than him around." Luna held on to Cross' shoulder and laughed so hard she cried. Everybody was looking at them now. Coincidentally, as was the not as handsome as Cross guy and the beautiful girl. Yuanba ran over, looking revitalized as he shouted, "Brother-in-law, I see you met senior brother Moron and senior sister Shiwero." Yuanba dragged Yun-Che over to them and Cross followed along muttering, "The clash between the lesser handsome and the god of handsomeness begins." Luna turned away and laughed as she said, "Please, I can't. It's so rude." "Ha ha." Cross walked to Yun-Che's side and looked at the guy who wasn't as handsome as him. He really wasn't. Though he was staring at Luna, Cross coughed and said, "You know, eyes are very fragile things. You never know when you might just lose him." The guy, who still didn't have a name, but was also not as handsome as Cross, raised an eyebrow and said, "And you are?" Cross smiled politely as he answered, "Going to rip your eyes out if you stare at my wife for even another second." The man choked on his saliva. It was such a polite tone. Yun-Che was talking with the beautiful girl, who he had found out's name was Lan Shiwero. Yun-Che said, "Ah, you see, it doesn't matter, my wife said I can have another wife in the future." Wan Shuuro giggled and said, interesting. Seems like these following days won't be so boring anymore. Cross smiled at the man who he couldn't even be bothered to remember the name of and said, well, Mr. Not as handsome as me. Do you treasure your eyes or not? Yuanba, Shuuro, and Yinshe looked over and Shuuro frowned as she said, Brother Morong, why are you threatening the younger disciples? Seems like I was wrong about you. Morong, not as handsome as Cross, and thereby blamed for threatening someone more handsome than him, almost vomited blood. He hadn't even said a word. He said, Sister Shuuro. Luna hugged her shoulders and said pitifully, Big sister. He scared me. Uwu. It was like looking at a big bad wolf. Shuuro hugged Luna and glared at Morong, whatever his name was, even she forgot at this point. Cross smiled coldly, and Morong, looks better than a shrub, was stunned. Since when did he look at her like that? Shuuro said, Come with big sister. We'll leave this big bad wolf alone, okay? Luna nodded meekly and Shuuro walked away, saying, See you later, winking at Yinshe. The guys were stunned. Yinshe was thinking of the wink. Yuanba was stunned that his sister let Yinshe have another wife. Morong was stunned that Shuuro left, and Cross was stunned that his wife really just left him here. Cross shouted, Luna, where you going? Luna waved over her shoulder and said, Away from the big bad wolf. Cross said, Yeech. I'm your husband, not a wolf. Morong glared at Cross and said, You made Shuuro hate me. My Fommel Cross slapped him and sent him flying across New Moon Palace, through several buildings as he said in disdain, I don't even remember your name. You're not handsome enough to speak to me. What family? I don't see any. Cross turned to Yinshe and pointed his thumb behind him as he said, Can you believe that guy? Yinshe laughed and shook his head. Yuanba finally recovered and said, My sister let you have another wife? A while later, Cross was sitting next to Yinshe in a row of seats for some banquet. He looked around and couldn't see Luna anywhere. He was worried, but he was still a bit nervous. Despite knowing that she's just as strong as him, he couldn't help but think of worst-case scenarios. What if a god accidentally slapped her out of existence? What if she didn't have her guard up and got hit by a meteor? She could lying in a crater, trying to call out to him on her last breaths. Cross got really anxious and started looking around frantically. He talked into the ring, but got no response. He was practically oozing anxiety right now. Oozing. Cross looked around and saw Luna walking in with Shuuro. Cross teleported and grabbed Luna before teleporting back with her in his arms. Shuuro was stunned. 1 second, she was talking with Luna. The next, Luna disappeared. Yinshe was also shocked. There was an after image of Cross still sitting down for a split second. Then it was replaced with Cross holding Luna. Jasmine said mentally, He saw me doing Star God's broken shadow once. Yinshe trembled and said, Wow. Luna looked like a doll, sitting on Cross' lap, as he checked her body before letting out a breath of relief. Luna said, I'm not a weak little girl. Cross nodded and said, I know, but what if you got slapped to death by a god who passed by? Or hit by a meteor when you weren't paying attention? Or a stray sword slash from the upper realms? Then I wouldn't have a Luna anymore. Luna was speechless. Yinshe and Jasmine were also stunned. A meteor? Slapped to death by a passing god? A stray sword slash? This fellow was crazy. Luna said, awe, and snuggled into his chest. Yinshe and Jasmine were stunned yet again. Shuuro came over and sat next to Yinshe before giggling. Seems like they're very close. Yinshe said they even have kids. Shuuro was shocked and said, Really? I bet they're the cutest things. Yinshe chuckled and said, 2 little pranksters. He turned to Shuuro and smiled. Do you want kids, Shuuro? Shuuro blushed and said, Eventually. Yinshe smiled warmly, and Shuuro's blush deepened. Cross kissed Luna and waved. A little space crack opened, and Zephyr and Pandora fell out. They got up and looked around. Pandora said, We've fallen into another world. Status. Zephyr said, Beep boop beep. Scanning aliens. Cross smacked both their heads and said, Beep boop beep my ass. Get over here. Zephyr and Pandora giggled before jumping into Cross and Luna's laps. Shuuro gushed and leaned over Yinshe to play with kids. Luna took Zephyr and Pandora and sat next to her. Cross looked at his empty lap and said, Yun-Che chuckled on the side and Cross elbowed him. Yuanba was watching the stage, completely oblivious to everything that was happening. Cross crossed his arms and grumbled, watching the people introduce themselves by their power first. A bunch of people were there and took their seats. Cross was feeling itchy when he heard there was going to be fights. So was Yun-Che, but they held back as the fighting started. A kid got up on stage and said, "This one is Profound Heart Sect's useless disciple Xianyu, 16 years old. Who will come up and advise me?" Cross whispered to Yun-Che he knows he's useless. What kind of greeting is this? Although he whispered, everybody heard him, and Xianyu's face heated up. Yun-Che chuckled and whispered back, "He's being humble. I don't think he actually thinks he's useless." Cross sighed and said, "I thought I saw a reasonable person today. What a pity." Yun-Che bit his lips and tried to not laugh. Xianyu's face was completely red, and the elder from the Profound Heart Sect's face turned extremely ugly. Sikong Han coughed and said, "Yes, well, Li Hao, you're up." Li Hao walked up and cupped his fist as he said, "New Moon Profound Palace Class 1's Li Hao. Please advise me." Cross shook his head and muttered, "One says he's useless, and the other asks for advice. Does he want to be useless too? I don't understand." Li Hao coughed and got into a fighting stance while Xianyu was enraged as he pointed at Cross and shouted, "You there, with the black tattoos. Stop speaking nonsense." Cross held his hands up and said sarcastically sorry. "Continue with your useless skills, please." Xianyu almost coughed out blood and grinded his teeth before starting the fight. Cross watched for a few seconds before getting bored and talking to Yun-Che. Xianyu won the fight and sneered in Cross' direction only to see that he wasn't even paying attention. He was beyond angry and said, "I wonder if this brother would like to spar with this useless one." Cross ignored him and kept talking to Yun-Che. In reality, he didn't even know Xianyu was talking to him. Xianyu felt veins appear on his forehead as he asked again. Yuanba nudged Cross and said, "Cross, this guy wants to fight you?" Cross was startled and looked over as he said, "You were talking to me?" Xianyu almost spit out blood. "If not you, then who else?" Cross stood up and said, "Honestly, fellow, if you don't say a name, how should I have known you were talking to me? Are you dumb as well as useless?" The New Moon disciples chuckled, and Xianyu grit his teeth and said, "My mistake, senior brother." Cross waved and said, "No worries. Remember for next time." As he walked over, Luna said, "Don't kill him." Everybody was shocked and looked at Luna, who was holding Zephyr and Pandora. Xianyu was enraged. What did she mean, don't kill him? Was he a chicken by the roadside? Cross nodded and said, "I'll try not to." Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. So arrogant. Actually, Cross was really thinking how not to kill this kid. How much strength should he use? He stood on the stage with a thinking expression. Xianyu wasted no time and attacked, lunging at Cross and throwing out his palm as he shouted Profound Heart Palm. The surrounding viewers gasped, and Shuero said, "He'll die." Luna just giggled and said, "Even if there was 1,000 of him, it wouldn't be enough." Cross looked at Xianyu coming at him, and he slapped out. No profound energy, just a normal slap. It looked slow to the others, but Xianyu didn't even see it coming. Cross slapped Xianyu in the cheek, and there was a pause before Xianyu blasted sideways through the air, going through the wall of the building head first. Cross clicked his tongue and said, 10% proved to be too much after all. The entire building was in silence until Zephyr cheered, "Daddy's awesome." The disciples returned and looked at Zephyr, then Pandora, then Luna, then Cross, and sucked in a cold breath of air. This guy brought his kids. The Profound Heart Elder shouted, "You used such a heavy hand. Why if he's crippled? Let me teach you some manners." As he shot forward, Cross waved his hand back and backhand slapped the Elder in the opposite direction of Xianyu. Cross mumbled, 20% was too much for him. He scratched his cheek and said, "Anybody strong want to fight?" Everybody was silent until a boy jumped up and took out a spear as he said, "Tai Hong Jun, please guide me." Cross looked to Hong Jun and mumbled a spear. He pulled out a long stick and held it like a spear as he said, and "Come." Everybody was stunned and Hong Jun frowned. Cross noticed and said, "I don't have a spear, nor have I ever used one. I don't want to hurt you since you seem like a good kid. This is the best thing I could find. Now stop being a woman and attack." Hong Jun attacked, thrusting his spear forward. Cross watched his movements and pointed the stick down before sidestepping and knocking Hongjuan's spear up with the stick. Hongjun felt like he was fighting a poisonous viper as Cross' red eyes glowed. The stick seemed to have a life of its own and made slender movements, circling Hongjuan's spear and knocking it in the air before pouncing at his neck. Cross stopped the stick right at Hongjuan's neck before catching his spear with one hand. Hongjun was startled and looked at Cross in awe before saying, "I admit defeat. That was spectacular." Cross looked at Hongjun and said, "I think I know a better weapon for you. You're not suitable for this spear." Hongjun stiffened and his father frowned. Cross looked at the spear and muttered something before grabbing Hongjun and disappearing. Everybody looked around the confusion. Cross teleported to the forest and cut down a tree before taking out the pig Iron Yunche bought and melting it. Hongjun watched in awe as Cross made a wooden spear with a metal spear tip. It was very beautiful already. Then Cross made a hollow tube and slid it from the bottom up the spear shaft before making a pointed pommel at the bottom. He teleported back with Hongjun and threw the old spear to Hongjun as father before throwing the new spear at him. Everybody was stunned yet again. Where did this guy keep going and coming from? Hongjun looked at the new spear and grabbed it, feeling much more comfortable. Cross mimicked the spear in his hands and said, "This is called a Kudi Yari spear. You hold the tube and spin the shaft like this." Cross held the tube and spun the shaft as he thrust it out. The spear tip looked to be turning in a circle and stabbing out multiple times in the same instance. Hongjun was in a daze as he did the same. Cross dispelled the spear and took out a stick as he said, "Well, come on then." Hongjun spun the shaft and dashed forward. Cross raised an eyebrow and blocked the spinning spear tip with the stick. Hongjun spun the shaft and pulled back before thrusting again, jerking it in the opposite direction before going back. The spear caught the stick and threw it away as it snaked to Cross' neck. Cross was shocked and tilted his head, the spear shooting past his head. Cross smiled and stepped forward, closing the distance between him and Hongjun. Cross took one step and appeared behind Hongjun, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "You're simply born to use this kind of spear." Hongjun blinked and looked at the spear before a sharp aura burst from his body. Hongjun's father stood up and said, "Spear intent." Hongjun came back to reality and said, "What happened?" Hongjun's father shook him, saying, "You just formed spear intent." Hongjun's brains were being scrambled from the intensity of the shaking. Cross already walked down the stage and sat down as he said, "I borrowed some pig iron." Yunche waved and said, "That's a strange weapon." Cross smirked and said, "There's even stranger ones. Want to see him?" Yunche nodded excitedly, and Pandora flew through the air and latched on a Cross' head like a koala as she said, "Daddy's the best. When are you going to teach me?" Cross snorted and said, "Humph. When you left with your mother, you weren't thinking about Daddy, were you?" Pandora said sweetly, "No. Pandora loves Daddy the most. It was just an act." She turned her head to Luna and winked. Cross grabbed Pandora and shook her, saying, "You little schemer. You think I can't see your little tricks?" Pandora giggled, and Cross put her down in his lap as he hugged her, saying, "Watch the fights," before turning to Yunche and saying, "I'll show you later." Yunche nodded, and the fighting continued with other people, but it wasn't as grand as Cross fights. There was a certain face-slapping flair missing. Yunche eventually stepped up and challenged the sects, feeling a bit itchy after watching Cross fight. If possible, he wanted to fight Hongjun with that strange spear. Yunche voiced his request, and Hongjun had no problems. Yunche had already defeated all the other sects. He was extremely strong. Hongjun jumped up with his new spear and grinned excitedly as he spun his spear for no reason. Yunche felt his blood boiling as they clashed. Cross watched and occasionally spoke to Pandora. "You see Uncle Yunche's movements? Not a single wasted one. Every move has a purpose. Do you understand?" Pandora nodded, and Cross waved his hand. Zephyr flew over and landed on Cross' shoulders as he said, "Watch carefully." Zephyr nodded and watched extremely carefully. Luna sighed and said, "Battle maniacs." Shuero giggled and said, "Sister Luna doesn't like fighting?" Luna sighed again and replied, "Not as much as my husband." What about you, Sister Shiuro? Shiuro sighed and said, Not that I enjoy it, but it is necessary. She looked sad and tired. Luna patted her hand with a smile. Shiuro smiled and said, Thank you, Luna. Luna smiled softly and said, No problem, Shiuro. Or should I say, Princess? Shiuro paled, and Luna giggled as she whispered, I won't tell anyone. Shiuro let out a breath of relief and said, How did you know? Luna pointed to her eyes and said, I can see the future. To an extent. Shiuro sucked in a cold breath of air and said, Amazing. Luna giggled, and they started talking more about the future. A while later, Yun-Che challenged a young man, who seemed to be on top of the world. The young man sneered and stepped into the ring. Some disciples muttered, That's Xiao Luocheng. I heard after the main branch was eradicated by the Reaper, some of the escapees made the outer sect the main sect. Everybody who has seen the Reaper died, though. Cross looked at Xiao Luocheng and muttered, Still alive. Loon pinched his waist and said, Don't even think about it. Cross chuckled and said, I have no idea what you're talking about, my beautiful wife. The surrounding disciples clicked their tongues and turned away while Shiuro giggled. Yun-Che looked at the Xiao Kid, and the Xiao Kid said, Let's get this over with. His face full of disdain, Yun-Che frowned and exchanged a punch before sliding back 6 feet. The Xiao Kid snorted and said, I was only using 30%. Cross tilted his head and mumbled, Is this white face copying me? Everybody heard him and coughed with questioning looks towards Luocheng, who turned green as he said, Ahem, asterisk anyway, let's continue. Yun-Che said, This time, young master, Xiao has to be careful. Xiao, whatever sneered, and Yun-Che threw another punch. Xiao Luocheng threw a heavy punch with a heavy sneer, and Yun-Che sneered back as his arm exploded with power. Their fists collided, and there was a crack sound before Luocheng was blasted from the arena into the supporting pillar. He groaned in pain and slumped to the ground. The entire venue was silent, and a middle-aged man shouted, Young master, as he dashed to look at Xiao. He grabbed his arm before his entire face turned white, and he glared at Yun-Che with killing intent as he seethed, I'll kill you. The man, who seemed to have no name, shot towards Yun-Che, who was on one knee with a limp arm. Cross's eyes flashed, and he chuckled before leaning back, as a man stood in front of Yun-Che and said, Freeze, blasting the other man far, far away. It was the palace chief Qin Wuyo. Yun-Che smirked at his back, and Qin Wuyo said, Attacking disciples of my palace isn't very fitting of an elder of your status, is it? The Xiao sect man said, Palace Chief Qin, are you dash? Cross-eyed loudly and waved as he said, Yes, yes. Are you going to face the wrath of the Xiao sect? Can you stop monologuing and leave already? See you all in a few hours when you come back for revenge. Bye-bye. The Xiao sect elder was stunned. Cross was right, but something felt wrong. This wasn't the script. Yun-Che chuckled and Cross added, What are you still doing here? Leave. You have revenge to prepare for. Come back in a few hours instead of barking like a dog up there. So annoying. The Xiao sect elder glared at Cross and opened his mouth, but Cross cut him off. Yes, yes, I will be waiting for you to teach me a lesson. Happy? Can you leave now? The Xiao sect man spit out a mouthful of blood before leaving with the Xiao sect people. When they all left, Yun-Che burst out laughing, as did several others before the rest started laughing. Cross-eyed and said, I was serious. Why do all these dogs bark so much? Can't they just leave with plans in their head? Do they have to monologue? Shiuro had a funny look on her face, while Luna had a soft smile. Qin Wuyo had an awkward look on his face as he said, That's the end of the banquet. I hope everyone had a good time. The sects started leaving. Cross held Pandora, and Zephyr was sitting on his shoulders as he walked out of the building with Luna, Yuanba, and Shiuro. Yun-Che was held back by Qin Wuyo as the rest left. Cross was outside, and Hongjun walked over before bowing 90 degrees as he said, Thank you so much, Senior Brother Cross. I can never repay this favor in my life. If you need me to be a horse, I will gladly accept. Cross sighed and said, Why do you think you need to repay me? Is everyone like this? We're friends now, how's that? You don't need to repay me at all. Just become extremely strong so we can actually fight for real. Hongjun waved his hands hurriedly as he said, How can this be? Cross clamped his lips and looked at Shuero as he asked, "Is everyone like this?" Shuero giggled and said, "Well, you basically changed his life, so he's in your debt." Cross sighed and said, "I don't need your debt, Hongjun. Forget about it, or we won't be friends anymore." Hongjun jumped and said, Okay, never again." Cross grinned and patted his shoulder, saying, "That's the spirit." Suddenly a mocking voice came. "Oh, look, too lose dash." Cross slapped the man who wasn't as handsome as him. Murong didn't even get to finish before flying across New Moon Palace once again. Shuero chuckled and gulped as she watched him. Yuanba watched him go and said, "I think he went farther than the last time." Cross ignored it and said, "Maybe next time, you'll force me to use my weapon." Hongjun asked curiously, "What's your weapon?" Cross grabbed the air, and a giant black mace appeared. Hongjun sucked in a cold breath of air looking at the giant and strange-looking mace. Cross stuck in the ground and smirked as he said, "Handsome? Impressive? Are you worshipping me?" Hongjun nodded, and Shuero's impression of Cross crumbled as she laughed. Cross grinned and said, "I hope there comes a time where we can fight, Hongjun." Hongjun nodded seriously and said, "I will train as hard as I can. Until we meet again, Senior Brother Cross," before walking away. Cross watched him go with a grin, and Luna said, "Look at that. You made a new friend." Cross rubbed his nose and said, "He's a natural at the spear. He could be really strong. I need to develop some flashy moves." Luna rolled her eyes and said, "Yeah, you need flashy moves." Cross chuckled and said, "We gotta fit in." Luna pointed at his pink bunny slippers and said, "Fit in." Cross retorted, "These are my favorite slippers. My little angel got them for me." Pandora giggled and hummed happily in Cross' arms. Zephyr snorted and said, "What about me?" Cross pulled out a gold necklace with a locket as he said, "I got that too, kid. Don't think I don't know your mother helped you." Zephyr sniffed and said, "I also chose the hoodie." Cross put back his locket and rolled his eyes as he said, "Right. I think someone needs a nap." Luna took Zephyr and Pandora as she gently hummed before kissing both of them and walking into a crack next to Cross. The crack closed and Cross dispelled the mace as Shuero said sweetly, "You have a wonderful family." Cross smiled gently and replied, "Thank you, Shuero. Sometimes those brats are a little hard to handle." Shuero giggled and said nothing. Yinche finally walked out of the building. Cross said, "You should probably go rest. I estimate the Shao sect will be here in a few hours." Yinche nodded and Shuero smiled as she said, "Good luck, Yinche." Yinche gave her a gentle smile, making her blush before walking away. Shuero watched him leave before entering the building. A while later, Cross was sleeping on a chair in Yunche's room as Yunche recovered, when they both heard a loud, angry shout, "Hand over Yunche, or I'll flatten New Moon Palace." Cross woke up and cursed, "Ruin my happy dreams." Yunche said, "Wait." Cross looked over, and Yunche said seriously, "Don't kill these guys. I need pressure from a string enemy, or I'll never advance. If you keep protecting me, then how will I get stronger? I'll simply be a greenhouse flower." Cross was silent for a few moments before finally saying, "Then I won't interfere, even if you die. I'll avenge you, though, rest assured." Yunche felt his mouth twitch upwards as he joked, "Then I hope I die with a lot of enemies, you damn bastard." Cross grinned and chuckled as Yunche got dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Cross cut his hair when he was sleeping, and he looked much more fresh. The long hair just wasn't doing it for Cross. Since Yunche was currently too weak to argue, his hair was cut. Actually, Yunche kind of liked his new look. He looked more casual. The robes now looked weird since he was wearing these new fashionable clothes. Cross followed Yunche, while Luna was inside the inner world converting her energy. It was just the two of them and Jasmine. Yuanba suddenly came running and explained that the Shao sect had a marriage with someone powerful, and now New Moon Palace was facing a massive catastrophe of epic proportions. Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Yunche, can you handle this? If I heard another word about someone getting connections through marriage, I might shoot myself." Yunche chuckled and nodded. Cross said, "Good luck," before disappearing. Yunche started to assess the situation when Shuero came running along. Cross teleported into the sky poison pearl and sat down on the grass. Jasmine jumped and said, "What are you doing in here? How did you even get in here?" Cross snorted and said, "I can go anywhere I want, little lowly." Jasmine shouted, "I'm not a lowly." Cross got his armor on and took out his mace before saying, "Shut up and fight me, lowly," as he swung his mace. The wide open V slid on his helmet, for his eyes glowed red. Jasmine snorted and blocked the mace with her hand as she said, "You're trash at using that." Cross replied, "Why do you think I'm fighting you? Just for funsies." Jasmine kept silent and Cross started his onslaught, swinging his mace like a wild animal. Jasmine blocked his attacks with her palms and pushed him back as they started training together. A few days passed. Cross and Jasmine had been sparring for days straight now. Since Crossblood was useful, he said that he would give her a drop if she won. Jasmine was injected with chicken blood, and their sparring became much more intense. Cross was constantly improving his mace play while also sharpening his mantra, slowly able to see into the future by a second or two. His mace was also going through some changes as it switched from anti-magic to void energy. The mace seemed to be sucking in all the light, being as black as it was. It was so black that it looked as if the world had forgotten to put something in the space where it was. Very strange scene indeed. Not only was Cross improving his control of his void energy and mace play, but his conversion speed was kicked into overdrive as he kept using void energy constantly. His realm was rising constantly. Naturally, Jasmine was unbeatable for him. Even if there was 10 of him, he probably couldn't beat her, but he still tried his hardest. He tried to catch her at tricky angles. He developed a strange fighting style. It was extremely dangerous as well. Basically, Cross would go for the kill no matter what, even if the opponent's hit could seriously injure him or kill him. It was a suicidal method of fighting, but it was extremely effective. Everyone cherishes their lives, and if they were faced with mutual death, who would choose to die? The style forced the opponent to back off and let Cross get a good opportunity to strike. He even caught Jasmine by surprise once and smashed her clothes off her body. She wasn't injured, but she was naked, her firm white rabbits trembling from the impact. Cross paused for a moment and continued as if nothing happened. Jasmine was embarrassed, but Cross didn't pay attention. This was a fight. If he couldn't get over the opponent being naked, then he could die. It didn't help that Jasmine's near-perfect body trembled with every move she made. Cross loved Luna to death, but he was still a man. He occasionally snuck glances but grit his teeth and continued. Jasmine was beyond angry, but it was also an accident, so she kicked him flying before covering herself with new clothes. Her attacks were noticeably more ruthless after that. Neither of them mentioned the event after that. Cross was seriously under pressure from Jasmine's constant barrage. She slapped his chest and sent Cross flying as blood spurted out from his helmet, and he fell to the ground. Jasmine flew over and looked a little anxious. She might have hit him too hard. Cross took his helmet off and spat out some more blood as he sat up. Jasmine knelt down and said nervously, "Are you okay?" Cross nodded and threw up another mouthful of blood before grinning and saying, "You got me good." Jasmine said quickly, "I didn't mean to." Cross sighed and said, "I lost again." Jasmine said snappily, "You're in the divine origin realm for strength, and I'm in the divine master realm. That's a 6-realm jump. Do you understand? 60 levels. Cross rolled his eyes and said, "You have the strength of around 15 levels above me right now." Jasmine retorted, "But I have the experience of being a divine master realm. Not to mention, I've killed millions." Cross was surprised and said, "Millions? I have killed thousands and a god before coming here." Real detestable creature he was, so hard to kill. And it was 6 years ago before I hit the barrier in my world. I think I would be classified as a Emperor realm at that time. Jasmine was in a daze as she said, "You killed the divine origin realm at the Emperor realm." Cross scratched his head and said, I don't really remember how strong he was, but I remember him being annoying to kill. He just wouldn't die." He sighed and stood up, wiping the blood off his face and floating it above his palm before floating it into Jasmine's open mouth. Jasmine was startled, but drank it all before licking her pink lips happily. Cross chuckled and shook his head, dispelling the armor and mace as he sat cross-legged, recovering and converting his energy. Luna stepped out of space crack and sighed. "You hurt yourself again?" as she sat next to him and cleaned him up gently. Jasmine watched Luna's actions silently, thinking about something. Cross smiled softly and said, "Nothing too major. Just a couple broken bones and internal bleeding. I'll be fine in a few hours." Luna sighed and said seriously, as she started healing him. Cross threw up black blood and felt much better. Luna smiled and kissed him, saying, "All better, baby." Cross smiled lovingly and kissed her, grabbing her waist and falling back into a crack, disappearing from the sky poison pearl. Jasmine stared at the empty space for a good while before slapping her cheeks and mumbling, "Stupid Jasmine, you should have helped." Her cheeks turned rosy, and she flew to the bed Yin-Che bought for her, before covering herself in a blanket as her ears turned red. Who knows what she was thinking in that lowly mind of hers? Cross spent the night with Luna in the castle, a very nice night at that. They duel cultivated for hours without interruptions. A few days later, Yin-Che was getting a kowtow from Luo-Chung. Cross looked outside and burst out laughing. Luo-Chung was calling Yin-Che grandpa. Yin-Che had disguised himself as an old genius doctor, and the Shao boy immediately called him grandpa. Cross laughed so hard, but the trouble was he was sparring with Jasmine and was sent flying as she caught him off guard. Cross got up and patted his chest before shooting towards her and swinging his mace from behind him with 2 hands. Jasmine has a small smile on her face as they kept sparring. Another few days passed. A ton of things fell into the sky poison pearl. Medicine, weapons, money, everything. Cross and Jasmine were confused and looked out to see Yin-Che cleaning out a treasury with a smile. Cross chuckled and made a sneak attack on Jasmine, who yelped and flashed away. Cross grinned and chased after her with his mace. A while later, Cross and Jasmine finished sparring, with Jasmine nibbling on Cross' finger as they both watched outside. Yin-Che was sitting on a giant snow bird with Shuero. They were being chased by another bird with the people from the Shao sect on top of it. Suddenly, Yin-Che blocked a blast of toxic flames and saved Shuero's life before she grabbed him and recalled her beast as they plummeted to the ground. Jasmine jumped in shock and shouted, "Are you mad?" Yin-Che chuckled and said, "A bit." Cross chuckled and Yin-Che spun around, throwing Shuero into the air just as he was about to hit the ground. Cross laughed and said, "Arresto momentum." Yin-Che basically almost came to a stop before smashing into the ground. A massive crater appeared, but Yin-Che was relatively fine. Cross added, "Strange fellow. He flirts with girls even as he's about to die. Very nice flair." Yin-Che's weak voice was heard. "You couldn't have stopped me earlier, eh?" Cross chuckled and replied, "You got a girl's heart. This amount of pain surely isn't enough." Yin-Che chuckled and went back to outside. Cross shook his head and said, "One day he's going to die for a woman." Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "Hopefully it's after I get my body back." Cross laughed and said, "Hey, round 2," as he suited up and grabbed his mace. Jasmine smirked and said, "Think you'll win?" "Not in this lifetime." Cross chuckled and charged at her with his mace. After a quick defeat, Cross went out for some fresh air. Cross appeared next to Shuero and an unconscious Che. Shuero jumped in shock and said, "Wah." Cross chuckled and squished her cheeks as he said, "Silly girl. Be quiet. Don't you know that sounds attract villains?" Luna stepped out of the crack, holding Zephyr and Pandora as she said, "He's right." Shuero smiled sweetly and said, "Luna." Luna put down the kids and hugged Shuero before they started talking. Cross rolled his eyes and looked at the kid, who were looking at him. Cross said, "What are you looking at, punk?" Zephyr clicked his tongue and said, "A big teddy bear." Pandora added, "Mommy told us you were beat up by little Aunt Jasmine." Zephyr added, "Mommy also thinks you're hanging out with little Aunt Jasmine too much." Pandora asked, "Daddy, are you and little Aunt Jasmine going to get married?" Cross almost spat out a mouthful of blood before growling, "Why would I leave your mother?" Pandora said, "But Grandpa I said strong guys like Daddy can get more than one mommy." Zephyr nodded along, and Cross was speechless. Jasmine's entire face was blood red at the moment, and she hid under the covers of her bed. Cross knocked on their little heads as he said, Why don't you ask your mommy if she wants another mommy? The duo looked at Luna, who gave them a glance as his eyes gleamed dangerously. Zephyr and Pandora trembled and said, "Who wants another mommy?" Zephyr added, "We already have the best mommy in the world." Pandora nodded and hugged Luna's leg as she said, "The most beautiful mommy too." Zephyr hugged the other leg as he chimed, "And the strongest." Luna looked at the kids with an exasperated smile. Shiwaro giggled and hugged the kids as she said, "That's right. Your mommy is the best." The kids smiled happily, but the moment was ruined by an obnoxious voice. "Holy shit. Look at all those women and kids." Cross looked over, and these guys simply wanted the fastest ticket to hell possible. As one said, "I could enjoy the tall blonde for the rest of my life." Another one said, "We can get the entire mercenary group to enjoy her at once." The last one said, "I'll take the little girl. She must be nice and tender," as he licked his lips. Yin-Che had opened his eyes a second ago, then heard the men before laughing. Luna looked at Cross, who slowly stepped towards the three men. She sighed and said, "Make it as painful as possible. How dare this scum even look at my daughter?" Shiwaro looked over and watched as Cross' aura became monstrous. The entire world seemed to be shaking in rage. The three men froze in fear, facing the scariest thing they've ever seen. Cross waved, and the two chained-up kids flew to Luna, who freed them and kept them close. Cross chuckled as he said legilimens. He searched their memories and found out where their base was. When he was done, he said lightly, "Honey, you might want to close the kids' eyes." Luna smiled and waved. The kids fell asleep, and Cross exploded strings out of his body as he connected one to each of them and smiled. "I hope you can last till the end." Cross said crucio. The three connected strings started torturing the three men. Cross added illusion hell. The three men's eyes clouded over, and they were in an illusion where they were getting wrapped by hundreds of monsters. Then Cross smiled and waved. The strings pierced into their skin and flayed their flesh. A single green string kept them alive as the other strings slowly peeled every piece of flesh from their bodies until only bone remained. The strings' movement was very slowly and rough as they slowly moved up from their toes to their legs, then torso, until only a beating heart and head was left. These men were still alive by cross-life magic, well, not for long. A life element string slowly sliced pieces of their hearts off. The slices were as thin as cicada wings. It was inhumane torture, meant to be as painful as possible. Three white souls appeared, and Cross didn't even let those go as he slowly sliced their souls as well. Until there was nothing left, they didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Shiwaro was completely white, and Yin-Che gulped. Luna watched the whole thing coldly. How dare they even think about her daughter? Cross burned everything and suited up in his armor and mace before saying, "I'll be right back," and disappearing. Luna and the rest felt the ground tremble, and there was an extremely loud boom from a ways away. Then a raging fire tornado erupted from the ground to the skies. Cross returned and went back to normal as he said with a smile, "All done." Shiwaro gulped and said, "Seth strong." Yin-Che sat up and chuckled as he said, "Excellent work. Couldn't have done it better myself, though I would have stolen from them as well." Cross smirked and said, "Who said I didn't?" Yin-Che clapped and said, "Amazing. 10 out of 10. Cross chuckled and walked back over. Luna smiled and said in Elven, "I love you." Cross grinned and kissed her, saying, "I love you too, Looney." The group waited for the kids to wake up. When they were awake, the kids said, "You must help us." "Those bad people dash." Cross smiled warmly and said, "Those bad people are gone. They won't bother you ever again. I promise." The kids had their mouths open wide in an O shape. Cross chuckled and said, "Where's your mommy and daddy? We'll take you back." The kids pointed the way before seeing Zephyr and Pandora and introducing themselves as Feng Zuer and Feng Xianer. Zephyr and Pandora did the same, and they became friends right away as they played around. Cross carried Yin-Che over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes as he said, "Honestly, you're such a joker. I even have to carry you." Yin-Che chuckled and said teasingly, "Oh, my hero." Cross had a disgusted look as he said, "Save it for the women. Gross." Yin-Che burst out laughing and looked at Shiwaro with a small smile. Seeing her watch over the kids like a caring mother made his heart beat faster. Shuiro looked over in Yun-Che's gentle gaze. She blushed deeply and looked flustered. Yun-Che's smile softened as he watched her. Cross brought them all to a small village. A man there looked over and saw Feng Zuer and Feng Xianer. The man ran over and shouted, "Zuer, Xianer, you're back." The two kids ran over shouting, "Daddy." Zephyr and Pandora looked sad that their friends left. Cross patted their heads softly as he passed Yun-Che to a flustered Shuiro. Yun-Che grinned and said, "You really swept me off my feet." Shuiro flicked his forehead and chided, "You're still flirting in your condition?" Yun-Che just chuckled weakly. The man said, "What happened?" Zuer said, "That big brother saved us." Xianer added, "Yeah, and then he said that all the bad guys went away." Zuer said happily, "We don't have to worry about the bad guys anymore." Xianer cheered in delight. The man looked over at the group. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much. This is a favor I can never repay. I'm Feng Baichuan, and this is my wife Feng Kaiyan. I am the current clan leader." Cross scratched his neck and said, "Do you like repaying favors? I didn't even ask for one, and you want to repay it?" Luna elbowed him and bowed as she said softly, "It was nothing." A wave of a hand, and it was done. Feng Baichuan's face stiffened, and he said, "Very well. Your friend looks pale. Perhaps we can help." Shuiro smiled and said, "That would be wonderful. Thank you." Cross coughed and said, "Clan Master Dash." Feng Baichuan said, "Please, call me Baichuan Senior." Cross almost coughed up blood and hooked his arm around Baichuan's neck as he said, "What's senior? I'm a 24-year-old. You're like 50, as he roughed him up a bit. Baichuan tapped and said, "I'm 34. Cross let him go and gave him a smug smile as he said, "See, you are in fact the big brother in this situation." "Hee-ha!" Cross held his hand near his mouth and laughed arrogantly, as if he had won. Baichuan was startled and looked at the rest, who had wry smiles on their faces. Luna pulled Cross' ear as she said, "Please excuse my husband. He's a moron." Kaiyun giggled and said, "I think he was just trying to make us comfortable. Isn't that right?" Cross-eyed as he said, "A saint of a woman. Big bro, buy you have a good wife." Luna said dangerously as she pulled his ear, "I'm not a good wife." Cross paled and said, "The best." "Who said you weren't? I'll beat him up." Baichuan laughed and said, "You're right. I'm not worthy of her." Kaiyun smiled gently and hugged his arm. Baichuan smiled warmly as he said, "Come this way. I'll arrange for your stays." Zephyr and Pandora dragged Zuer and Xianer to Cross as they said, "Daddy." Zuer and Xianer have never seen snow. Cross pointed to a spot a bit away and a giant ice castle with a slide, frozen pond, and ice animals appeared. Literally everybody was stunned. All that with just a point of a finger. A bunch of kids looked at the beautiful ice castle curiously, while Zephyr and Pandora dragged Zuer and Xianer off to play as they slid around the ice and giggled. Seeing other kids playing on the ice, the kids who were watching ran forward and started playing too. Cross smiled warmly, and Baichuan trembled as he said, gratefully, "Thank you." Cross slapped his shoulder and said, outrageously, "No problem, big bro." Baichuan jumped at big bro and said, "You shouldn't S-dash." Cross slapped him again and said, "Even if I was a god, I wouldn't take back my words. If you're my big bro, then you're my big bro." He slapped Yun-Che and said, "Tell him, little bro." Yun-Che complained, "Since when was I the little bro?" Cross slapped him again and said, "Since I'm stronger than you." Yun-Che looked at Baichuan and said, "As you can see, I don't have a choice." Baikon scratched his head and chuckled as he said, "Guess I'm a big bro." Cross laughed and said, "That the spirit," as he slapped Baichuan's back, sneakily looking into his body to find out what the flame pattern on his forehead is. Results came to nothing. Cross asked, "Big bro, what's the flame pattern on your forehead?" Baichuan sighed and said, "The curse of the phoenix. Long ago our ancestors killed some innocent people and the phoenix cursed out bloodline." Cross said, "That's dumb. Does this moronic phoenix know its people are getting kidnapped and raped? Does it know that it's literally making you slaves?" Baichuan sighed and shook his head. Cross said, "Show me where this phoenix is. I'll give a good beating." Baichuan jumped and said, "You can't talk like that." Cross scoffed and said, "Why not? What's so special about a phoenix? I have two. Maybe I'll get another one today. Baichuan said you have two. Cross whistled. Blue, red, come out. Blue and red flew out of a crack next to Cross and revealed themselves. The entire Phoenix clan was in shock. Cross said, you too. Do you feel any phoenixes here? Blue and red looked around before shaking their heads. Cross sneered, look at that. The phoenix even ran away. Red said, actually, I can feel a spirit. Cross said, where? Red flew around. Before going somewhere, Cross waved, and Yun-Che felt his injuries recovering extremely fast. Yun-Che got up, and Cross followed Red, while everyone was stunned. Yun-Che went after him, while Luna watched the kids. Shiuro, Baichuan, and Kaiyun were stunned. Luna said, and they might make a mess. Don't be too surprised. I would be surprised if you're still cursed after today. Baichuan licked his dry lips and said, your husband. Is he God? Luna laughed and said, no, he's just a moron. A cute moron. Baichuan chuckled nervously and ran after Yun-Che and Cross shouting, bro, wait. Kaiyun sat on the wood bench Luna made as she sighed, this is too much for me. Shiuro sat on the opposite side of Luna and said, I don't even know why I'm shocked anymore. Kaiyun smiled at the children and said, how old are they? Luna smiled lovingly and replied, 7 years and 1 month. Kaiyun smiled gently and said, precious aren't they? Luna sighed and said, sometimes a little bratty. Kaiyun laughed and Shiuro asked nervously, sis Luna, how is it having kids? Luna smiled and said, the happiest and most anxiety-inducing thing in the world. Kaiyun agreed as she said, Mitchum. Luna looked at Shiuro and said, sometimes you love them so much you just want to squeeze them, and other times you just want to spank them till but they're purple. Kaiyun giggled and Shiuro laughed and looked at the kids as she said with longing, I wish I could have some of my own. Luna snickered and said, you say that now, but wait until they grow older. Kaiyun added, they run around all the time, and when you still have to breastfeed. Luna rubbed her tits and said, ugh, so painful. Shiuro was being fed all sorts of motherly advice. She sort of opened the floodgates and got a lot more than she wanted as Kaiyun and Luna just gushed their experiences. Meanwhile, Cross, Yun-Che, Baichuan, along with Red and Blue arrived at a door of sorts. Red pointed and said, the spirit is behind this door. Cross nodded, and Red perched on Cross' shoulder with Blue. He shifted next to Blue, but got a snort, and Blue flew to the other shoulder. Cross chuckled and walked to the door as he knocked and shouted, little chicken, are you in there? Yun-Che chuckled while Baichuan paled. The door opened and sucked in Cross and Yun-Che before slamming shut. Baichuan paled and bit his nails in anxiety. Cross and Yun-Che entered a black space. 2 giant phoenix eyes appeared and looked at them. But before it could speak, Cross shouted, oi, you stupid chicken. Are you aware your descendants are getting captured and sold as slaves? How stupid can you possibly be? Limiting them to the 10th elementary realm because some moron accidentally killed a few innocents. The phoenix spirit was speechless and Cross continued. So let me ask you. You're mad your descendant killed innocents, right? You don't kill innocents and you're a saint, right? How many innocents have you killed and let be abused and tortured because of your idiotic morals? Your own descendants, no less. Cross threw his hands up in rage as he berated, you might as well have killed all the descendants when you cursed them. Then they wouldn't have to suffer forever. Do you know 2 innocent children would have been sold as slaves and probably used as sex slaves had we not interfered? Cross had a disgusted look on his face and said, you're pathetic. Yun-Che was not expecting that at all. Jasmine was even more stunned. This guy so manly? The phoenix eyes trembled. It was unclear if it was rage or humiliation, but they trembled nonetheless. The phoenix eyes locked on a Cross and said, you dare. Cross pointed and shouted, I do dare. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead, kill me, another innocent, because of your stupidity. Do it. I dare you. The phoenix spirit was trembling in anger and humiliation, and Cross snarled in rage. What's this? Can't do it? Are you angry? Humiliated? Sad? Fuck you. All those people outside worship you, and you treat them like this. They believe they're in the wrong and should be punished. Cross was breathing heavy and glaring at the phoenix spirit as he added, "Show me your soul fragment. Let me shatter it for you and put you out of your misery." The phoenix glared at Cross and said, "Shut up." Cross sneered and said, "You realized? Good. Now fix the people outside." The phoenix was silent for a while before saying, "I can't." Cross almost lost it and said, "What?" The phoenix said, "Only those who pass the trial and obtain my bloodline and purge the curse." Cross was so angry he laughed instead. Yunshe frowned and said, "I'll do it." The phoenix looked at him, and Yunshe disappeared. Cross sneered at the phoenix and crossed his arms. Jasmine flew out of the void and stopped next to Cross as she said, "You didn't have to throw me out." Cross waved his hand and said, "Just ignore the chicken. It's worthless anyway." The phoenix was humiliated and said, "How am I supposed to know what happens outside? I don't even know how much time passed outside." Cross roared, "And you think that makes you innocent? You should have stripped the man of his bloodline. Why curse it for generations? You could have slaughtered every man, woman, and child instead." The phoenix said, "But they were Innic. Cross sneered. "They were innocent, were they? So I guess cursing them to be the weakest existence on the plane was better. Letting them be at the mercy of anything that decides to walk by was a good thing. After all, they have the fires of a phoenix. They should be happy to be so noble. They should be happy that, although they're enslaved, they can light their cigarettes." Cross clapped sarcastically and said, "Excellent move. You know what? I take back my words. Curse them again, make them mortals this time. Those damn villagers. I can't believe their ancestor accidentally killed some innocents." The phoenix trembled and stayed silent. Jasmine looked at Cross and said, "You're pretty angry." Cross waved and said, "It's because of those damn kids. After you have your own, you get a soft spot for all of them." Jasmine looked at him and said slowly, "Yeah." Cross nodded and crossed his arms in a huff. A while later, Yunshe returned, and the phoenix said, "You passed the trial. I will award you with the phoenix's gift." Cross grumbled, "You'll be cursed for the rest of your life, but at least you'll have phoenix flames. Good job, Yunshe." The phoenix glared at him as said, "You really hate me?" Cross answered almost immediately, "Probably more than you think, actually." The phoenix sneered and said, "Very well then. You will get my bloodline. Let's see how you feel after that." 3 drops of golden bloodshot appeared. Cross was locked in place and struggled as he said, "I will shatter your spirit. Don't you dare." The phoenix sneered, and the 3 golden drops of blood shot towards Yunshe, Cross, and Red. Red was a fellow phoenix, so naturally it got some blood. The phoenix spirit was hopeful it would evolve. Right now, it was just a normal phoenix. Maybe it would become a divine phoenix. Red trembled, and it returned to the inner world with Blue, who was curious what would happen to Red. This fellow got blessed by another phoenix. Well, lucky guy. She still didn't like him, though. Cross glared at the phoenix eyes as he burst into flames. Cross black lines lit up and hit killing intense sword. It was so strong it almost took form. Inside Cross body, the phoenix blood was trying to devour Cross blood elf bloodline. But how could that possibly happen? This was called the last blood elf, not the last phoenix elf. Cross blood elf bloodline attacked and reverse devoured the phoenix bloodline, assimilating it with itself, just as it had done with the green grass bloodline years ago. Crossface turned surprised as he looked inside his body. His blood was red with traces of gold in it. Cross sneered and said, "Come, let me crush your spirit. My bloodline is higher than yours already." The phoenix was shocked and said, "What?" The phoenix looked at Cross closely before gasping as she stuttered, "Why you? Impossible. You should be extinct." Cross sneered and said, "Well, I'm not. Can you believe it? Now show me your spirit. I'm going to rip it to pieces. Try to rid my bloodline. Who the fuck do you think you are?" His pressure gushed out as he felt a primordial rage from deep within. It was like his very cells were angry. The phoenix trembled and formed into a light phoenix before it fell to the ground and bowed its head as it said, "I'm sorry." Cross eye glowed green, and the restraints shattered as his voice morphed into 2 different voices speaking at once. You filthy creature dared to rid my children on their bloodline? The phoenix started trembling fiercely as it spoke again. I was unaware he was your child. Please spare me. I was given a task by the Lord. Cross spoke with a sneer. That mongrel raised you? No wonder you are arrogant. Where's that brat anyway? The phoenix said sadly dead. Your child is friends with his successor. Cross was silent as he said, very well. You shall give my child 15 drops of origin blood in your heart fire. The phoenix trembled and replied, but, Cross shouted, is there an issue? You filthy thing should be ecstatic that I am gracing you with the opportunity to help my child. Plus you have 2 heart fires anyway. I can sense it. The phoenix shivered in fear as a bright gold flame appeared along with a big ball of blood. Cross snorted and raised his hands as he said, first sacred symbol. The vermilion phoenix. The heart fire flew out and merged into Cross' chest. On his back, directly south of the black ring of life like gold and red phoenix appeared. Cross waved a bottle and the origin blood was sucked in. Then he said, you shall not speak a word of me to my child. Understand. The phoenix nodded and Cross waved his hands. Everything Jasmine and Yun-Che just saw was erased. The phoenix was back to normal and Cross did too. He looked at the bottle in his hand and said, what is this? The phoenix said, I'm sorry for before. The origin blood and my heart fire are an apology. The phoenix quickly taught Yun-Che the world ode of the phoenix and explained that it was fragmented and he would have to find a rest in the Divine Phoenix Empire's Divine Phoenix sect. The phoenix gave Yun-Che a bottle with a Divine Phoenix pill and said that he should eat it now and try and comprehend the world ode of the phoenix for a month. Yun-Che ate the pill and Cross frowned, too slow. I'm not waiting a month. As he waved and an orange bubble landed on Yun-Che. Cross snapped his fingers and Jasmine said in absolute shock, time element. Cross said, yeah, it should be 1 hour to a minute inside there. Jasmine was in turmoil. He had control over time and space. Was there nothing he couldn't do? The phoenix trembled in fear at this point. The kid was so powerful already. If he got up there, he would be a monster. Cross looked at Jasmine and said, you know, I have a problem with fire phoenixes. Red was originally enslaved. I just realized fire phoenixes piss me off. Jasmine slapped her forehead and looked at Cross, completely speechless. This guy had a problem with fire phoenixes? She wished she could even touch a phoenix and Cross enslaved one. Though she thought it was par for the course, he was so amazing, handsome, strong, caring. Jasmine's cheeks turned pink, and she went back to the sky poison pearl and hid in her bed, completely flustered. Cross scratched his cheek and muttered, is she angry? Jasmine almost threw up blood in her bed. You stupid blockhead. Really, it wasn't Cross' fault. How was he supposed to know what she was thinking? He didn't use legitimacy on her, and his head was full of Luna. He didn't even consider the possibility of someone else liking him or him liking them back. Time slowly passed, and a day later, Yun-Che came out of the time bubble as he said, done. The phoenix nodded and threw them both out of the trial grounds right away. Yun-Che and Cross got out, and Yun-Che said that was rude. Cross waved and said, who cares? Let's go cure the people. Yun-Che nodded seriously as they went back to the village. Cross and Yun-Che gathered everyone up and cured all the villagers. Baichuan was so happy, he hugged Yun-Che and Cross as he said, my brothers, I won't ever forget this. Cross and Yun-Che chuckled and grabbed his neck with their arms as they said, big bro, we won't forgive you if we don't celebrate. Baichuan laughed and said, let's. Haha, Cross and Yun-Che chuckled and cheered as Baichuan got out some alcohol and the village celebrated being free. A while later, Cross had a smooth blush on his face as he said, you, little bro, you're not as handsome as me. Yun-Che swayed and said, bah, you look like a woman. Cross gasped and said, you, before lunging at him as they started fighting. Baichuan said, whoa, brothers, relax. Actually, I'm the most handsome of the 3 of us. Cross and Yun-Che gasped and dragged Baichuan into the dust brawl. A while later, Cross was humming and massaging Luna's back. She had somehow convinced him while he was drunk. Cross dug his fingers into Luna's smooth back and said dubiously, How is it my wife? Do you love me? Am I the most handsome? Luna hummed yes. Cross whispered, later tonight, I'll give you a full body massage. How about it? Luna smiled softly and said, I would love that. Cross grinned and continued massaging with a happy expression. Cross snapped his fingers and said, I almost forgot. Shuero. He shouted that last part. Shuero showed up and said yes. Cross waved her over and said, I got something for you. That stupid chicken did something right for once in its life. He took out a bottle, and a single drop of golden blood floated out before shooting into Shuero's forehead. Cross put the bottle away and hummed as he went back to massaging. Shuero was stunned and closed her eyes as she felt a warm current in her veins. She burst into golden flames, and her cultivation rose explosively. True profound 4th level. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It stopped at true profound 9th level. Shuero cried and hugged Cross as she said, Wah, you're so nice to me. Why? Cross held her back and said goofily, you're a friend. Not to mention a potential sister-in-law. Shuero blushed, but said, and if I don't marry him? Cross shrugged and said, you're still a friend. I don't have many friends. Shuero was silent for a moment before smiling beautifully as she said, thank you, Cross. Cross smiled and said, Yunshe will teach you the world ode of the Phoenix. Go quickly, go. Shuero smiled happily and skipped away to go find Yunshe. Luna sighed and said, what if she starts liking you? Cross shrugged and said, I don't like her, so she'll get the Hermione treatment. Luna said, you did that on purpose? Cross smiled and said, do you think I'm stupid, Looney? Luna shook her head and Cross explained, I just didn't like her. Why would I be with someone I didn't like? Just because they have feelings for me and would feel bad if I didn't accept them? What a joke. Luna was silent for a few moments before saying, and if you do like them? Cross movements paused for a moment before he continued and said, I don't know. You're my wife. I see how you act around me. I know you love me with every fiber of your being, and you're very possessive. Luna looked down, but Cross continued with a happy tone, and I love that about you. I love when you're all over me and how you shower me with love and care. You make me feel special with your constant attention. We even have kids. Although one technically didn't come out of you, she still has both our blood in her. Luna smiled happily and Cross added as he continued massaging. The question is, what will you do? If you left me, I honestly would be lost. You've become a part of me. Without you, I'm nothing. I can't even imagine not seeing you for a long time. Never mind never seeing you again. Maybe I would go crazy. Cross poured out all his emotions and feelings into his words. They were filled with love and care, but also deep fear. Luna could feel all over it. She knew he was telling the truth. It made her beyond happy, but also a little bit sad. She felt like he was constantly in fear of her leaving him. Cross sniffed and said emotionally, your love, care, gentleness, quirkiness, silliness. I love them all. You know, when I almost lost you, I was so angry. I just wanted to destroy everything. I would have given my life to keep you. I almost did. You are truly everything to me. Even if I do happen to love someone else, you will always be my true love. In this life, the next, and every other one after that. Luna sat up and looked at Cross with watery eyes as she said through sobs, are you being serious? Cross's eyes watered and he smiled gently. I meant every word. Luna covered her mouth and said Cross, before tears fell from her eyes and she kissed him deeply. Cross hugged Luna tightly and kissed her tear-soaked lips. Luna wrapped her arms around his neck as Cross fell into a crack and disappeared into his inner world. Cross laid down on the bed and just held Luna as they separated from each other's lips. They looked into each other's eyes with endless love. Luna said gently, I love you. Cross held her waist with one arm and stroked her cheek with the other as he said, I love you too, Luna, more than anything. Luna cried again and laughed before kissing him and slowly undressing him. That night, it was a soft and loving night. Low moans filled with tenderness sounded in the room. The next day, Cross was wearing sunglasses as well as his black hoodie, a black t-shirt, black shorts, and pink furry bunny slippers. After last night's talk, Luna brought the kids into the castle and told Cross she was going to stay inside to convert her energy as quick as possible. Cross set up a time bubble for her. The reason he didn't do so before was because, well, he forgot. Luna sat on the bed with a 1 hour, 1 minute time bubble around her. Cross told her he would come in and check on her every night. Luna steeled her heart and started converting her energy, prepared to not see him for basically a month. Every 24 hours was 60 days in the bubble, and 12 hours was 30 days. Luna was pretty emotional about it, but she wanted to get stronger so that Cross wouldn't ever have to feel despair of losing her. If she had her way, she would protect him, not the other way around. Cross walked over to Yun-Che and Shiwero. Cross said, "Yo, see you later, big bro." Baichuan hugged him, and Yun-Che as he said, "Thank you, little brothers." "I, Foam Baichuan, will be your brother for life." Cross and Yun-Che grinned, and they slapped his shoulder as they said, "You forgot to add least handsome." "Ha." Baichuan laughed and shook his head as he said, "See you when I see you." Yun-Che, Cross, and Shiwero smiled and left. Yun-Che and Shiwero got on the snowbird while Cross jumped from his invisible strings in the sky, making it seem like he was running on the air. His hood was down, and his neck-length black hair waved in the wind. With the glasses and his hands in his pockets, he really did look just too damn cool. Yun-Che smiled proudly and said, "That's my brother." With satisfaction, Shiwero giggled and said, "He is very cool." Yun-Che smirked and said, "You know, I might not be as handsome as him, but I know how to please a woman." Shiwero giggled with a pink face as she said, "Is that so?" Yun-Che chuckled, and they talked a bit on their way to Blue Wind Imperial City. A strange occurrence happened. Every night, every inn in every city only had one room left. It was the absolutely strangest thing. Yun-Che beamed, and Shiwero slowly got used to it. One day, Cross walked into the room to see Shiwero hugging Yun-Che like an octopus while she was sleeping. Yun-Che threw his hands up as if to say, "I'm innocent." Cross almost slapped him. Of course he could see that he wasn't blind. He realized Shiwero must have done this every night. No wonder she was so flustered the second time. But they Cross assumed she got used to it after the third, fourth, fifth time. Maybe she even started hugging him before she went to sleep. Anyway, 10 days passed since they left the Phoenix clan, and they finally arrived at Blue Wind Imperial City. The three were standing in front of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Cross was getting real tired of palaces. He was surprised the Phoenix village wasn't called Phoenix Palace. Cross just groaned, and Shiwero was confused. Yun-Che explained he doesn't like how everything is a palace. He also doesn't like when people monologue or act arrogant in front of him, or act like young masters, or look at his wife. Yun-Che turned around and said, "What do you like?" Cross said simply, "My wife." Yun-Che said, "Oh," before turning to Shiwero and chuckling, "There you go." Shiwero rolled her eyes and spoke into a stone. Palace Chief Chin's voice came over, "You're alive." Shiwero rubbed her ears, and Yun-Che shouted, "You damn old man. Can't you keep your voice down?" Chin Wuyo appeared in front of them and said, "Sorry, I was excited. I thought you two died." Cross said, "Yeah, fuck you too, old man." Chin Wuyo coughed and said, "And Cross too, of course." Cross rolled his eyes, and Chin Wuyo said, "Anyway, I heard that Shao sect even had their floorboards taken away. Some quack passed as a genius doctor and swept them clean of their treasury." "Ha ha ha." Shiwero shot Yun-Che an amused glance and said, "Oh." Chin Wuyo didn't notice and said, "Yeah, it was hilarious to see that old fart's reaction. Ha ha." Yun-Che chuckled, and Chin Wuyo said, "Oh yeah, I brought Yuanba here as WL-. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Yuanba ran over and lunged at Yun-Che, who waved his hands with a scared expression as he said, "Yuanba. No, I'm Dash." Boom. Cross blocked Yun-Che and Yuanba from smashing into him, and Yun-Che muttered, "Ow." Yuanba cried as he said, "I thought you died." Yun-Che said weakly, "I just might." But his eyes were wet as he was truly happy to see Yuanba, one of the only people who would cry about him. Murong, not as handsome as Cross, made another stellar appearance and said from far away, "So it's Yo Dash." Cross flashed over and slapped him again, sending him flying across Blue Wind Imperial City. before going back to his previous position. Shiwero said, Instructor Chin, I'll trouble you to get Yunshe and Cross a residence in Blue Wind Profound Pa. Just get them a residence, please. Cross patted her shoulder with a happy smile. Shiwero rolled her eyes with a smile of her own. Chin Wuyo nodded and said, What about you? You still have a spot in the middle palace. Cross asked, Inside the palace, there's more palaces? Chin Wuyo nodded and said, There's an outer palace, an inner palace, and a middle palace. Cross rubbed his face and shouted, You damn old man. Can't you call it something else? Where's your manager? Chin Wuyo said, I don't know what a manager is, but the emperor arranged it. Cross shot up a finger and said, Then I will see the emperor. As he walked away, Shiwero said, That's the gate to leave the city. Cross came back and said shamelessly, Then I shall see the emperor another time. Shiwero giggled and said, Anyway, Instructor Chin, I will go see my father. Please arrange everything. Chin Wuyo smiled and said, Not an issue. Follow me, you two. Cross patted Shiwero's shoulder and left an invisible string tracker on her as he said, See ya, before leaving with the rest. Shiwero shook her head with a smile before leaving. Cross whispered to Yunshe, I tagged her with my string. If she's in danger or something happens, I will know. I can also hear, see, smell, and talk with it. Yunshe nodded and said, Thank you. Cross slapped his back and said, For sister-in-law? No problem. Yunshe got serious as he said, No, seriously. Thank you. She told me what you did. Cross smiled gently and said, Like I said, it's not an issue. You're my brother, and that's what I do. Yunshe genuinely smiled as he said, I got lucky to have a brother like you. Cross snorted and said, Going soft on me now. Yunshe rubbed his nose with a grin. Bah, who needs you? You're not as handsome as me anyways. Cross laughed and shook his head as he said, I think you hit your head too hard. Yunshe grinned and said nothing as they followed Chin Wuyo to the central testing area. Cross, Yunshe, and Yuanba were getting tested to enter the sect or palace or whatever. Surprisingly, the man who was slapped 3 times was there too. How he got back so fast, nobody knew. Muron, whatever his name was, tested and passed. He sneered in Cross' direction. He was feeling confident as there was a lot of people around. Surely he wouldn't get slapped. He opened his mouth and said, Why dash? Cross flashed and slapped him so fast it looked like Muron entered the sky profound realm and flew away. Cross was already in his position and sighed as he said, That time it was on instinct. Yunshe chuckled and Yuanba's eyes bulged out as he said, WOH. He's in the sky profound realm. Cross sighed and patted Yuanba's head. He felt a bit sad at the moment. He wondered where Astoria was right now. He missed her a bit. Everyone who came with him was actually extremely strong. As long as they didn't provoke in sovereign realms, they should be fine. That still didn't stop him from worrying, though. He wondered where Daphne was. Speak of the fucking devil. Daphne shouted Cross as she ran over. All the men sighed and glared at Cross. Yunshe was confused. Who was this woman? Chin Wuyo said, Ms. Greengrass. What are you doing here? Daphne ignored him and clung to Cross like a koala as she cried, I missed you. The entire audience was stunned. Cross smiled and stroked her hair as he said, how are you? Daphne pouted, I got a job in the palace. Chin Wuyo almost spat out blood as he said, Ms. Greengrass. You really shouldn't dash. Daphne hissed, I'm talking to my brother, relax. The men all nodded their heads in approval, giving Chin Wuyo a thumbs up for getting to the important questions. Cross smiled warmly as he said, Did you see Mom or Dad? Daphne shook her head and said, Last I heard they were exploring the world. Draco and Astoria settled down in the city, while the rest disappeared. Actually, Ron was here trying to find a wife, but was unsuccessful. He left for the Divine Phoenix Empire. Cross nodded and asked reluctantly, And Hermione? Daphne smirked and said, Are you joining Blue Wind Profound Palace? Cross wavered as he said, Depending on your answer. Daphne laughed and said, She's a teacher. Cross sighed and said, Is it not fun to find love on your own? Daphne laughed and got down, hugging his arm as she said, Well, who's this? Cross said, This is my new brother, Yunshe, and this is Yuanba. He's really nice. Daphne added, and cute. Yuanba was flustered at the compliment and said, TT thank YYU. Daphne giggled and said, nice to meet you both. I'm Daphne. Yunshe smiled and said, nice to meet you. Daphne slapped Cross' shoulder and said, oh yeah, I have to go. I came to do something, but now I have to go back. I'll see you later, okay? Cross rolled his eyes and waved as he said, yeah, I'll see you later. It's not happening, by the way. Daphne pouted, please. It will be fun. Cross shook his head and said, she must have found someone else. I don't believe she's still obsessed. Daphne shook her head and disappeared, saying, you'll see. Cross-eyed and Yunshe said, what happened? Cross said, it's a woman. She won't move on. It's like she's determined to love me. Yunshe almost slapped him as he said, isn't that a good thing? Cross-eyed and said, I just don't love her. What am I supposed to do? Pretend? She won't be happy, and neither will I. She has to move on. Anyway, shouldn't we be tested? I've been waiting. Qin Wuyo said, right, come with me. Yunshe, Cross, and Yuanba all passed, and Qin Wuyo brought them to the second test. Combat strength test. Cross stood on the stage for his assessment. Basically, they had to exchange 7 moves with his senior brother. Cross kind of just wanted to go to his room and relax, and the senior brother, named Feng Yu, looked to be oozing reluctance and arrogance. Feng Yu waved and said, let's get this over with. Cross let out a breath of relief and said, you want to finish quickly too? That's good. Before disappearing, before anybody knew it, a loud sound echoed, and Feng Yu was sent spiraling in the air. Cross looked at Qin Wuyo and said, am I strong enough to stay now? Honestly, so many trials. It's really annoying. Qin Wuyo nodded speechlessly. Cross scratched his neck and retreaded to Yunshe's side, looking around cautiously as he said, Yunshe, make it fast before dash. Cross' pupils shrank, and he hid behind Yuanba, latching onto his back and appearing like he wasn't there. Yuanba was stunned and spun around saying, Cross. Cross shushed him, and Yunshe looked over to see a beautiful woman walking over. He was surprised this was the woman. She was stunning. Yunshe was called to the stage, and he left as Hermione walked over and turned Yuanba around before snorting. Cross chuckled and said, Hermione, nice to see you again. You're doing well, I hope. Hermione pulled him off Yuanba and pouted, I missed you. Cross sighed and patted her head as he said, are you okay? Hermione hugged him and said, Amichum. Cross rubbed her back softly as he said, how is everything? I hope you're being treated well. Hermione listened to his heartbeat and smiled at his warmth as she said, yes, I'm doing fine. She looked up and said, you? Cross grinned and said, when have you ever had to worry about me? She smiled and hummed in agreement. Cross patted her head and said, so what are you doing here? I thought you would travel around and learn new things. Also, how's your conversion going? Hermione replied, well, I was doing that. Then I found this place, and when I asked you to use their library, they attacked me. I fought back and beat them up, then someone else asked me to stay and teach. But teach what? I have no idea. Cross hummed and tapped her forehead. His finger lit up, and all his medical knowledge flooded into her brain, as well as everything he learned from Jasmine about cultivation in general, and everything he knew about fighting. Hermione's eyes glazed over as she digested the information. When she returned, she teared up and said, you know, you keep helping me all the time. Do you know how hard it is to stop loving you? Cross stiffened, and he spoke in English. Hermione, I dash. Hermione cut him off in English as she said, I know. I've known for a long time, but even then I won't stop loving you. You saved my life multiple times and protected me. I can't stop feeling like this. Cross sighed and said ruthlessly, you will die alone. Hermione smiled and said, I know, but this is good enough. Cross shook his head and smiled a bit as he replied, I can wipe myself from your memories, you know. One day you might just wake up forgetting I exist. Hermione jumped back and shook her head frantically with tears in her eyes as she said, please don't. Cross-eyed and said, fine. She smiled and said, I'll see you later then. Before leaving, Cross watched her go. He felt bad, but what was he going to do? He didn't have feelings for her. Sure, he liked her. She was nice, but love? Forget about it. It was never there, and it would never happen. He felt bad, but he also felt she was too stubborn. Why insist on torturing yourself? That's just dumb. Cross shook his head and forgot about her. As Yun Che returned saying, nice talk? Cross sighed and said, not nice. Yun Che shook his head and there was a shout. Which one of you is Cross and Yun Che? Cross and Yun Che looked over and saw the guy who wasn't as handsome as them with someone who looked similar to him. Someone decided to become an exposition machine for the plot. That's Murong E, ranked 73rd on the heavenly profound list. Then he seemed to fizzle away into dust as if he never existed. He didn't even have a name. A moment of silence for him. Cross and Yun Che looked at Murong, whatever, and Murong Jr. pointed at the duo as he said, cousin, that's them they high dash. Murong Jr. was sent flying with a slap for the 5th time. It seemed even his cousin couldn't protect him. Murong Jr.'s 4th cousin twice removed said, you've been hitting my cousin, eh? As he looked at Yun Che, who pointed to himself in confusion. Cousin Murong said, you Yun Che, I shall beat you silly today. As he shot towards Yun Che, Cross was about to step out when another teenager stepped out and blocked the estranged cousin Murong. Cousin, and quite possibly uncle, Murong shouted, Sikong Du. What is the meaning of this? Sikong Du said, you should let your cousin handle his own affairs, no? Grandpa Murong was about to say something when Cross cut him off. Yes, you'll never let this go, and you'll cripple little Che. We've heard this story 100 times already. Get to the revenge plotting already. Yun Che chuckled and said directly, Murong, whatever your name is, do you dare give me 3 months? Great-grandpa Murong laughed and said, as if you see dash, Cross waved, yeah. As if you could ever beat me, blah, blah, blah. You're very long-winded, eh? Stop barking and agree. Yun Che sneered and said, unless you don't even have the balls to do it? Ancestor Murong seethed with rage and said, I agree. Sikong Du said, Yun Che, what are you doing? Yun Che smiled and said, many thanks, brother Sikong. Is Sikong Han your father? Sikong Du blinked before nodding with a smile as he said, correct. Qin Wuyo and someone who looked like Qin Wuyo appeared and said, we have witnessed this agreement, and the appointed time will be 10 a.m. 3 months later. Yun Che, Cross, you will both be sent to the inner palace. Before leaving as Sikong Du brought them to the inner palace. Cross looked around at all the things, while Yun Che talked to Sikong. Du Yuanba was sent to the outer palace. Sikong Du brought them to the Sky Weapons Pavilion. The 3 walked inside and saw a ton of weapons lying around everywhere. Sikong Du said, I recommend you to choose a sword. I use a sword. Yun Che nodded and said, then I'll use a sword. He walked to the sword rank, and there was a huge chunk of iron lying there, collecting dust. Yun Che asked, what's this? Sikong Du replied, this is the only remaining earth profound weapon here. It's called Overlord Sword, and it was once wielded thousands of years ago by someone from the Blue Wind Empire, known as the Overlord. He once used this sword to slaughter countless enemies and made several impressively outstanding military exploits. After his death, this weapon was sent to this Sky Weapon Pavilion, and it has silently lain here for many years. Unfortunately, this Earth Profound weapon is a heavy sword. As Profound Practitioner, there is simply no one who would pick it. Yun Che asked why not. Sikong Du cleared his throat and went on a rant once more. It's very simple. Because it is a heavy sword with a huge sword body and incredible weight, even though it is classified as a sword, it is not as flexible as a sword should be. Also, with its incredible weight, just controlling it is an incredible difficult task, and even if you could control it, after time you wave it, you will consume a considerable amount of profound energy. Sikong Du looked at the sword and continued, cumbersome, difficult to control, consumes a lot of energy. These 3 disadvantages ensure that no profound practitioner will select it. Its greatest advantage is that once you strike with it, it will generate massive destruction. But with such a cumbersome weapon, it is impossible to swing it with any speed. Hitting the opponent is very difficult, and swinging it will create many opportunities for the opponent to strike back. He looked at Yun Che and explained, because of this sword is only suitable for the battlefield. If one can control it well, it would definitely be a weapon capable of slaughtering many. But this is definitely not suitable for us profound practitioners. When fighting someone, not only will it not provide assistance, it would even become a burden. Sikon do pause for a moment before adding. Also, even though a greatsword is considered a sword, its characteristics are completely different than a regular sword, so all profound techniques involving swords are not suitable for this greatsword. As of now, the Supreme Profound Hall has 347 sword-related profound techniques, but none pertain to greatswords. Just as the Overlord Sword was about to ascend to the pinnacle of duct collecting and become a master duct collector, Yunshe walked over and picked it up slowly, all the veins in his arm bulging out. Yunshe lifted it in the air and said excitedly, "I'll be taking this sword." Sikong Du almost slapped him as he said, "Moron, did you not just hear my magnificent speech?" Cross chuckled and said, "Cool. Swords are overrated. I use a mace." Sikong Du looked at him with a strange expression, and Cross grabbed his pitch-black mace out of thin air. Yunshe looked excited and wanted to swing his sword at him, but couldn't. The sword disappeared, and Cross dropped the mace. It sank into the floor and disappeared. Cross gave the two a smug look as he said, "What do you think?" "Handsome." Sikong Du threw his hands up and said, "Both of you. Idiots. Let's go," before storming off, while Cross and Yunshe chuckled and followed him. Sikong Du brought them to the Supreme Profound Ultimate God Technique Hall. Yunshe took 2 techniques from a bargain bin and left, much to Sikong Du's frustration. Sikong Du brought them to their residences and said, "Here you go, you damn fools," before stomping off. Cross muttered, "He's just jealous because he's not as handsome as me." Sikong Du tripped and left at a faster pace as Yunshe laughed. A while later, Yunshe was in his room and trying to lift the sword. Cross was to the side watching him. Jasmine was sitting next to him and said, "Why did you choose the heavy sword?" Yunshe smiled and said, "Because I feel excited looking at it." Cross lifted the sword with one hand as he said, "It's a good sword." He flipped it in the air and caught it again as he got serious and said, "A sword like this, it's used to protect. You understand this, right?" Jasmine trembled and Yunshe nodded as he said, "I know." Cross grabbed the tip and pointed the handle at Yunshe as he said, "Taking this sword, you must protect your loved ones or else the sword will collapse and become useless. A sword without a purpose isn't a sword at all." Yunshe grabbed the handle seriously and lifted it saying, "I understand." Jasmine looked at Cross in shock and saw a gentle smile as he said, "Hopefully, you will do the sword a justice." Jasmine teared up and returned to the sky poison pearl. Yunshe said, "You know about swords?" Cross shook his head and said, "I traveled my previous world for my honeymoon. We went everywhere. I soaked up all my knowledge on weapons around the world. That's what I came up with after learning about them all." Yunshe smirked and said, "Plagiarizing?" Cross waved with a smirk as he said, "What do you know?" Yunshe chuckled and Jasmine said, "I will teach you the great way of the Buddha. Only my brother and I know about it. It's a divine, profound art." Yunshe said, "You have a brother?" Jasmine gave Softum in return and said, "He used a heavy sword as well. He fought for the same reasons Cross mentioned." Yunshe said, "I wish I could meet him one day." Cross sighed and shook his head. He could feel Jasmine's sadness. This brother of hers was probably dead. Jasmine coughed and said, "This divine art will let you control the heavy sword easily." Cross and Yunshe gasped in shock. After all, who didn't want to be a buff and handsome young man with big aspirations and a cool posture when defeating enemies? Jasmine said, "Tomorrow I will teach you." Yunshe nodded and got some rest. Cross went into the sky poison pearl and saw Jasmine wiping her eyes. He walked forward and said gently, "Are you okay?" Jasmine jumped and said with a flustered expression, "Why you? Can't you tell me when you're going to pop in here?" Cross chuckled and said, "Sorry. Your brother. He's dead." Jasmine stiffened and Cross awkwardly hugged her, saying, If it helps. I have never seen my parents before." Jasmine grabbed onto his shirt tightly and cried. Cross rubbed her back and hummed softly, as Luna does to him. Jasmine slowly fell asleep with puffy red eyes. Cross picked her up in a princess carry and put her in her bed before covering her with a blanket gently and going back to his inner world. The next day, Cross came out into the sky, poison pearl, and Jasmine was sitting on her bed with a pink face. Cross was confused and said, "Hey, Jazz Dash." Jasmine attacked him in embarrassment, and Cross suited up before swinging his mace to meet her. Jasmine said coldly, "You're still too weak." Cross chuckled and gulped as he shot towards her, and they started sparring again. A while later, Cross was on his ass, and his armor was shattered in several places while his mace was destroyed. He groaned, and Jasmine said, "Enough for today." Yin-Che is in the profound whatever room. Cross dispelled the armor and mace before teleporting out with Jasmine. They appeared in the room, and Jasmine said, "This place isn't bad." Cross sniffed and said, "My inner world is 100 times better than this place." Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "Both of you sit down." Cross pointed at himself in shock, and Jasmine said, "You're learning too. Did you think you were every strong? Wrong. You're weak." She slapped him to the ground and shouted, "SIT." Yin-Che trembled and felt Jasmine was a little angry today. Cross sat down and grumbled, damn lowly, "Just you wait. One day I'll dash." Jasmine glared at him, and he shut his mouth, but still grumbled internally as he sat next to Yin-Che. Jasmine snorted, but her eyes were smiling. She reached out and tapped on Cross and Yin-Che's foreheads. Cross waved his hand just before she touched him, and a 1 hour, 1 minute time bubble appeared. Everything faded to black, and Cross heard a voice. "Do you have the ability to comprehend the great way of the Buddha, young elf?" Cross said, "You know what I am." A man was floating in front of him as he nodded, "Of course. I have seen your kind before. Answer my question, youngster." Cross nodded and said, "I do." The man asked, "What is your understanding?" Cross said slowly, "I want to protect my family and become the strongest being to ever live. I don't want to live at the mercy of someone or something else." The man nodded and said, "Very good. This is indeed what your soul desires, but you must learn what great way and Buddha is if you wish to comprehend the art. So then tell me, what is your understanding of these two?" Cross said, "The great way is everything. The people, the plants, the energy, and the laws." The man nodded, but Cross continued, "But it is also nothing. It is something that can be surpassed, can be broken, can be bent to the mercy of anyone strong enough to bend it. I am the great way, and the great way is me." The man trembled and said, "Marvelous. Excellent." Cross added, "As for Buddha, for what I've understood of Buddhism, you are Buddha and I am Buddha. Buddha lives inside every living being." The man almost dissipated his owl soul in excitement as he said, "Come, child, seek your great way and your Buddha." Cross had a vicious expression on his face which turned to a light one, then a calm, soul-stirring smile as his body flashed a silver light and a small pagoda sank into his head. Cross opened his eyes and saw Jasmine staring at him, completely dumbfounded. Cross stood up and walked out of the time bubble before saying, and Jasmine mumbled in disbelief, "30 minutes." Cross rubbed his chin and said, "That long? 30 minutes outside is 30 hours inside." Jasmine almost slapped him and said, "Long. My brother took 33 days." Cross ducked under her little fist as he said, all right, stop yelling, you angry little lowly." Jasmine seethed and grabbed him before entering the sky poison pearl and sparring again. A while later, Cross and Jasmine were back outside again, and Cross had a black eye as he said hatefully, "You damn lowly. I swear one of these days I'll spank you good." Jasmine blushed and shouted, "Do you want another beating?" Cross grinned and curled his fingers as he said, "Come on, this time I'll beat you." Jasmine lunged at him, and they started fighting as Yin-Che opened his eyes and stepped out of the time bubble. Jasmine and Cross stopped and looked over. Jasmine was clawing at Cross, who grabbed her wrists and held them back. They were in a very ambiguous position. Yin-Che felt awkward, and Cross threw Jasmine away as he said, "Took you long enough. I had to wait another 42 minutes." Yin-Che said, 42 minutes? Cross nodded and said, "You were inside for 3 days, or 72 hours, or 1 hour and 12 minutes. Yin-Che said, "Can't I just sit inside it for 3 months straight?" Cross chuckled and said, "If you want to be a middle-aged man when you come out, be my guest." You'll be there for 15 years if you sit there for 3 months. Yun-Che smiled wryly as he touched his nose and said, "Never mind." Jasmine flew back in an angry look as she said, "You only crossed the threshold. Go back and get the first realm." Cross sat back down in the time bubble and started cultivating again, not bothering with an enraged Jasmine. Yun-Che chuckled and ran back into the time bubble. Cross sat down and absorbed the vitality in the air, reforming his blood, bones, hair, flesh, everything. Cross' profound veins looked to be shining like pitch-black crystals, every single one of them. The sparkling veins were glittered with multicolored specks, as was his profound energy. Cross felt a warm, calming aura nourishing his body. Every nook and cranny of him was being thoroughly cleansed and reformed. Even his void energy was being purified as it circulated faster and faster, kicking up the conversion process by several notches. His aura steadily increased, and his body glowed gold. A golden pagoda appeared over his head and sank down. His body dimmed, and Cross opened his eyes before stepping out of the time bubble. Jasmine stared at him in a daze with rosy cheeks. Cross was confused and touched his face as he said, "Did I get more handsome?" Jasmine gulped and turned away in a fluster. Cross ignored her and waved his hand, making a water mirror before cursing, "Fuck, I look like a woman." Though he was extremely handsome, too handsome even. Even the author started to hate him for being more handsome than himself. Cross had smooth, fair skin in stark contrast to his pitch-black tattoos. His piercing and beautiful red ruby eyes and sharp features made him look heroic yet gentle. The biggest change was his hair. It was now as smooth as silk and flowed down his back. Cross was truly upset. He looked at Jasmine and said, "How long has it been?" Yun-Che woke up and his aura flared up to true, profound 5th level. Cross was a whole great realm ahead of him at spirit, profound 5th level. Jasmine said, "Well, it's been 20 days outside." Cross almost spit out blood and crushed the time bubble angrily. Yun-Che said, "What happened?" Cross slapped him and said, "We spent 3 years in that fucking bubble." Yun-Che looked at himself and said, "Eh." Cross cursed, "Now my hair is like this." Jasmine said, "You crossed the first realm of the great way of the Buddha. You may be at the threshold of the second." Cross nodded and said, "I know. I can feel it. Everything in my body is pure. Anyway, I'm going back to the Pearl, then my inner world to fix this mess." Jasmine pointed a rock at him, and it flashed before she put it away. Cross rolled his eyes, and Yun-Che said, "Eh," as a golden pagoda sank into his head. Cross rolled his eyes and disappeared into the Pearl. If Yun-Che didn't cross the threshold now, wouldn't he be an idiot? Cross teleported to the castle and woke Luna up. Luna opened her eyes and cried, seeing Cross as she said, "I haven't seen you in forever," before lunging at him and hugging him tightly. Cross felt her cultivation was at Sky Profound Realm 1st level, and he gave her a gentle smile as he said, "Stop using the time bubble, my love. It's enough now." Luna hummed and kissed Cross deeply, feeling a need to be loved after such a long time. Cross undressed her and kissed every inch of her perfect body as he said, "My little wife needs to be taken care of properly." Luna hummed in agreement as she said, "And Machem." Cross smiled and laid her down on the bed gently before massaging her entire body. Luna hummed in delight, and Cross hands crept to her slit before rubbing thoroughly, making Luna moan loudly. This was the first touch in years for her. Cross slipped his fingers inside as he said, "Have to massage an insides too?" Luna said seductively, "I know it will work better." Cross grinned and got above her, naked, before kissing her lips and forcing his way inside. Luna moaned and clawed at Cross back in pleasure. A while later, Cross was sitting in a chair as Luna stood behind him, cutting his hair as she teased, "I think it was really beautiful before." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "I don't want to be beautiful. I want to be manly, heroic, handsome." Luna squished his cheeks from behind and said, "Unfortunately, my love, you are already too beautiful." Cross grumbled, and Luna giggled as she kissed his head, saying, "But I still love you." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Thank God." Luna laughed and said, If you look any better, I might leave and find someone less beautiful to make myself feel better. Cross laughed and shook his head as he said, I'll kill him. Luna giggled and continued cutting his hair and humming softly. A few minutes later, Cross left the castle and went back to the Sky Poison Pearl, while Luna went back to converting her energy without a time bubble this time. Cross saw Yun Che beating some kids who threatened him with one of the kids' uncle. Cross ignored it and donned his armor and mace as he shouted, You damn lowly! I'll spank you good today! And charged at Jasmine with complete disregard for his own life and safety. Jasmine smirked and attacked Cross, who swung his mace to meet her small hand. Shockwaves boomed in the Sky Poison Pearl as Cross and Jasmine started sparring again. Cross attacks were noticeably more heavy now and more ruthless to not just Jasmine, but himself. He took a palm to the chest and hit Jasmine in the shoulder before flying backwards. But he got back up and kept going with seemingly infinite stamina. A while later, Jasmine and Cross stopped, and Cross dispelled his mace and armor with a grin as he said, Little lowly, how does it feel? Jasmine glared at him and rubbed her ass. This guy purposely distracted her with a swing, then cheekily spanked her. Cross laughed, but froze soon after as he looked outside and said coldly, Feels like a frozen piss woman. Jasmine stiffened as she said, Frozen piss. Woman, before looking out of the pearl and seeing a woman dressed in white and saying, Yin Che, don't even think about it. This woman is half-step Emperor realm. She could sneeze you out of existence. Cross waved and said, I can sneeze her out right after. Do it Pepe Le Pew. Unfortunately, Yin Che didn't do anything, but something did happen. The woman tracked Yin Che down and offered him twice the price for a fire crystal or something. Cross wasn't paying attention before. Anyway, Yin Che said that the crystal wouldn't help and that her poison would be cured in 20 to 30 years. Then he told her that he could potentially cure her in 10 days as he walked away, but she stopped him and said that she would greatly appreciate him curing her. Yin Che said that he could do it and gave his residence before leaving with a whistle. When Yin Che got back to his residence, the woman was already there. Yin Che said that he wanted 3 requests, to which the woman agreed, and Yin Che said he wanted to know her name. But the girl refused, so Yin Che called her Little Fairy. Little Fairy flared up and said that she was old enough to be his elder, to which Yin Che responded that she was an unreasonable woman and that he wasn't treating her anymore. Little Fairy gave in and agreed to let him call her that. Yin Che smiled cheekily and said his second request was to see her face, to which Little Fairy denied again. This woman was really unreasonable. Yin Che said whatever, and moved to his last request, which was to protect him for 3 to 4 months, but not right now. 2 months later. Little Fairy agreed, and Yin Che started treating her, but there was a poison spirit in her, which was bad. So Yin Che took it out, which was good, but he grabbed her breast to do so, which was bad. But the spirit came out, which was good. But Little Fairy's aura flared for a split second in rage before noticing the spirit and taking it back, which was bad. Cross stepped out and destroyed the aura, grabbing Little Fairy's neck at the same time. Little Fairy trembled in fear at the sudden intruder and couldn't move a muscle. Cross' expression was ice cold as he said, You're trying to kill him after he saved you? Sure enough, the Frozen Horse sect is filled with cunts. Yin Che tapped him and said it was an accident. Cross squeezed his hand with narrowed eyes as he said, Was it an accident? Maybe me crippling you will be an accident too? Little Fairy choked out, It was an accident. I swear, Senior. Cross dropped her with disgust as he said, You live. For now, before disappearing. Yin Che helped her up and said, Are you okay? Little Fairy nodded and said, Who was that? Yin Che said, My brother. He had a little altercation with the Frozen Immortal sect before. I'm sorry. Then he explained that he can cure her in an instant, before doing so and revealing that his intentions to keep her were impure from the beginning. Little Fairy rubbed her neck and said softly, It's all right. The sisters from my sect can be hateful sometimes. Thank you, Yin Che. Yin Che smiled and Little Fairy disappeared. Yin Che sighed before hearing Little Fairy's voice. I will return in 2 months as per our agreement. Yin Che jumped for joy. Jasmine snorted and said, don't be too happy yet. You will still lose to that moron whatever guy. Yuan-Che dimmed and cross-laughed as he appeared, saying, You should keep that sword on you at all times now. Get used to the feeling. Yuan-Che looked at him and said, Only in the profound room, not outside. I need that guy to underestimate me. Cross nodded and said a cautious approach. I haven't been cautious in years. As he got lost in his memories, Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, I will teach you the heavenly wolf held God's tome. Perhaps you are the last inheritor. As she tapped Yuan-Che's forehead and transferred the art to him, imprinting it in his mind. Cross didn't even ask and grabbed Jasmine as he said, We got 2 months to spar. Come on. Before teleporting to the sky poison pearl. Jasmine smiled slightly, happy that he didn't ask her for the art too. Cross wasn't too interested in her brother's art or skills. She forced the great way of the Buddha on him, or he would have never asked. He knew that it brought up bad memories for her, and he didn't want her to be sad. She was his friend and sparring partner. 2 months came and went. Cross basically sparred all day with Jasmine and went to sleep with Luna, dual cultivating almost every night. He learned that purposely dual cultivating with her basically sterilized him and turned his cum into pure yang energy, so there was no chance of Luna getting pregnant again. Not that it mattered. If they wanted another, Cross had dozens of ways to increase both their fertility. The same with anybody, really. He could probably have had dozens of kids if he wanted, but how was he supposed to take care of so many kids? It was impossible. He had his hands full with 2, maybe more in the future, but now, he didn't even think about it. Cross moves became even more forceful and reckless, but they were getting smoother and smoother, as if the mace was an extension of his own body. His cultivation had also risen to spirit profound peak. Today was the day of Yuan-Che's arranged fight. He occasionally came into the sky poison pearl and sparred with Cross, tried to get a feel for the heavenly wolf hell God Tome's moves. Cross pushed him to his absolute limits with his own reckless style, forcing Yuan-Che to adapt constantly to someone trying to kill him with his own life on the line. Cross was standing outside Yuan-Che's residence while he was assaulting Shuiro's mouth with his tongue. He looked down at his watch. It seemed like time was wonky around here. Anyway, Yuan-Che was finally done and walked out, holding Shuiro's small hand, with a satisfied and happy smile. Shuiro's face was completely red, and she looked at the ground. Cross said, Ready? Yuan-Che nodded, and they went to the arena. Yuan-Che let go of Shuiro and walked to the stage by himself. Shuiro got worried, and Cross slapped her shoulders as he said, Don't worry, sister-in-law. If he loses, I'll kill him myself. Shuiro didn't feel better hearing that, and got more nervous. Cross rolled his eyes and waved. Luna walked out of the crack with Zephyr and Pandora. They jumped on Cross, then jumped to Shuiro, shouting, Auntie. Shuiro was overwhelmed by the two and caught them as best as she could. Pandora and Zephyr chuckled, climbing all over Shuiro's body until Pandora sat on her shoulders and Zephyr clung to her back. Shuiro gave a soft smile and said gently, Did you miss me? The two nodded happily. Pandora pouted, Mean Daddy won't let us out of the castle. Zephyr added, He's a big cunt. Cross smacked him and said, Who are you calling a cunt, you little brat? Zephyr chuckled and hid behind Shuiro with a sneer as he said, You. Cross almost spat out blood and waved. Zephyr flew into his hands, and Cross gave him a devilish grin. Zephyr started to sweat as he said, It was just a joke. Cross chuckled grimly as he flipped Zephyr over and spanked him. Zephyr teared up and said with a sneer, Mom, smack's harder than you. Cross smacked him silly, and Zephyr held his red bottom with he sniffled, holding his tears back. Shuiro hugged him and glared at Cross, saying, This is how you treat your own kids. Cross stiffened, and Zephyr gave him a smug smile, before pretending, Pretty aunt. My daddy's a meanie. Wah. Shuiro clicked her tongue and rubbed his back as she said, It's okay. The big meanie won't bother you anymore. Cross was stunned, and Luna laughed before saying, Seems like a certain little boy wants double studies. Acting like a brat. She clicked her tongue, and Zephyr stiffened. Pandora burst out in silver bell-like laughter as Zephyr's predicament. Everyone looked over and saw the group before being stunned. Who was this new woman with Lon Shuero? Cross said, "Come here. Let Aunt Shuero watch the match." Pandora and Zephyr reluctantly left Shuero to Luna and Cross. Pandora sat on Cross' shoulders, and Luna held Zephyr on her arms as she teased, "My little boy." Zephyr blushed, but didn't refute. All the guys clicked their tongues at the sight, while some had greedy looks regardless. Cross snorted at the looks, and everyone who had a greedy look suddenly had their eyes bleed as they lost their sight. Luna rolled her eyes and said, "At least they're not dead, I guess." Cross said snappily that they don't cherish their sight. "I will take it from them." Shuero smiled softly, and they all watched Yin-Che's fight. It was pretty quick after Yin-Che took out his sword, 3 sword strikes, and Primordial Morong was finished. Cross yawned as Qin Wuyo stepped in and announced that Yin-Che won. He also announced that Yin-Che would take Morong's place as 73rd on the Supreme Ultimate Heaven Defying God Palace Genius Rankings, or SUJPR for short. Then he awarded Yin-Che with a gold-scale dragon transformation pellet. These names were getting under Cross' skin, especially the SUJPR. What kind of name was that anyway? Yin-Che was dragged back to his room by Shuero as she took great care of his wound. Cross sent Luna and the kids back after a lovely kiss. Luna sauntered into the space crack with a soul-stirring smile. Cross almost went after her before cursing the vixen in his heart. She really knew how to make him excited. Cross was sitting in the room, and apparently Yin-Che had no problem with this as he kissed Shuero again. Cross rolled his eyes and occupied himself with little string puppets. Suddenly the door was kicked open, and Qin Wuyo laughed as he said, "You brat. I had to come and give the go, yach. IIGG got the W wrong RO room," before leaving in a hurry. Yin-Che sighed, and Shuero's face was red as an apple as she grabbed the blood-stained clothes and bolted. Cross burst out laughing and slapped the table. Yin-Che had an annoyed look on his face as Qin Wuyo walked back into the room, saying, "B brat." Yin-Che sighed and said, "Instructor Qin, why are you so flustered? Could it be that you don't have a wife?" Qin Wuyo stiffened and Cross held his stomach, falling back to the floor and laughing with tears in his eyes. Qin Wuyo coughed and said, "Well, anyway, I came to give you the G-dash." Cross cut him off and said, Yes, the golden shithead pellet. Get to the juicy stuff, old man. You're not getting any younger." Qin Wuyo almost spat out blood, and Yin-Che said, "What else did you come for, elder?" Qin Wuyo glared at Cross before saying, "If you truly do want to be with Shuero, you should be prepared to face hurdle after hurdle. If not, then forget about it and stay away from her. Her true identity is bigger than you could possibly imagine." Cross rolled his eyes, and Yin-Che said, "What is it?" Qin Wuyo said, "The Emperor's only daughter, Songyu." Yin-Che stiffened, and Qin Wuyo added, "She changed her name to Lon Shuero because she was looking for someone, and her mother's last name was Lon. Before she passed, she changed the princess name to Shuero, hoping that she would stay as pure as the white snow and distance away from the corruption and impurities of the world." Cross quipped, "A bit too late for that." Qin Wuyo said, "Yes, well anyway, this is her true identity." Also, Qin Wuyo started explaining everything in the palace and why Songyu was out of the imperial city. After what felt like hours, Cross was snoring with his head resting on his palm and his elbow leaning on the table. There was drool escaping his lips, and he had a goofy smile on his face. He was awoken with a nudge. He fluttered to open his eyes and said, "Jasmine, Luna?" before his eyes opened wide, and he jumped back saying, "Ahem, asterisk Songyu. Don't you know, Anak?" Songyu froze and said worriedly, "Did Instructor Qin tell you? Does Yin-Che know? Is that why he's hiding from me?" Cross patted her head and teleported her to the roof before disappearing into the sky poison pearl. Cross didn't even speak and charged at Jasmine with his mace. Jasmine jumped and dodged before fighting back, as they started sparring without a sound. Cross woke up the next day and followed Yin-Che and Songyu to the palace. Cross followed into the Emperor's chambers, and Songyu said, "Master Gu, how's my father?" Yin-Che and Cross looked over at an old man, who sighed, "I've still not found a way to deal with it, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Cross smiled lightly and took out a bucket of clear fluid, He waved his hand, and a stream went into Master Gu's mouth. Song Yu was startled, and Cross said, "It's just water. Master Gu must be perched after doing such a good job." Song Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Master Gu." "Thank you." Cross asked, "Master Gu, could you tell me what happened to you, the Emperor?" Master Gu blurted, "I planted a soul-devouring life-binding parasite into the Emperor, so he died during the power struggle of the two princes." Cross nodded and asked, "Yes, of course. Could you explain why?" Master Gu said with a completely white face, "I was paid off by the Crown Prince, Songlin." Cross opened his hand and revealed a sound recording stone as he smiled, "Thank you for that, Master Gu." Master Gu turned completely pale and fell limp to the ground. Yun Che grinned coldly, and Song Yu was in shock. Her face turned pale, and she started crying. Cross waved, and Master Gu was crippled completely as he said, "Little bro, get your wife in order. If you want to catch a big fish, we got to make it a good act. I'll put the bait out." Cross turned invisible, and Master Gu started walking normally, right out the door. Yin Che hugged Song Yu and assured her everything would be okay. Cross used Master Gu like a puppet and walked out of the palace. A young man stepped out and smiled with meaning as he said, "Master Gu, I assume my father's condition is getting better?" Master Gu smiled and said, "Of course, Your Highness. This Gu has made sure the Emperor makes a speedy recovery." Song Lin nodded with a smile and handed him a ring as he said, "Inside is your payment, Master Gu." "Thank you again." Master Gu took the bag and said, "Not a problem, Your Highness." Before walking away, Song Lin smiled and went his own way. Cross got out of sight and threw a notice me not on Master Gu before jumping back into the city towards the palace with Master Gu in his hands. He went to a certain location and saw Daphne. He smiled and said, "Sis, I have something for you." Daphne jumped and said, "Cross, where are you?" Cross revealed himself and said, "Come with me." Daphne followed him, and Cross teleported back to the Emperor's room. The Emperor looked over and said, "Ms. Greengrass." Cross smiled and threw Master Gu on the floor as he said, "Yo, Emperor bro, this guy was the cause of your soul-devouring, whatever it was called." He threw over a stone, and Yun Che caught it before replaying what was on the stone. The Emperor was furious and glared at Master Gu. Cross spoke at this moment, "Emperor, if you want to catch a big fish, you can't chase it with your hands." The Emperor sighed and said, "We understand." Cross was confused and said, "We? Did that parasite take over?" Yun Che covered his eyes and turned aside. Chuckling, Song Yu felt her mouth twitch, and she said, "Cross, we means the royal we as an emperor." Cross said, "Oh, that's weird. Why not just say I?" Strange people here. Anyway, this is my sister, which is why she's here. Master Gu can be thrown into the dungeons, or something. Cross added, "I can heal the emperor, but it'll cost you," as he looked at Yin Che, who was confused. Cross said, "Are you sure you want to use your one and only favor for me on this?" Yun Che got it now and said seriously, "Yes, please heal my father-in-law." Song Yu gasped and said, "Yun Che." Yun Che smiled softly, and Daphne rolled her eyes. He found another schemer. Cross walked over, and green strings shot out of his fingertips as he said, "All you need to do is fake your illness." The strings went into his chest and searched around his body before extracting the parasite. The parasite tried to kill Song Yu's dad, but who was Cross? What a joke. If this parasite managed to kill the Emperor, then Cross would immediately kill himself. Sure enough, Cross sneered as he said, "Stupid bug, do you think you're powerful? Who are you trying to take to the grave with you?" The parasite was chopped up to pieces, and the green strings healed the Emperor. He was probably even better than before. Cross said, though, "Being the Emperor, I assume you know how to scheme. Or else you would probably buried in a field." Song Yu chided Cross. The Emperor was stunned before laughing as he said, "That's right. Ha ha ha. Come, little friend, what's your name?" Cross smiled as he said, "Cross. Though the other male in this room just said he was going to be your son-in-law. Maybe you should take care of this first." The Emperor looked at Yun Che up and down, while Yun Che said, "Father-in-law, if you keep staring at me like that, people might have strange thoughts." The Emperor almost coughed out blood as he smacked Yun Che with a small smile, saying, "You brat, teasing your father-in-law like this, is it fun?" Yun Che chuckled, and Tsang Yu blushed hearing her father accept Yun Che. The emperor said, "My name is Tsang Wanha. Thank you for saving my life." Cross said, "If not for Yun Che, I wouldn't have done anything." Tsang Wanha's eyes flashed, and he said, "I see." How could he not see what was happening here? These brats were playing him like a fiddle. Tsang Wanha said, "Ms. Greengrass, if you could take Master Gu to the dungeons, please. Do make sure you are not seen." Daphne smiled and dragged Master Gu away, shooting Cross a grateful look. Perhaps the Emperor would give her a better job because of this. Cross grinned and returned to the Sky Poison Pearl, sparring with Jasmine, who was watching the whole time as his job was finished. What favor? All bullshit. So Tsang you wouldn't feel indebted to him. A while later, Yunche walked out and saw two boys, but one was staring at Daphne in awe. Cross immediately appeared and stepped in front of Daphne saying, "Hello, do you know Drew to stare?" The boy was startled, and another boy shot forward and pointed, "Hey, you with the tattoos, looking like a mysterious figure, close to a woman. Who are you to get in front of my big bro and the love of his life?" The other boy almost spat out a mouthful of blood and seethed, "Little Jia." These were the two young masters of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yun and Ling Jia. Cross actually sort of liked this little guy. He was excitable and energized, but he was defending his sister here. So he said, "I'm her brother. What do you have to say now?" Ling Jia was stumped and went silent for a moment before seeing Tsang Yu. His eyes popped out of their sockets, and he said, "You're the legendary Blue Moon Princess? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Big bro, this princess is even more beautiful than you described." Ling Yun slapped his forehead in anger, and Tsang Yu said hello. Ling Jia picked his eyes up off the ground, and they fell back down again as he said, "Princess Sis, not only are you very beautiful, even your voice is very pleasant to hear. All right, Princess Sis, marry me and be my wife, okay?" Ling Yun wanted nothing more than to strangle this damn fool. Yun Che felt his lips twitch, and Tsang Yu felt awkward, slowly moving towards Yun Che. Ling Jia pointed at Yun Che and said, "Hey, you with the not as handsome as that other guy face. Who are you to get in the way of me and my wife?" Cross burst out laughing, and Yun Che smirked as he said, "She's my wife. What do you have to say now?" Ling Jia was stumped yet again before snapping his fingers and saying, "I'll fight you both for both girls." Cross slapped him into the next room, and a few seconds later Ling Jia came back with a red mark on his cheek as he snapped and said, "I'll fight you for the princess." Yun Che sent him flying with a slap, and Ling Jia came running back before snapping his fingers and saying, "I'm taking you as my boss in the future." Yun Che and Cross laughed before stopping and looking at each other saying, "I'm the boss." Yun Che said, "No way. It's me, didn't you hear him?" Cross smacked his lips and said, "Bah, bah, I'll send you flying with a slap too." Yun Che gave him the finger, and Ling Jia snapped his finger and said, "I got two bosses now. Nice." Ling Jia fawned. Can the bosses teach this Jia a little something? Like that divine slapping art? Cross said, "You just got to tilt your hand up and then twist your arm as it goes through the air, but you can't use any killing intent. It's virtually unstoppable. Watch." Murong Yi came flying into the palace, and Cross slapped him back out. Ling Jia had stars in his eyes, and he shouted, "Cool." Ling Yun coughed and said, "Princess, us brothers came to the imperial city this time to deliver this invitation to the noble imperial family. May Princess please accept it." A light golden-colored invitation was taken out by Ling Yun and delivered to Tsang Yu's hands. Ling Yun proceeded and said, "In half a year, we will welcome the noble imperial family's visit to the Heavenly Sword Villa. If Princess can do me the honor of visiting personally, that would be too great. This time, Princess has this kind of shocking genius, Yun Che, by your side, so I believe that 3 years from now, the noble imperial family will definitely be able to shine with Yun Che. So with that, us two brothers' mission has been accomplished. We'll take our leave now." Ling Yun looked at Daphne with a soft smile before dragging Ling Jia away out of the palace. Cross said, "I don't like him." Daphne slapped his shoulder and said, "Because he likes me?" Cross clicked his tongue and said, "Who's good enough for my sister? No one, that's who." I don't even remember his name. He didn't even make a stand and demand, I hand you over. What kind of man is this? Daphne slapped her forehead and said, Is that what you did? Cross scoffed and said, I told him the truth. I impregnated his daughter, and we were getting married. What was he supposed to say? No, I would have kidnapped her. Song Yu and Yun She were stunned. Daphne rubbed her eyebrows and said, Well, I think he was very nice. I'm 25. I would like to get married one day, too. Cross snorted and Daphne stomped off, grumbling, Damn bastard. Wait till I find Hermione. Cross jumped and said, Oi. Hold up. Daphne ignored him and left with a giggle. Cross was devastated and Yun She said, Good brother. You got her pregnant and then married her. Cross sighed and said, I couldn't find a suitable ring for her when she told me. I found it a few days later, though. Sonyu shook her head and said, Wow. Cross grumbled and returned to spar with Jasmine to vent his depressed feelings. Yun She chuckled and started talking to Sonyu about the tournament. A while later, Cross was watching as Yun She fought against a kid and blew him up like a water balloon. Cross clicked his tongue and said, I wonder if that old man will make a move. As he ate from a popcorn bag, Jasmine stuck her hand in the bag and grabbed some popcorn as she said, Nah, that woman will save him. Cross-eyed and said, What a lucky guy. As he reached for the bag, Jasmine nodded and reached for the bag as well. Their hands touched, and Jasmine blushed furiously. Cross didn't really have too many scruples as he said, Wow, you have soft hands, before brushing his fingertips past her palm and grabbing more popcorn. Jasmine's face reddened, and she slapped Cross, sending him flying as she shouted, Idiot. Cross was sitting in the sky poison pearl with a small red handprint on his face. He crossed his arms and mumbled, Last time I'm sharing popcorn with that lowly. Jasmine flared up from her bed and glared at him. Cross snorted and looked at her as he said, Lowly. Jasmine charged at him, and he fell into a crack, disappearing, but Jasmine chased him into the crack, falling on top of him in shock. Cross landed on his bed, next to Luna, and Jasmine fell on top of him. Luna looked over and was startled. Jasmine's face reddened, and she said quickly Be big sister. It's not what it looks like. Cross complained, My wife. Save me. This lowly's gone mad. Luna hummed and said, Is that so? Cross nodded, and Jasmine pounded her small fist on Cross' chest as she said, Stop calling me a lowly. Cross coughed up blood and felt his chest was about to collapse. Luna giggled and said, I think you deserve it. Cross was heartbroken and almost cried as he said, Looney, you can't do this to me. Luna just giggled and watched from the side with a small smile. Around a dozen days later, Jasmine and Cross were sparring when they heard Yun She shout frantically. Cross stopped and looked outside before saying, This fellow's gone mad, as he disappeared. Jasmine looked outside to see a dragon covered in ice and Yun She running towards Little Fairy, whose profound veins were shattered. Cross appeared in front of Yun She and Little Fairy, in his full armor and holding his mace. He raised his hand and stopped the dragon claw as he said, Worthless creature, you dare to attack me? The dragon roared, They killed my wife. Cross sneered and said, Then follow her to the afterlife. As he smashed his mace down, shouting, Opening of the void, his mace smashed into the ground, and a crack spread to the dragon, who was now trembling in fear. The crack opened under the dragon, and a black energy pillar shot out from the ground, obliterating the dragon, and almost everything around it. Cross rested his giant mace on his shoulder as he said, Is it too flashy? Maybe Call of the Void is better. He turned around and walked back to Yin She as he said, What do you think? Yin She gulped and said, That was awesome. Maybe Opening the Void is better. Cross said, Huh, that is better. Thanks, bro. Yin She smiled and looked at Little Fairy and said, Could Y dash? Cross shook his head and said, Can't do it. But I do appreciate her sacrificing herself for you. Maybe she's not as bad as I thought. As he disappeared into the sky poison pearl, Yin She heard beasts roaring and rushed into the cave that the two dragons were guarding, holding Little Fairy in his arms. Jasmine said, What was that? Cross smirked and said, My profound veins art. Is it good? I have 9 veins with arts in them, like Yin She's. I think the first move can be improved. He went into thought, and Jasmine looked at him with an indescribable gaze. He really was a genius, an incredible genius. And to think he made 4 veins just like that. Jasmine's little heart thumped rapidly as she looked at Cross, with so many emotions they couldn't be counted or described. Suddenly, both Jasmine and Cross were ejected from the sky poison pearl into a black space. They looked around and saw 2 giant azure blue dragon eyes staring at them. Cross slapped his forehead and said, "Not another chicken." The eyes looked amused and said, "I'm not the chicken. I'm the primordial azure dragon." Cross let out a breath and said, "Good. I hate that chicken." Jasmine mumbled, "Primordial azure dragon." The dragon said, "The human who came in with you too has accepted the trial. Do you wish to watch?" Cross said, "Okay." A screen appeared in front of them and showed Yun-Che fighting against the stone warriors with Little Fairy in one hand and the Overlord sword in the other. Cross took out some popcorn and said, "He does have a bit of flair. Very manly." The dragon said, "You don't find this very stupid?" Cross said, "Oh, no doubt. He's a big idiot, but he will fight until every single part of his body breaks down if he's fighting for a woman." Cross shook his head and said, "If he continues like this, he will die for a woman one day." The dragon chuckled and glanced at Jasmine, who was sneaking a look at Cross before snorting softly and turning her head away. The dragon grinned and said, "Wait." He choked on his words as he said, "You have a chicken's heart fire?" "How?" Cross waved and said, "The chicken tried to change my bloodline, then gave me origin blood and her heart fire as an apology." The dragon almost puked out blood as he said, "WH-" before freezing and trembling slightly. It wasn't out of fear like the phoenix, but excitement, as if it saw someone or something it hasn't seen for a long time. The dragon recovered and said happily, "What a surprise." Cross looked at the dragon in confusion, and the dragon said, "We'll talk later." Cross nodded and went back to watching the show. Yun-Che collapsed after destroying the stone dragon general and clearing the first trial. Sad news was the Overlord sword was destroyed. Good news was he got a new one. Yun-Che and Little Fairy appeared in a plane, and the task was to kill 99,999 beasts before a year. Cross sat down and started converting his energy, waiting for Yun-Che to complete the task. 5 months passed. Cross would occasionally practice with his mace under the curious eyes of the dragon. When Yun-Che passed, Cross had converted his energy to 10th level Earth Realm. The space was seemingly endless, so Cross practiced his opening the void art, getting pointers from Jasmine on how to improve it. The dragon said, "Congratulations, human," then explained that the way to save Little Fairy was to take the 6 drops of dragon god blood and fuse with them. He gave Yun-Che 7 days to do so, before turning his attention to Cross. A ball of shining azure blue blood appeared along with another bigger drop and a bone-looking thing. The dragon said, "I can't let that damn chicken outdo me, can I? These are 15 drops of my origin blood, 6 extra drops for you, and dragon god origin bone marrow." Cross was confused and said, "WH-" The dragon cut him off and said, "You will know in the future. At that time, hopefully you will remember this old soul." The bone and the 6 drops sank in a Cross body and merged with him, reshaping his bones and assimilating to his bloodline. The strange event didn't happen this time, as if it knew that this would happen. Cross blood devoured the dragon god blood, and the dragon god origin bone marrow melded with his bones, slowly shaping them into extremely strong new bones. Harder and stronger than the hardest metal in the world. On Cross back, directly east of the black circle, a lifelike azure dragon appeared. While all this was happening, the dragon looked at Jasmine before saying, "The slaughter star god." He sighed and said, "When will you confess your feelings? Perhaps he may be able to cleanse your soul of its killing intent." Jasmine snorted and said, "What this princess does, and when she does it, is her own business." The dragon chuckled and said, "Very well. I wish you success in your endeavors." 7 days later, Cross and Yun-Che woke up. Their auras exploded and Cross was boosted into the 1st level of the sky, profound realm. He cracked his neck and roared before saying in Draconian, "So comfortable." The dragon was stunned and said in Draconian, "You can speak the language of the dragons?" Cross nodded and said, "It's very nice. I can also speak to snakes." The dragon was speechless. Cross focused his attention on Yunche in the screen as he said, "I'm curious how he will be able to restore her profound veins." The dragon coughed and said, "Human, it's quite simple. All you have to do is give her your virgin dragon seed and take her virginine." Yunche froze, and little fairy's face turned completely red. Yunche said, Cross ripped the screen and said, "What are you hesitating for? How many times have you saved this woman's life? And you, what are you rejecting for? Are you a moron?" Yunche and little fairy were stunned. Little fairy said, "I dash." Cross cut her off and said, "You what? You're a burden? A wastrel? You almost caused my brother to die several times. He saved your life after you saved his by bringing you into the cave from the beasts that were coming. Then again when he destroyed the golems attacking you on the ground. Then again while carrying you through all of the first trial. He almost died in the process. Then all the nights in the second trial. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" Cross sneered and said, "Maybe you think I'm blind and can't see the smile on your face every night. Counting every day for 5 months as saving your life. Then he has saved it over 100 times, and now he's saving you again. Honestly, I would have left you on the ground outside to die a graveless death eaten by profound beasts. I wonder, will your purity save you then?" Cross seemed to have realized something and said, "Yunche, you don't have to save her. Her purity will heal her by itself. There's no need to drag a burden around for the rest of your life. A stupid woman from that moronic sect. What a joke. If your purity is more important than your life, go ahead and die. Come Yunche. I can wipe all your memories of her. You won't even know she existed." Little fairy trembled and grabbed onto Yunche tightly with a pleading look. It wasn't to save her, but just to stay with her. Cross added, "I guess I have to wipe your memories too," still intent on dragging him down. "I should have known you weren't any different. Whatever, that sect will crumble in my hands sooner or later. I will see if the rest value their purity over their lives." He had an emotionless face as he pointed forward, and his fingertip lit up a bright white light before shooting forward. Yunche stepped in front of the beam and shielded little fairy, much to her shock, and created tremors in her heart. Why? Everything he said was right. Why would he still protect her? The white beam exploded into a barrier and covered the two, making it impossible to see through. Yunche opened his eyes and saw the white space in front of him. He sighed and said, "Killed by my brother." Little fairy was behind him and looked at his back as her eyes trembled, and she said, "Why?" Yunche turned around and said, "Little fairy, you're dead too." Little fairy said, "We're not dead. Moron, your brother, he made a barrier." Yunche let out a breath of relief and said, "That's good. I thought you died." Little fairy shook and looked into Yunche's eyes. He wasn't worried about his own death, but hers instead. Yunche then added, "I'm also happy he wasn't going to kill you." Little fairy teared up and said through sobs, "Why? Why save me at the cost of your own life?" Yunche smiled softly and said, "That's just who I am." Little fairy shook, and a small smile escaped her lips as she sobbed. While Yunche was talking to little fairy, Cross was getting an earful from Jasmine about how he scared her to death. Cross sighed and said, "Relax. As if I would ever kill my own brother and his wife, not to mention you're connected to his life. Though my opinion of the girl did drop by a bit, she's only slightly better than the rest of her sect now." As he threw popcorn into his mouth, hovering over the air, Jasmine was speechless before shouting, "Share." Cross shook and flew away shouting, "No." Jasmine flew after him and beat him up for good measure. A while later, Cross had a black eye, and Jasmine was eating his popcorn. He was aggrieved. That was his popcorn. Why did he have to share? He reached his hand over to the bag, and Jasmine slapped his hand away, growling at him. Cross grumbled and looked away in grief over his lost popcorn. The barrier shattered, and little fairy stood there, completely healed, with her clothes on as she looked at Yunche. She caressed his cheek before kissing his forehead and walking away as Yunche was currently unconscious. She looked back every couple of steps, clearly hesitating on whether she should stay or not. Cross pointed at her and an invisible string latched onto her body as her eyes watered, and she left, disappearing outside the cave. A few minutes later, Yunshe woke up and looked around to see little fairy was nowhere to be seen. He sighed to himself and looked sad before hearing the dragon's voice ask him to find the heaven-punishing ancestral sword. The dragon explained what it was and that his daughter was sealed within the sword. Yunshe promised he would try his best to find the sword. The dragon told him that when he reached the Earth realm to come back, but only within 3 years. If it was any later than that, he could forget about it. Yunshe nodded, and Cross and Jasmine returned to the Sky Poison Pearl as Yunshe left the trial grounds, rushing to the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Yunshe rushed back to the Blue Wind Imperial City and sought Sangyu. He rushed over, and they started talking. Cross popped out of the pearl with Luna in his arms. Everybody looked over, and Cross was wearing his usual clothes, while Luna had a summer outfit on. Her perfect body on full display. Even her little toes were visible from the flip-flops she was wearing. Cross said, "Yes, this is all well and good. Can we leave now? I was to see some fighting." His eyes widened, and he said excitedly, "Wait. Can I participate?" Qin Wushang shook his head and said, "Only under 20 years of age." Cross frowned and groaned before shrinking down to a small child. He looked up and blinked cutely. Everybody was shocked. Luna picked him up and gushed, "You're so cute," before showering him with kisses. Cross giggled and said shyly, "Big sister, can you take care of me in the future?" Luna giggled and hugged him tightly. Qin Wushang said, "You." He sighed and said, "If you can pass, then be my guest." Child Cross giggled happily and buried his head into Luna's massive breasts. Luna blushed and spanked him while everyone else had black lines on their foreheads. There were 2 other people there, and one of them said, "But the spots are our dash." Cross jumped out and slapped him, sending him flying into another continent as he said, seems like he had something to do. He didn't even finish his sentence. Cross backhanded the other one and added, "Seems like a family emergency." Yunshe burst out laughing, and Sangyu felt her mouth twitch as she said, "I think I know where your kids get their naughtiness from." Cross chuckled and flew up into Luna's embrace, using her melons as a pillow. Luna giggled and rubbed his back. Xia Yuanba popped into existence and hugged Yunshe's legs as he cried, "Brother-in-law, I missed you. Wah, I thought you were dead." After a bit of consoling, Yuanba was sent to get Fun Juechen. A while later, Yuanba came back with a limp and Fun Juechen. Yunshe said, "Yuanba, what happened?" Yuanba said, "In nothing." Yunshe was enraged and said, "Stop lying. Who hurt you?" Fun Juechen said, "It was me. I hurt the trash. Do you have a problem?" Yunshe seethed and said, "You be a dash." Cross cut him off and said, "I say, Yunshe, you're starting to talk too much. Watch how your big brother solves a problem." He looked at Fun Juechen and said, "You hurt Yuanba?" Fun Juechen nodded, and Cross smiled as he said, "Then I'll see you in hell," as he slapped out and obliterated Fun Juechen's entire existence. Cross wiped his hands with a cloth and said, "See, very simple, easy, efficient. Now I don't have to hear his voice anymore." The rest were just stunned. Qin Wushang said, "Boy, what realm are you in?" Cross said, "Sky profound, why?" Qin Wushang licked his dry lips and said, I think you may be too strong for the competition." Cross shrugged and said, "I'll just use 10% of my power. No 5%, no 1%. Yunshe complained, "What the fuck? I'm only at the spirit realm." Cross, still in child form, gave him the finger and then groped Luna, who smacked his bottom and said sweetly, "Not like this." Change back. Cross reverted to normal and picked up Luna, flirting with her in front of everyone. Qin Wushang coughed and said, "Yes, well anyway, let us depart." Qin Wushang took Yuanba Yunshe's request and looked at Cross, who was thinking. Cross looked at Luna and said, "Who should we take?" Luna hummed and said, "What about Buckbeak?" Cross smiled and whistled. A crack opened and a terrifying aura slowly emerged. Buckbeak popped out and nuzzled Cross tenderly. Cross stroked Buckbeak's black feathers and said, "Did you form your beast core?" Buckbeak nodded and actually spoke. "I did, big brother." His voice was cute and tender. Cross grinned and said, "Just like old times, okay, Buckbeak?" Buckbeak flapped his wings excitedly. Cross helped Luna up, and Yunshe said, "Cross. What is that?" Cross smiled and said, "It's Buckbeak. Air. I didn't come up with a name for his species yet. I guess you could say he's a death hippogriff." Buckbeak chirped, and Cross got on. Luna hugged his waist, and Cross said, "I'll follow you, let's go." Songyu summoned Little Snow, who almost died when she came out. Cross stroked Buckbeak's feathers and said softly, "Keep in your aura. The little bird is about to die." Buckbeak took his aura back and flapped his 6 wings before taking off to the skies and circling around, waiting for Little Snow. Yunshe gulped and said, "As expected, Big Brother sure is amazing." Songyu replied, "You can say that again," as they got on Little Snow and flew off. Qin Wushang just sighed and said, "Kids nowadays before flying away with Yuanba." Buckbeak blurred before reappearing next to Little Snow and maintaining a slow speed. Cross looked over and said lightly, "Maybe now would be a good time to tell her what happened, and about how you have more than one wife." "I don't know." Yunshe sighed and nodded before telling Songyu everything, even about saving Little Fairy's life by banging her. Cross added, "Oh, and Little Ant." Yunshe remembered he had gone that far with Little Ant. They could be considered a couple. He told Songyu about his entire life, spilling his guts about his feelings towards all these girls. Songyu was silent for a while as she listened. She looked at Yunshe, who appeared to be sad, and said, "Do you love me, Yunshe?" Yunshe nodded heavily, and Songyu smiled as she said, "I love you too. Though, Chuyua-chan, I just can't believe it." Cross said, "Me too. How important is your purity if you're willing to die for it?" "Geez, so much drama." Luna added her own opinion. "If I was an emotionless ice block, I wouldn't want to be sullied either. Ruins the lofty and aloof image." Cross retorted, "That's you. You won't ever have to make that decision because I'm sticking to you like glue." Cross snorted and said, "Humph. You can't get rid of me, even if you tried." Luna giggled before sighing, "There goes my other husband." Cross scoffed, "Humph, he was a pussy anyway." Luna laughed and hugged Cross tighter as she whispered, "Do you really think it was okay?" Cross replied softly, "She can be considered a good person. Even I couldn't fix her. It was either confront her feelings or die. She needed a push, though Yunshe is a bit frivolous and lecherous. Most of the time he makes the wrong decision with good intentions, but he's still a good person deep down." Luna hummed and said, "You really couldn't save her?" Cross was silent for a few moments before saying, "Replacing veins, I can do. Making new ones, I can do. But giving someone a will to live when they want to die is something even God can't do. Sure, I could have healed her body, but all her cultivation would go into the garbage, which wouldn't have solved the problem." Cross looked at Luna and said, "I have been watching this woman very closely. She's pregnant." Luna gasped and said in Elven, "What?" Cross nodded and said, "It's true. She has been vomiting since yesterday morning, which is a problem." Luna nodded and said, "That snowman's sect will probably throw her out." Cross added, "I'm afraid it might be much worse than that. They might even cripple her veins again. The question is, will she accept it this time? Regardless, I will be watching her closely and follow her to the sect." Luna said, "You're going to protect her?" Cross shook his head and said, "Depending on what she does. If she acts like an ungrateful bitch, then I will kill her myself and move the fetus to another woman." Luna said, "If she doesn't?" Cross was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Then we shall see. The baby is innocent. Her giving her purity has advantages and disadvantages. I also put a barrier around them. A killing barrier." Luna said in shock, "You could have killed them both." Cross said, "Only if it was forceful. Regardless of my brother or not, I will not tolerate rape. You know how the barrier works." Luna said, a bit angry, "You also know that the barrier is very picky and precise. If they both didn't 100% agree to do it with their true feelings, then they would have both died. It doesn't discriminate between right and wrong." Cross said seriously, "You may be mad, but I did what I had to do. Rape is intolerable." His tone was very stern, and Luna frowned as she retorted, "She didn't deserve to die for it." Cross said, "It's a good thing she didn't then." Luna snorted and stopped speaking. Cross brought her in front of him as he said, "Luna, Surely you can understand why I did this. Luna didn't reply. Cross rested his chin on her shoulder as he said, I'm sorry. Luna said, I don't understand why you would even think of doing that. It's extremely dangerous. Not only for them, but for you too. Do you like gambling? Because if you lost that bet, you would have been seriously injured. Cross nuzzled on Luna's cheek as he said, My wife still loves him. Luna moved her neck away, but Cross followed her as he shamelessly said, My wife's the cutest, kindest, most loving, most beautiful. Luna sighed with a smile and said, Why did I marry a fool like you? Cross gave her a smug grin and said, Because you couldn't find someone more handsome? Luna laughed and teased, Good thing you're handsome then. Cross sucked a breath of air as he said, My wife. Too ruthless. Am I just a white face to you? Luna kissed his cheek and giggled as she nodded. Cross sighed and said, What a cruel world. Luna laughed and leaned into his chest as Buckbeak flew towards the tournament at a leisurely pace.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.